Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Welcome to WordCamp Bengaluru 2024. We are about to start in another 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Venkatesh. Bas. You can switch off here also, no?
ಆಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು.
Very, very good morning. Extremely sorry, as usual, nothing happens on time as per Arun. Nothing happens on time as per Arun. Not my court, okay? Not my court. All right? Can we all stand up, please? You have been sitting for a long time. Oh, wait. Can we all have a 30-second silence prayer, please? Thank you. Please be seated. Welcome to WordCamp Bangalore 2024. Thank you, all of you, to be attending, participating. Can we have one more round of applause to you people, please? And without money, nothing can happen. So that means, can we have a round of applause to all the sponsors, please? And this stage is mainly, the WordCamp format is mainly speech format, lab format, workshop format, panel discussion format. That means we need speakers. Without speaker, no WordCamp can happen. So can we have a round of applause to all the speakers, please? Now, one man cannot do anything, everything. Correct? You need lot of people, lot of people. So can we have a round of applause to all the volunteers, please? And without the venue, we cannot conduct anything. With lot of hurdles, we found a practical venue. How many of you like the venue, please? So can we have a round of applause to the venue? And without light, nothing can happen. Correct? So we need a light, otherwise we can't see anybody. All right? Now, I may be a friend face, but you can see these are the people behind working for last 6 months to make this happen. Can we have a round of applause to all the organizers, please? Okay, without food we cannot survive, right? Am I right or wrong? How many of you had a breakfast? Thank you so much. How was the breakfast? Thank you. So, can we have a round of applause to our catering team, please? And not but the last, all supporting from school and outside, who are supported directly or indirectly. Finally, can we have a round of applause to all of them, please? Okay, I promised you I'm going to have a quick inauguration, right? So what we are going to do, we quickly inaugurate in 3 sentences. Name, profession, what role we are playing, going to happen, okay? So my name is Riaz, and I have a design agency called Rai Tech, and my role happens to be a lead organizer. Over to Arun.
Hey guys, good morning. My name is Arun, and I work at Bluehost, and I manage sponsors for the WordCamp Bangalore 2024. So yeah, thank you for being here.
Hi, good morning. My name is Debrata Garfa. I work for JLL Technology. I help with web and the venue selection things. Welcome to the Bengaluru WordCamp 2024.
Hello everyone, I am Dinesh Jain, founder and CEO at Diginerators. My contribution has been regarding design creatives. Thank you.
Hey everyone, thank you all for coming to the WordCamp. My name is Vidanshu, I work for WooCommerce and I'm doing budget wrangling for this WordCamp. So yeah, welcome once again.
My name is Yogesh. I live in Bangalore and I am one of the co-organizers.
Hello everyone, my name is Prem Tiwari. I am one part of co-organizer of this team. So I was wrangling that speaker team and little bit in web team also, and helping Arun in sponsor things also. Yeah, thank you. Welcome to the...
Good morning everyone. I'm Husna Hussain. I'm a principal at Golden Group of Institutions, and I'm a content writer and I'm a co-organizer of WordCamp Bengaluru 2024.
Namaskara. My name is Suresha. I am a teacher and volunteer and what you said? Organizer. Thank you.
Okay, as promised, we are going to shorten now. Another 30 seconds, we are going to leave the stage. Another 30 seconds, we are going to leave the stage. Can we all together, Suresh sir, can we all, okay, done. Go ahead, play. Okay, all right, leave, Suresh, leave, no issues. Okay, so be there, last minutes. Okay, we are all together, we're going to say this WordCamp Bengaluru 2024 is open. Thank you, and yeah, that's it. Thank you. Dance, no? Next. क्या सर?
डांस के लिए कर दो, बीच में वो फ्लो टूट जाएगा, डांस के लिए कर दो, 5 मिनट लगेगा.
Okay, ready करो. Okay, ready. She's doing it. The video is there.
Where?
Sure, he's doing. That's okay. You can start inviting.
Yeah, once again, good morning everyone. Am I audible? Yeah, okay. So coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, working together is success. So here, to begin with, firstly, as an inauguration, we have our little surprise for you all as an inauguration dance. Here we have a dance performance by young dancer Samanvi Santosh. Give her a huge round of applause as she's coming on the stage. And she's an 8-year-old child prodigy, represented India in the Dance World Cup 2022 finals held in Spain and won bronze medal by performing Bharatanatyam in mini solo, national and folklore category. Once again, welcome her with a huge round of applause.
ನಮ್ ಬದುಕಲು ದೀಪಾವಳಿ ಬಂದೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಪಟಾಕಿ ಯಾವಂದೇ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿ, ಅನ್ಸೋರ್
2024 World Cup 2024 finals held in Spain and won bronze medal by performing Bharatanatyam in mini solo, national and folklore category. Once again, welcome her with a huge round of applause.
ನಾವಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ ಬದುಕಲು ದೀಪಾವಳಿ ಬಂದೇ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಪಟಾಕಿ ಯಾವಂದೇ ಆಗಿರ್ಲಿ ಅಂಟ್ಸೋರ್ ನಾವಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕು.
Bhauma, he is king of the cinema. Kalitre kedigalella innu gappu chuppu. Dance with the poo. Dance with the poo.
Music.
நாய் நரி பூனைக்கும் தான் இந்த ஏரி குளம் கூட சொந்தமடி. என்ஜாய்
मैं मारती आंख में से भर के तैयार की खिंच खिंच के निशाने हूँ मैं मारती खुद ज्यादा तो उम्मीद मत रख सोने ज्यादा तू उम्मीद मत रख सोने तेरा लेवल नहीं मेरे यार वर्गा मुंडियां नु सूली उत्ते टंगी रख दे मेरा की तलवार वर्गा मुंडियां नु सूली उत्ते टंगी रख दे मेरा की तलवार वर्गा गोरी 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 कभी कभी कहीं कहीं चोरी चोरी गोरी 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 कभी कभी कहीं कहीं चोरी चोरी छुप छुप के तुम मिला करो प्यारी प्यारी बातें बातें किया करो पर यूं ना मिलना किसी से कभी हमारे सिवा
गोरी 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 भोले भोले नए नए गोरी गोरी देखो देखो हम दोनों मीते हैं सुन सुन दिल के जो गीत हैं पर सुनने पाए इन्हें ना कोई हमारे सिवा
गोरी 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 कभी कभी कहीं कहीं चोरी चोरी
गोरी 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 भोले भोले नए नए गोरी गोरी
Oh God, one more remix.
ओ बल्ले बल्ले मैं अच्छा फुलोर पटना ओ बल्ले बल्ले मैं अच्छा फुलोर पटना ओ मैं नचने दा मूड बनाना हार्डकोर दा मैं मूड बनाना अच्छा फुलोर पटना ओ बल्ले बल्ले मैं अच्छा फुलोर पटना आ जाना फ्लोर पे दिखा दे अपना फ्लो तो तेरे जिगर में अगर रंग हो तो आ जाना फ्लोर पे दिखा दे अपना फ्लो तो तेरे जिगर में अगर रंग हो तो मुझे फिक्र न पाता ये मेरा है इलाका मैं बम की पटाखा मैं डरती तेरे पे so baby let's go chila 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 shake it like me shake
दू तुझे मेरा वाला डांस, ये मेरा वाला डांस तो नाचू, ये मेरा वाला डांस तो नाचू, मेरा वाला डांस.
ಅವನು ಹುಟ್ಟಿಸ್ತಾನೆ, ಹುಟ್ಟಬೇಕು, ಬೆಳೆಸ್ತಾನೆ, ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕು, ಹೊಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತಾನೆ, ಹಾಕಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ದೇವ್ರಿಚ್ಯ ಈ ಬೊಂಬೆ ಹೇಳ್ತದೆ, ಹಿಡ್ಕೋ ಬೊಂಬೆಯ.
ಬೊಂಬೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೈತೆ ನೀನೇ ರಾಜಕುಮಾರ. ಒಂದು ಮುತ್ತಿನ ಕಥೆಯ ಹೇಳಿತು ಈ ಬೊಂಬೆ, ಆ ಕಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದ ರಾಜ ನಂಗೆ ನೀನು ಬಂದೆ. ಯೋಗವು ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಬರುವುದು ನಮಗೆ, ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆ ಒಂದೇ ಉಳಿವುದು ಕೊನೆಗೆ. ಸೂರ್ಯನೊಬ್ಬ ಚಂದ್ರನೊಬ್ಬ ರಾಜನೂ ಒಬ್ಬ, ಈ ರಾಜನೂ ಒಬ್ಬ.
ದಂಪತಿಗಳು ದೀಪ.
Yeah, give her once again a huge round of applause for the mind-blowing performance. So on this stage, we are honoring her for her enthralling performance. Now I would like to call upon Mr. Yogesh.
Ma'am, you need to come.
And Samanvi Santosh parents to come on the stage.
You can hand
Ma'am, please. You can watch her much more on Instagram by following on Instagram Samanvi Santosh _27. So once again, give her a huge round of applause as we honor her. Sir. Yeah, let's hear it for her.
And discussion.
WordCamp is a conference that focuses on everything, community events that are put together by WordPress users like you all who have assembled here. Everyone from casual users to core developers participate, share their ideas and get to know each other. So here firstly we have the panel discussion today here on the topic WordPress security. We have the panelists Sanyog Shelar and Kalpesh Hiran. Here Sanyog Shelar here we have Sanyog Shelar, architect at Version Next Technologies, combines 17 years of tech and business expertise. Master degree holder and a passion for cybersecurity and WordPress hosting to drive innovative solutions like madpopo.com and enhance client security and performance. Give him a huge round of applause as I welcome Sanyog Shelar. Next we have Kalpesh Hiran, Head of Technology at Mini Orange, is a cybersecurity expert with a decade of IAM experience, specializing in advanced security solutions for WordPress. Give them a huge round of applause as we welcome them as a panelist. Now, here we have moderator Prem Tiwari. So Prem Tiwari is a lead software engineer at News Corp India in Bengaluru with over 10 years of WordPress, specializes in custom themes, plugins and enterprises level projects on WordPress, driven by his disciplined, energetic approach, influenced by his passion for badminton and healthy lifestyle. Secure Prem Tiwari, it's over to you.
Thank you for a very warm welcome to all us. So once again, welcome to the WordCamp Bengaluru 2024. So this session is all about WordPress security, because nowadays we are seeing like a lot of, we are getting complaint from clients, developer, like their site is getting hacked due to some vulnerability, malware, brute force attack, lot of things. So we have very nice guest today, speaker like Xavier and Kalpesh. They are master in WordPress security and more than a decade of experience in the WordPress security and handling all those sites. So we are going to just discuss about all that security things, how we can protect our websites and all those things, and how we can save from hacking, and some we will also discuss if your site get hacked, how you can recover your data, how you can do all those things. Okay, so we will start with, so as nowadays like a lot of attack will be there, right? Malware attack, Trojan horse, lot will be there. So can you explain, Sanjay, like your idea, what is difference between malware and Trojan things, and how we can protect our website from these viruses?
Sure. In the audience, firstly I would like to know how many people have faced something security related issues for your WordPress websites. So how many in that people have faced something like their site is redirected to something other targeted sites, or how many have facing site is performing very slow, like even your site is not redirecting, but on the Google it's showing something warning, like whenever you are sharing your website on the social media, it's like pop up the other image, not of your website, your favicon or whatever the image which is like a social media open graph image, which is not showing your website image, or something which is like a fishy message on your website, or advertisement on the website. So how many people have faced this? These are the incidents basically for your websites. So this website, like as told me that how the malware and Trojan can work with the WordPress. So malware is basically like something which is a created a software for to approach, like let's say when the malware is attacked on your website, so anybody is open your website, it's directly redirect to another website, or like people can see the advertisement, or something which is not relevant to your website, or if you open search your website from the Google, it's taking to something else. And Trojan is like a targeted software, which is like when somebody is open your website, it automatically install in the background and it collect the data from your personal machines. But whereas the malware is like basically collect all the data which is inside your server. So it's, let's say for example your site is created on the e-commerce platform. So it's collect the data like credit card information, it's collect all the user information, it collect all the orders related to information from the whoever the ordering that particular products from that particular site. Those all the very sensitive information which is not required to be disclosed, that malware basically get from your website. It is not something e-commerce. If it is something blog websites, so there is like a subscriber basically who subscribe to your blog. So those information also get from the malware. So that is how the malware and Trojan basically works. So even I have various incidents which is reported by my customers. Like as I said, one of the experience which is latest, the blogger who were the site was like a subscriber having in a seconds there was like a every time 100 or 200 visitors was there in the site. So there was a malware attack on that particular site, which was like on the Google
when somebody's typed their website, it was taking to another redirecting site. So it was like a, for that particular customer, it was like a down sale for that particular site, as well as the hampering the identity of the website on the Google. So that was like a impact for that customer. So it was basically, what was the incident where the target was approached in the particular site, which was like a created an AMP URL in the database, where they have investigated everywhere and they could not find that how that particular thing was working. So whenever somebody's tried to Google, and it was like a taking to something else, but they could not find anything onto their post, they could not find anything on their setting. So they were like very suspicious of how this thing's happening, and they have reported to me, and then we have find out that this specific URL was attached to the database, and that was the AMP version. Basically, Google is first to take, it's always recommend the AMP version. So whenever you do the search, it's take the, if there is an AMP URL, it's take to that particular page. So that was how the basically malware attacked to that particular site. Okay. This was the real story which I like to share to audience, where they can understand how the malware work.
Yeah, it's a really nice point. He has captured like. It's not like if your site get hacked, you can only check in your file system. Sometimes they will inject in your database also. So what is, as Kalpesh, he is also year of decade experience in WordPress security. What is your view on this one?
I agree with Suyog. So whenever you are installing something, be careful. So there is a WordPress community team who's maintaining WordPress plugins. So if you're downloading something from WordPress.org platform, you can be sure that it is something which is which you can download. It does not contain any vulnerability, because it is there is a team contributing to keep the plugins theme secure. But when you download, when you have a need for any premium plugin and you try to download from untrusted source, even if you get that for free, that might be a malware which can like take control of your complete server, and if you have if the site has sensitive information like a healthcare database or some other government information, so anything which should not be public, so you can lose control of that. So that's the one way of getting into your site. And like Suyog said, in most of the cases you see that your site is redirecting to some other website, so that can happen even without malware. So if you use a third-party plugin which has a open redirect vulnerability, where you just put a URL of any third-party site in a gate parameter, and that redirects you to the attacker site. So there are cases around that as well. People take advantage of the open redirect vulnerabilities from your website, which you think that it is not, it is a feature of your website, but it is not. You have built it for internal use, but they misuse it to redirect it to third-party site other than your outside your WordPress site, and it becomes easy for them to send the malicious traffic there. So it's, be careful whenever you download something. It should be from trusted source. It can be a verified, it can be a supported plugin purchased from a seller, or if you are downloading from WordPress.org, the team is there. WordPress contribution team is maintaining that pretty well and keeping everything secure. So priority should be that, to download from WordPress.org.
It's a really nice point Kalpesh has shared. So sometime what will happen, like some people will try to search on Google for some premium plugins and WordPress theme as a free. They will type for a crack version of any premium plugins and themes. So please don't try to search and use in your website. If you are doing it, it's you are owning, inviting a kind of a risk to get your site hacked like this one. So to coming on this one, it's very nice point, Kalpesh. Can you please share what are the common attack, how people are doing or trying to hack a WordPress site? What is the common things in there?
Okay, so as everyone know, WordPress is most popular CMS. 44% of the websites are running on WordPress, so it's also a prime target for attackers. So everyone knows how to attack WordPress. Or if you look at 10 sites, 4 out of them are WordPress. So it becomes easy for them. So brute force is the most common attack. Brute force is password guessing attack. So if you are not using strong passwords on your websites, your website becomes vulnerable to that, and WordPress by default does not have rate limiting or login limiting. So when you log into WordPress, if someone has run the script to guess your passwords, WordPress won't stop that by default. So, and if you're not using strong passwords, it's very likely that your account can get compromised. So that's brute force is very common. Not just strong password. If you should think about using unique usernames as well. How many of you have admin as a username of your WordPress site? So most of you have admin, administrator, or your own name as a username of the WordPress website, which makes it easily guessable. So if you guess the username of a WordPress website, guessing the password is like half job is done. So guessing the password is becomes easy. So brute force is most common attack. After brute force, when you download you are not using WordPress core itself. You are to make your website complete. You are using core third-party plugins, third-party themes. So so that might have cross-site scripting as a vulnerability, and with cross-site scripting, the attackers can trick you to get a JavaScript injected on your website and take control of your account. So they can, once the JavaScript is there on your website, they can read all your cookies, do session hijacking. So that's XSS, cross-site scripting, is again a very popular attack. And that is, I think the XSS is whenever WordPress security team points out the issues in your any plugins, XSS is the most common thing, most common mistake which plugin developers are doing and theme developers are also doing. Other than that, other than brute force and XSS, SQL injection as WP underscore is everyone knows what are table names in WordPress. So if you use WP underscore, it becomes again easier to attack your website with SQL injections.
Okay, nice point you have this one. So as we are talking about this brute force is a common attack, and a lot of site is getting targeted from brute force attack. So Sanjog, can you share what the we can do to protect our site, owner, especially because of some of WordPress owner is not a developer. They don't know also how to secure our WordPress site. So can you share some simple steps by applying those things, how website owner can protect their sites from brute force attack?
Well, brute force attacks basically is a targeted approach again. Various things. Firstly, the target hacker always use the Google search engine if he wanted to target any website. So Google, which is a short form of Google Docking Database search engine basically. So where basically it's search the site which is having let's say for example backup or something which is the file which is easily not indexed. So those the first target. And then as the Kalpesh said that admin user, but basically even if you spread any user of your website, it can be easily trackable. You just need to pass the query string author is equal to 1, that gives the result which is your admin username. So it's for to target user, which is very easy to find what is your admin user actually. So it is like a for brute force software, it just to provide the string that what is the exact your admin, and then it need to pass with the software which is like a, there is a various software which is Meta, WP Scan, then WP Crack, even Join and Reapers. So these are the various software which is available over the internet. Through that basically you can pass your URL, target URL and the user of that particular site, and you can have the word list. With that word list you can like let's say for example if you have set any password which is very common password, so that word list if you find you on the Google as well as word list, it will give you the result of various word lists which is available over the internet. So those the common password which is the practice basically did by the users, that can be easily available in that particular word list. So that word list basically target to the site which is like a, let's say for example if you have a like if you want to open a door of any key, so basically lock. So what you can do with the various key, you basically try and combination you try to open the door. So that's how basically happening with the WordPress as well as. So somebody is like a knocking with the particular key with whatever the available, and that keep happening, and then the anything something which is easily, then it crack basically with the brute force. So that's how it's target to the site. So how we can protect basically. So as I said earlier that author is equal to 1, you can find out easily of the admin basically of the site. So what you can do, you can just delete the first ID, and you can make the something which is random ID where it can be not easily trackable, that particular number, and then you can protect your user of the site which is admin user, and then you can set the password which is like a, let's say 16 character password, which is not common. It should have a various combinations which is character, uppercase, lowercase, special character. Even if you want to remember this particular password, you can, like let's say for example you can use your local language. You can use like a song, a Bollywood song, that can be in the combination characters. That's how you can remember that particular 60 character password. Even 60 character password is not easy for to brute force attack to crack that password. It will take millions of years, as well as you should always see the activity of your, monitoring the activity of the site. If you see the false login activity, that's give you the red flag that something is happening on your site. Yes, so you should make sure about that IP blacklisting, and that's how you can protect on the brute force attack.
Yeah, it's a really nice point Sanjog here. Like first when he is sharing that one, like we need to when you do author equal to 1 in the URL in REST API also, it will come as admin. So you can, as he suggested, you can delete the first user from your site as admin. It will be. It is very easy to guess that one. And the password combination, what he said, it's a really nice. You can, because I have seen some people still keeping username as admin, password is admin123. Some people will keep their, like who loves their wife, they will keep their password is their wife name also. Some people keep their girlfriend name, some people keep very easy password, user123, admin, or username admin, password is password, like this one. So don't try to use this one. You can use any password generation tool. There is a lot of password generation tool available. You can use any one, and you can do this one. Now Sanjog, as you are also running a company, Mad Popo, and you are providing hosting for a WordPress site. So can you share, like as a hosting company, what kind of like a security you are taking care, or we should look when we are purchasing hosting from any company to protect our site?
See, I am also not working with the Mad Popo. I am also working with the Maharashtra Police as a for investigation cyber related cases. Also, I am working with the Central for the National Cyber Crime reporting when something cyber crime incidents happens. That has to be a report. That also I am working with the Central. And for Mad Popo, like I'm also a part of like a security and infrastructure management. So where basically our core not only the security but also to give the optimize of website, which is like a performance. Yes. So we basically take care of whenever you host website. So whenever if something tricky is happen, so we have a software specifically created in the background. Basically, it detect the anything unusual activity. So it stop that table only. It's also like if someone try to upload the malware file also, that will like stop there itself. It will not come to your under the directory. That's how basically the MadPopo do the things for their customers. But if it is not for the MadPopo, if you are like using your any other hosting company, so you just need to make sure that what basically you are using shared hosting, whether that your shared hosting environment is protected or not, whether if you are taking VPS, so how you are protecting like with the antivirus software, the malware scanner is there or not. So that will help you to stop some incident which will be going to be a crack with your websites. So that's how you can protect your web hosting structure, infrastructure, and you can protect your website.
Yeah, really nice suggestions. So Kalpesh, can you also share your view as a principal engineer is working with a Mini Orange as a principal engineer, and also is a head of technology for the plugin development team in Mini Orange. So as you guys are developing like security based plugins and all, your team is developing, can you share like when we are developing any plugins, so definitely you might be using REST API also to communicate with the backend and database things, right? And nowadays I am seeing a lot of people is also targeting REST API as well. So how we can protect our REST API side URLs as well?
Right. So we all look at the issues like XSS, SQL injection, what is happening, the security issues. We look for what is coming from third-party plugins, etc. But we forget about the REST APIs, WordPress REST APIs. So like Suyag was explaining in the previous question, like author equal to 1. So there is a WordPress REST API. There are WordPress REST APIs which are open by default. They do not have any protection. So anyone who know your website URL can hit wp-json/users endpoint to get list of all your users. So any users you create on your WordPress website, let's say you have employees, you have consumer users on your website, you just hit that endpoint and it is open. It is not secure by default. So that can again, so one thing is you can see the username of the users on your website and guess the passwords. So that simplifies the brute force attacks. Other thing is your data. So with REST APIs being exposed, your data is also exposed. So that is, someone can easily download employee list from your company and just target them with the phishing attacks. Once you have some data, phishing becomes easier. So keeping REST APIs close is important on your WordPress website. If you don't have any need for REST APIs, if you are not developing any other application or mobile app where you are using WordPress REST APIs, I recommend to keep them closed. And in case, even if you have a need, you should put some authentication there. So the APIs should be accessed only after some API key, which is the simplest method of authentication, or basic auth, which is providing your existing WordPress credentials in the API request to access it, or going to advanced authentication methods like OAuth, where you get a granular control as well. So that's important. Not just that, when you install plugins like WooCommerce or other plugins, so they also give you some APIs. So you have to make sure that whenever you install new plugins, are they opening any backdoor on your website with REST APIs? So you have to be careful with that.
Yeah, it's a really nice point. So one quick one you can also do if you are not, your website really don't need that REST API you can try to hide that also. You can block that REST API, because nowadays everyone knows if your site is running on WordPress, they will hit on WP-JSON and they will check all your things. So if you are not exposing intentionally your REST API, you should close that URL. You can restrict that URL for normal access. So that will be also the things. So Sanjog, can you please explain, like as a plugin developer, or how we can make sure like we can protect our plugin, our code, so that it is not easily breakable by the attackers? What the things we can consider while developing those things?
See, whenever you are doing a development of any plugin or theme, which is basically part of like WordPress, so you need to make sure that whatever the data has been like taking from the user has to be sanitized. So if it is not sanitized, then it will be very harmful for your website. As I like to add with the Kalpesh what the REST API. There is one real story with my customers where the REST API was like used with the HTTP protocol, which is like disclosing all the information which is passing through the URL. Well, if it is somebody is in the man in the middle, or man in the monkey, or who's sitting in the over the network, who can easily get the information which is passing through the REST API. So this is like even same thing happen with the plugin development. If you are open, not sanitizing your data, so it is like open for everyone to get the data over the network. So that's how a plugin developer has to make sure that whatever they are developing, that the sanitization of the data is very important. Whenever you are accepting any files, the files should have the certain limitations, like what kind of file you are accepting from the uploading. If you are taking the media files from the users, so that's how you can make sure that what kind of file you require to get from the user. Okay. Then also the permission of the particular plugin structure which is required. Basically WordPress is required only 644 permission to any file or folder. So that's all important you make sure that the permission you set the similar at the WordPress set the standard. So that the way you can protect from as a plugin developer.
Yeah, it's really nice things, and we discussed a lot of almost major things in the security, like WordPress, how we can, what are the common attacks, or how we can protect our sites and things. Apart from this one, can you share if something other security measures if a user can do?
Sure.
To protect his
I like
website?
to share the story again. Which is incident was reported by my customers who was using a server not with the R server. Basically, it was the third-party server who was using, and his server was like getting hacked every time. So he was using WordPress site on that particular platform, and every time he was reporting to their team, and they could not able to manage that how the server was getting hacked. So finally they come to the cyber crime and reported that particular incident. So we have started investigation. We have done all the investigation. We done all the VAPT for that particular audit, and we find out various issues with their sites, and we have asked them to protect, and they have done that part. Also on the server side, all the system auditing of that particular server, and they have done all the fixing, and they have gone through it. After again 1 month, their server was get hacked again. So they have approached again because they have paid for that. So how that would happen again? So we see that everything was okay on the server, everything was okay with the WordPress. Like WordPress having the 3 mantra I like to share, which is update your core, update your plugin, update your theme. This is basic steps if you make sure, because WordPress release whatever the news, it is not for to just buzz, it is for to you protect your data for your website. So that is how you can protect your WordPress. So we done all the way how it can be protected. But we find out that something not related to a server or not related to WordPress website. This is something user client machine, which is a targeted machine which is getting the password from the hacker to get the password. He was using FTP software to connect their server, and that's basically the machine who's trying to approach to connect to the server. That was the malicious machine which was the infected at the client level. So the client was using pirated software which is like a Photoshop. And that whenever he opened the Photoshop, that background software was like collecting all the information which is like whatever their important information, or the password which is stored on your Google browser, or password information which is stored on your FTP software. So all information was collecting and it's sending to a targeted server. So that's how basically his server was like getting hampered. That's how we investigated and we fixed the issue.
Yeah, it's nice. Like it's not one
of the input, and when you just read something from the database, print it on the screen, it can be form, it can be most of the issues are during the forms itself. When you read existing profile value from the database and put it on the forms, and you forget to just escape the script from there, so it can, if
the users target to the people basically. This was a big pharmaceutical company. This incident was happened. This is like a ransomware. You know about that ransomware, how the ransomware happens. So the person who was working in the organization, he click on the particular email, and that email was targeted, created a link basically, and it was specially installed into that particular machine, and then that machine has captured all the information. As I said, the person who's working on the server, he connected to that software has connected to the server, and server has infected all the.
Thanks again for joining and making this.
Yeah, thank you. Put your hands together for their good session. Here, appreciation is the best thing that we can do it. So here, WordCamp Bengaluru 2024 proudly presents the appreciation certificate to Mr. Sayog Sheller for panel discussion on WordPress security. Give them a huge round of applause, and I request Mr. Riaz to honor them with a certificate. Here. Yeah. Mr. Prem Tiwari to honor the certificate. Put your hands together. And now, here the certificate is to Mr. Kalpesh Hiran for panel discussion on WordPress security. Yes. And I request Mr. Riaz to present the moderating panel discussion certificate to Mr. Prem Tiwari. Give him a huge round of applause, as he was a wonderful, opener for the panel discussion. Yeah, come on, audience, be a bit energetic so that it should be audible, and we feel that it's all good. Yeah. Now we'll be breaking up for a tea break, short break. It's over to Mr. Riaz.
Hello. We're going to have a quick break just for natural call and a coffee tea. Okay, so we are going to break now. From now onwards, we are going to break it into 3 groups. Okay, after the break, we will continue the advanced talk in this room. Advanced talk, which is 24 minutes. Okay, advanced talks in this room, and lightning talk, which is 12 minutes each. Concert hall. Wherever booths are there, sponsor booths, next to that is concert hall. So who are interested in lightning talk, schedule is given, go through the schedule. If it is industry topic, industry speaker, please go to concert hall. People who are interested in advanced talk, please stay back after having your break, please come back to this room. Those who want to have hands-on experience with laptop, there is a workshop happening in 10th standard E section on the first floor. 10th standard E section on the first floor. How do we go? Now it's easy to tell. All sponsor booths are in that side. The gold sponsor in that side. Go pass through them. Take a right hand side staircase and you will find 10E. 10th E. We are going to start that session in another 10 minutes. And here we'll continue session immediately after the tea break. Tea breaks, though it's supposed to be for 15 minutes, you all know we just started late. We'll make it as how many? How many minutes? 120 seconds? No, that's too short, right? Okay, instead of 15 minutes, can we have it 8 minutes? Can we have it 8 minutes? Okay, how do you go from here? How do we go? Please go this way. Staircase is there. You can access the cafeteria and other people will join. Okay, so how was the session? First session? Huh? I'll switch off this. I'll ask. How was the session? I'm better without mic, right?
Louder.
I shouldn't have used mic. All right. How many of you like summon me? Summon me stand. All right. How many of you like this panel discussion? Early morning itself was security session, right? Huh? Early morning, starting from security session, right? How was it? Thank you. Thank you. You're a wonderful audience. Thanks for your patience. Though we started a little late, I hope you cooperate with us. So we'll reduce the break a little bit and we'll catch up. Okay? Thanks a lot. Come back in 8 minutes.
more louder. Yeah, here we have Gautam Nawada.
11:45? That means 12:5. Hi. How was the tea? Coffee? All good? Good. So how is Bangalore weather for you all? Not for Bangaloreans, but people from outside. Bangalore is sweet, yeah. Anyways, so once again welcome to this sweet city of Bangalore, and also welcome to WordCamp Bengaluru 2024. So, the topic, as ma'am already told, mastering remote team management, strategies and technologies for entrepreneurial success. Before I start going for the next slide, I want to ask you all a question. How many of you are business owners here, or entrepreneurs, or single firm, one person company? Fine. How many of you run a company here and you wish you want to take that company remote? Anyone? Nice, nice, nice. How many of you are employees and you still wish, boss, even if our company gave us full-time remote, it would be very easy? Anyone? Oh, very nice. Then I think you are in the right place at the right time. Let us go ahead. Back in 2015, I started Fourth Focus. We started out as a small web and app development company. Then COVID-19 happened, all those things are there. But one of the best and only best output of COVID-19, as per my understanding, is there was a strict implementation of remote work. There was some kind of work where people might be imagining, no, this is not possible to work in home. But even those kind of topics were also possible to do remotely, and companies and almost entire world was running in the same manner for at least 2.5 years. Going forward, if you ask, it is a general study, 90% of the employees in any given company, when asked, they still prefer working remotely because that is very better for them. They are very cozy and happy at their home. They can get your things done. Nowadays, companies are forcing them to go back. Come back to the office. And you might have seen several headlines. XYZ companies mandating remote office culture. So XYZ percentage of people have resigned. So nowadays, the scenario is like that. Boss, if I want to work, I will work remotely. I don't want to come to office. Understanding all those things, what I am considering or what I am planning is the coming hiring trend would be remote. Because it is a great benefit for employees also, employers also. Employees, you need, if you want to log in at 10, you have to leave your home at 7. You are logging out at 5. You will be reaching your home at 10. So all these things can be, you will be saving a lot on commute, you will be saving a lot on transportation, food, all those things, and then unnecessary headache. In the same way for employers, business owners, we know we will save a lot on office rents. The additional expenses like internet bill, current bill, AC, all overheads, and all these unnecessary extra expenses when we have in the general office culture. So despite of having importance for both companies and also employees and employers, people are still hesitant to strictly imply the remote work culture. Why? There are some unspoken words or unspoken matters which nobody is speaking about. That is some points I want to cover in today's topics. I have split it into two parts. First we talk about the strategies and then we talk about the tools. When we talk about strategies, 2015 I started. It was a 1, 2, 3 company team till 2018-19. People were working in the office, I was guiding them, I was mentoring them, they were doing their job. But at the end of the day, I feel this is not something what I want. Then I would again re-mentor them, retrain them, all those things were happening. Sometimes I would feel maybe it is the employee's mistake, they are not doing good, or they are not understanding what I am saying. But in the long run, I understood. It is not entirely their fault. Because we always, as a founders or as a business owners, we have something in our mind. Okay, boss, this is what I want. But you never communicate it to them. You keep everything in your brain, and you cannot expect an employee to just enter into your brain, hack into your brain and find out what my owner wants, or what is exactly the operation procedures he wants and what end results he wants. So how we are able to overcome this is by implementing small procedures. Sometimes initially it feels very stupid. If you want to buy a domain, how do you buy it? If you want to reset a password, how do you do it? If you want to simply migrate a WordPress website, how do you do it? We keep on documenting and following the simple procedure as much as possible. Generally, because in a normal employee life cycle, daily cycle, 80% of the job you are doing is actually repeated task. There is nothing that every day you are going and working on some nuclear science. 80% of the tasks are repeated tasks that can be brought down to standard operating procedures and documentation. The point is, other 20% we have. That is like some challenges would come. If there is no point where you are following SOPs and documentation, you will solve that problem, you will simply go away. After 1 week, some other employee will face the same problem. They will again check with you, they will check with someone else. Most of your time will be spent solving all these things. So if you have a standard operating procedure, it is a very basic concept. Problem X. If problem X occurs, apply solution A, so you will get result B. It is like having a Pythagoras theorem or something. Whatever you do, end results would be something like that. So initially the share would be 80 or 20 or 80% of the things would be documented, 20% you keep on adding. But main agenda behind setting up SOP and documentation should be, in the long run, maybe after 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, even if you are able to hire a 10 standard kid, not a IIT guy, not a MIT guy, not a MCA, not a BCA, a 10 standard guy should come, you will be hiring him remotely, your documentation and SOP should be so simple and so powerful that you can get the job done from that 10 standard guy also. That is the power of SOPs and documentation, what I am talking here. In the strategy, next important part is encouraging work-life balance. So this is a majorly discussed topic, sensitive topic. Generally, when you are working in an office structure, you have a login time, logout time. Okay, people will come at 9, they will go to lunch break at 1, then they will log out at 6. So this is a fixed structure. After 5 or 6, generally, nobody will disturb them. Or they want to take a leave. There is several procedures are there. Sundays are there. Strictly office culture will not entertain that. But the same is not true in remote. What happens in remote, as an employer, we feel, if you are in office, you have to log out at 5, you have to travel for 1 hour. But you are already in home. Hey, why can't you extend for 5 minutes? Or why can't you extend for 10 minutes? Or Sunday, there might be some high profile clients. They are like, boss, fix this, we will pay you some money. We will then again put butter to employees. Okay, you do this, I will pay you this. They will ask you for leaves. It will be like, no, you have already taken too many leaves. Only 2 leaves are allowed in a month. Well, why are you taking more than your task is coming? Who is going to come? Your father is coming, your mother is coming, blah, 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 blah. All this stuff happens. All these things seems okay in the employer end, but as per my understanding, it starts as a small spark. It keeps on growing, and one fine day a big volcano will erupt. So once that is done, everything is messed up. This is true for a 1% team or a 10% team or a 100% team. So we should not take them for granted. Maintaining work-life balance, how we follow here is, or how I would suggest you to follow, though they are working remotely, though they are working from home, no matter they are working from Andaman and Nicobar, it doesn't matter. time should be respected. If they are voluntarily willing to contribute, fine, okay. But generally, I also tell them in my team, fine, it is okay, let us stop, let us not work. So we should, if we follow that, that will keep them happy. They will feel a little bit confident. And also, Sundays, I would suggest, even if Elon Musk is coming and giving you $1 billion project, sorry boss, not on Sunday. You as a founder, you want to do it, no issues. Don't put additional burdens on employees. We also follow strictly no question asked leave policy. You want a leave, you take it. 90% of the times I never care why do. I have told so many people, don't ask with me, what is this? You are feeling feverish, go home, why are you asking me? So when you follow this, in the long run, somewhat, they will be happy. The main point is, if they are happy, they will be able to give you a quality output. And only with the quality output, you as a company can scale up. So this is the major benefit where we want to respect their time and keep the boundaries between employer and employees. Fostering a strong company culture. So company culture, however, in a normal setup, there is something going on, there is a HR team, they organize something, all those things are happening. New recruiters will join, new hires will come. There are most of the things you can learn by seeing. You come into office, you visit there, you see what your seniors are doing, what is happening, who is who, how to tackle them, all those things are there. But that is where you miss out in remote culture, because there is no one to interact. The most number of people you will be interacting is your teammates. So how do we foster a strong company culture here? Believe me, when I say company culture, it is not about having just a fun Friday or having a pizza party, taking them to some dinner and still discussing about work. That is nonsense. I would suggest do all those things. Take them to dinners or take them to lunch. They want leaves, approve the leaves. At the end of the day, I have seen many people, my colleague companies, they are traveling to work, but all employees are carrying laptop. I'm like, okay, you are going to some resort. Why are you bringing laptop? So these are the major changes we want to imply. Not just having fun Fridays or some event activities where HR team comes you and bugs you. Instead of doing all those things, we should start implementing these small changes where meetups, virtual meetups, or you will be meeting once in a month or once in a year, whatever it is, it should be for you. There should be no discussions about company or client or some project, all those things. So this will give you a strong bonding, because the only reason of meeting up is to understand each other. You are talking from 9 to 5 the same thing, that theme, that plugin, that client, that backup, that malware. You are meeting them, again you are drilling them, that theme, that plugin, what is the point? So this is the small changes what we can implement, which will help us to actually foster a strong work culture. Continuous learning and adaptation also plays a major role. Again, my talk is based on the comparison part, where you are in office. Okay, there are several team members working besides you. Design team is there, development team is there, marketing guys will be there, sales guys will be shouting there, management will be there. There is a continuous input happening into your brain. You are seeing what is going around, what is happening, who is talking, everything is getting feeded. You travel to work. We say, okay, traveling to work is bad, you are stuck in traffic. But in that 2 hours, at least something you are learning. You are exposed to the world every day. But in a remote work culture, the same thing happens. They are stuck in that 4 walls. They interact with you. Whatever you say, that is final. That is okay for them. But as a company, if you think, only if your team members are updated, then you can deliver the quality product. If you are leaving behind, if you are not able to deliver this, you will be left out from the competition. So how do you make them learn and adopt? I would suggest start encouraging them. Don't do anything. Start encouraging them. What they want to do, let them do it. I would suggest they should come to, my team members are sitting here. I force them, no matter what happens, you have to come here. Because we are traveling from Udupi. It's a 500-kilometer journey. But my point is, they will take home something. Sitting in a home, on a cozy Sunday, you have some anna sambar, all those things. That is separate. But this is something new which is very important to you individually. I'm not speaking about the company here. You can also make them take some courses. You hire somebody as a WordPress developer, but you find out they're a little bit dragging behind WordPress, but they are good at operations. Push them to operations. Don't try to, what I can say, drill them and squeeze them to do on what they have hired for. You hire somebody as a WordPress developer, but you find out they are good at something, accounting or something else. Be open to that. Be open to that change. Only if you are open, miracles will happen. You are like, no, you are a WordPress developer, why are you looking into social media, then that is gone. You are a content writer, why are you doing WordPress development, that is gone. Learning should be continuous process, and you as a founder or a company owner, you should make sure that your employees are up to date. Because it is not that founder or a manager or a chairman or a CEO is updated. That will only help till the sales pitch. So once that is done, actual task will be done by someone else. And if you are using MacBook, simple language, they are in Windows 98. So what is the benefit? So this is the point where I would suggest your team member should be more updated than you. It should not be like you tell them something and they're like, oh, is it? The culture should be in such a way that they come and tell you new things and you should be like, oh, is it? So we want to apply that kind of things. That is how we can still grow in a remote work culture. There is one concept, everybody has it, business owners know it. We have a goal setting thing. We have a goal setting for employees. We have a goal setting for company. We have goal setting for everything. And if that is achieved, you are like, okay, 5% hike, 10% hike, you will take you to some resort, we'll send you to Bangkok, all these things are there. That is happening. Even we are also following the same thing. But this is some new concept. I want to try it out, and I would urge everybody to try out. Instead of you sitting in some AC chamber with all these management people and deciding what employee should do what, where your company should go in what time, give the opportunity to your employees. Let them set their own goals. That is why I have called it as reverse goal setting. You are not setting the goals for them. You are not setting the goals for your company. Let your employees set the goals for them. It might be a small goal. We have a major task now. We are a pro WordPress developing company, but now we are a little bit lagging behind in UI UX. So I have given a task, you have X amount of time. You learn something, a small task. If you are able to achieve it, what additional pay you will unlock? Simply, it should not be like I will be doing my work or I will not be doing my work. I will have a pay rise cycle, 5% rise I will get some Myntra, Flipkart coupons, and they will send me some Son Papdi dabbas on Diwali. That should not happen. That goal setting should be from their end. They will come and tell you, okay, this is the goal I have set for 3 months. If I unlock this, I want 10 days paid leave. Fine, take it. This is the goal setting for 6 months. If we achieve this as a web development team, we want a 20% hike. If they achieve it, well and good, you are able to pay that because they are bringing in the value. If they don't achieve it, you are still on the upper side. Because unlike the other part, it is not you who told them to do something. They only came up with the idea. If they fail, they are failing. If they win, it is a win-win for both. So this is some nice concept where Westerners are already implying it. We should try, even I also want to try it. We are almost in that way, but this will be definitely helpful, especially in the remote working environment. Strategies part is completed. Then we have the communication tool part. So when we speak about communication, all these big players, they have the tools. You might have seen your friends or colleagues who are working for big corporates or MNCs. They have separate tools. They'll not communicate on WhatsApp, or they'll not send you a text message, or they'll not call you and bug you. But especially as a small business owners or a small company, small team size, remote work, we will be thinking, okay, that is a big company, they have huge money, but we are a very small company. Why do I spend 100 rupees per month on one tool? But believe me, we will try to save pennies, but we will actually miss up very hard. When we do all these serious communications over WhatsApp, I will tell you my personal experience. Initially we had one group for web development, one group for digital marketing, one group for creatives, one group for operations, one separate group for announcements. So I'm not feeling well, or I'm going somewhere, I'm not available. And in the middle of all these 5 groups, I still had one family group where my uncle or aunt would send me good morning, Jai Shri Krishna, all those things. So aunties would send me this familiar Microsoft Teams are there. We personally use Zoho Click. Any people from Zoho here? Very nice. Yeah, Zoho Click is very nice. There are more tools also, but you can compare. Most of them are now offering free plans also. Earlier it was very expensive, but now for a small team they have free plans. You can incorporate that. Initially my team was very angry. We were doing in WhatsApp and this guy is doing some nonsense. He's going to some countries, coming back with some ideas and implementing this tool. But that has given us a great benefit. I told you we are using Zoho Click, but these are common features in every major communication management tools. What major benefit you are getting? First main thing I felt which is easy was screen sharing. That too when you want to take control of some screen. Generally how do you do it? Generally how do you do it? You are working remotely. You want to take screen control. How do you do it? Any desk. And how do you speak to them? Phone. Yeah. It will be like you are talking to them on phone. There will be any desk like this. Oh, aisa karo. Okay, alli nodi. All these things. But that major issue was solved using a proper communication tool, because in one single dashboard we were able to achieve that. Then comes the check-in, check-out, meal break, all those things. You might be wondering what's so special about this. But as a founder or as a owner or as a manager, you have a notion where you send a message to someone. They have read it, but they are not replying to it. That it's been like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, then you start getting angry. Boss, I am paying the money to these people. These people are seeing my message. Why they are not replying back to me? What is this? So this used to happen. But when we implemented the communication tool and we are strictly following this check-in, check-out and status updates. So now I know who is logged in today, who is not logged in today. I am sending a message. They have read, they have not replied, because I know the status. They are having their lunch, or they are gone for a break, or even if they are on a call, I will be notified. So these are the small points which will help us to avoid the miscommunication. Or else you will call them and tell me, hey, I sent you a message at 9:50, it is 10:30, why have you not replied? All these things can be resolved. Audio and video call, as I told you, I hardly remember when I spoke to someone from my team on a phone. If it is such an emergency condition, it will be a phone, or else everything is from the tool. Initially we used to use WhatsApp, and for video call you have to go to Zoom, or you have to come to Google Meet. Again, you are messed up with too many technologies for one particular task. But when you have a dedicated communication tool, everything is at one place. File storage I already explained during the WhatsApp part, where everything about your work is stored in some place safe. So you need not worry about losing your phone or something. Everything is at one plate. And again, the multi-team channels, as I told you, one group for website, one group for that, one group for this, one group for that, and one family group, one good morning, one good night. That can be resolved, and you can take everything in one screen. Then we come about the project management tools part. So when we speak about project management tool, what it does, as the name says, it will manage your project. But to what extent? I'll give you a very small example. We recently had an opportunity to set up a partner entity in UK. At that time I was in Taiwan attending WordCamp Asia. My team was working in Bangalore. The ground team was working in UK. Their customer support team was sitting in Bangalore. So it was like a combination of 10-15 people. We had to set up all the legal entities, legal setups, documents, get a bank account done. Not only that, we did the legal entity setup, bank accounts and all the formalities, office setups, our virtual office setup. We had to build their website. We had to set up the marketing strategy. We had to start the Google ads or Facebook ads. We had to generate leads, and we had to get in business. Believe Believe me, we were able to do it in 30 days. That too with hardly 2.5 hours of virtual communication. If not for project management tool, imagine if you want to get a simple job done, you are in Bangalore, you want to get a simple job done in Delhi. Imagine how much phone calls you have to make, how much iterations, how much follow-ups, how much difficulties you have to go through it. But we were able to make use of a project management tool, bring everybody into that, establish a proper tasks and relationship, all those things. Despite of working in 3-4 geographical locations, we were still able to achieve all this goal. We were only meeting for 30 minutes every Wednesday, not to talk about work. We were just checking how is rain in Udupi. I was asking how is the weather in Bangalore. They were telling me in UK it is cold. We were talking this, but our work was getting done. So that is the power one can harness if you properly implement a project management tool. Again, there are top project management tools in the market. We personally use Zoho projects. There is ClickUp, there is Trello, there is Asana, there is plus and minus plans and benefits from each and every one. I've also written a small note so that I'll not forget, because I'm not affiliate or I don't earn any monetary benefit from taking any of these names. But my concept is, be it a person, be it a product, be it a service, if they make your lives easy, they definitely deserve a shout out. So that is the reason I'm taking these names. So I'll also briefly explain the benefits what we got as a team, as a remote team, from implementing a project management thing. The major thing is task management. Task is, even writing an email to someone is also a task. So in case of a remote work culture, what we will do, we will put everything on WhatsApp. Okay, after 10 minutes some more work will come, you will dump it. There will be a scenario like, for same team or same employees, you have multiple tasks and they are out of the blue, they have no idea which task to pick, which is on priority, which needs to be completed on what time, which can be completed a little bit later. How do you communicate that? Then again you set up a Google Meet, you talk to them, you explain them, this is that, that is this is that, that is everything. But in case of a task management implementation, we hardly don't talk. A new task comes, we type it, we assign, we create a task, assign it to all the teams assigned to, which have the dependencies on that. So that we also set the due days, so that I'll not go and ask them, this needs to be done by today, you have to do it. No, due date is there. They will understand, they will do it. We can also set up priorities. ये थोड़ा urgent नहीं है, ये थोड़ा बहुत urgent है. When we do that, that is also easier for them. They will pick it, they can be easily, the work will be distributed. Then there is a issue management. Issue management in the sense, when you are doing a task, you get an issue. Generally what happens, this is most unsung song. You are facing an issue, what you will do, you do some circus, you check in code, you check in Google, you ask to ChatGPT, whatever the things, Stack Overflow, everything, you solve the issue, you move ahead. There is no recall or remembrance for that issue. But it is not that it will not be occurring once again. It might occur to you, it might occur to one of your team member, and you people will still spend same time on fixing the same issue once again. So what we used to follow, we want to follow is, task is separate. If you have an issue, you raise it separately because you have a log, so that once they log in tomorrow, when they see the screen, they know these are the tasks, these are the issues. Which should I fix? What should I do? So once the issue is fixed, again, create a documentation for that, add it to your SOPs and documentation. So this is how, in the first phase I told, managing SOPs and documentation. Having SOPs and documentation is important, and also updating them time to time is also important. So all these things will definitely add on, and the time spent on fixing small issues will be reduced. Then you have a team collaboration. Imagine there is one task where you want to update a banner for a client. Banner needs to be designed from your creative, that needs to go to your web team. So you maintain 2 separate WhatsApp groups. You put one option here, they do something, you go to that group, they do something, and you come back to one more group, you merge everything, and then you go ahead with that. But having a team collaboration software will actually speed up all those things and bring everything in one place. Then there is an automation part. So all the 3 points which I told to you, it is actually manual. You have to take manual action. But you can also put up automations in place where we are also working on that. Content writer is writing a content that needs to be reviewed from a review team. So instead of telling them, I have written this content, please review it on WhatsApp or something, the automation should work in such a way that content writer has done the content, they have updated the task, it goes to the review team, they will review it, they will update it. Once that is done, it should notify the social media team, they will publicize it. So it will inform the website team, they will publicize it, it will be notified to the web team, they will update it. So once that is done, it will then be notified to the operations team, then they can notify the client. All these things can happen without a single human interaction, just using automations. That is the power which you can harness when you use a proper project management tool. I'm almost concluding. So I've been eating your head from last 20 minutes. You might be wondering, okay boss, I will incorporate SOPs and documentations. Okay boss, I'll also incorporate communication tool. I'll also implement project management tool. Everything I will implement. But what is the result I can expect? Or what is the result did you get? In Kannada we have a saying, "Neen dabba kidiya," we ask usually. What is that you have achieved? So result, when you say, it is actually perspective oriented. For some it might be a purely monetary result, or some it might be a purely task oriented result, or some it might be some other result. But for me, I have 2 key takeaways to share with you all. Takeaway 1 or result 1. This is the live screenshot I have taken from my MacBook. Being a founder and leading a team of 10 plus people, I am still able to keep my screen time less than 2 hours 48 minutes per day. There are several scenarios I have not opened laptop. The screen time has increased because I was working on these PPT presentations and other things for WordCamp. That is the reason it has increased. Or else my screen time should be less than 1 hour. This is how I follow, because we have the tools and other things in place. So your load should be reduced. So when I say 2 hours 48 minutes per day in an hour, it also shows me 20% less from last week. This is the live screenshot. Personally, if you ask me, for me this is a much happier scenario rather than having 1 crore in your bank account and still working for 18 hours a day. So this is one key result I am taking away. Result number 2, what I have been able to achieve is, I have a clear-cut idea about my organization right now, because almost 90% of the things are in a system. Who is doing what, who is not doing what, who is taking how much time to do something, what are the major issues we are facing, that too with everything, how much issues we are able to do, how much issues we are able to resolve, everything is in one place. And I can say I have more control over the organization, because initially it was just discussions, but now I have graphs and statistics for each and everything. These are the major 2 key takeaways I am taking. I have few suggestions, 1 or 2 suggestions I would like to share, because these are something I have been implementing and I want to share it with you all. This is like a bonus point. I always say to everybody that you have to start trusting your team and give them ownership. To discuss about that, I might need 1 more hour, but I'll tell you, I'll not tell you what all you can do, but I'll tell you what you should not do. Major thing is, when we talk about ownership, generally I have seen so many companies, you have 1 call in the morning, you will be discussing what all the things you want to do today. You will have one more call in the afternoon. You will be discussing what are all the things you are doing today. And you will have a final blasting call in the evening that is purely for the manager coming and blasting you, why have you not done this work? If you follow this and not trust your team members, they will definitely do your work, but they will do your work only to give you the updates. They are least bothered about what things they want to do or what things they want to work with you. How we are able to overcome is that you should have a call. It is not like that you should not have a call. Keep it very short. Only address small issue. Even if you have a 10 or 20% team, the stand-up meeting should be not less than 30 minutes. Only key discussions. So if you do that, you are giving them more time rather than taking them for every Jack, Tom, Dick, Harry calls, and if they are working 8 hours a day, 3 hours are spent with you and discussing the calls. So this is how we can actually start giving them the ownership so that they can utilize that time to implement what creative mindset they have. And this is purely for founders. As a founder, I believe, you might also have seen this many times in Instagram and all, but this is very relatable. As a founder, we only have 4 major tasks, not more than that. What are all that things? Set up a strategy and vision for your company. All these things can be taken care of, but if you don't know where your company should head, then that will be a problem. So you as a founder, number 1, you have to set the strategy and vision for your company. Number 2, you have to recruit and retain best talents. Because, okay, we have done all these things. You have SOP, you have project management, you have communication, you have all the nuclear science. But if you don't have right people to all these things, this is gone in the wind. So in addition to having all these things, having right people to do these tasks are also important. Generally, the talents are classified in 4 ways. This is also Instagram inspiration, but I want to quote it here. A+ players, A players, B players, and C players. A+ players are the true superstars. I know you can relate, especially founders. They are hardly a 5 or 10% in your team. You give them a task, you forget it because they will not bother you. Thak, they will get it done, sorted. A players are such players where they come to you with a problem, but they still have solutions with them. You just need to push them. If you push them a little bit, they'll get the things for you. B players are such players where they simply drop all the problems at your doorstep and they expect you to solve them. Some people are laughing. That means I think they are able to relate to that. We are also facing the same thing every day. So how we can, B players can be usually coached up to be A or A+ with proper mentoring, all these tools and technologies. You might be wondering, what about the C? What about C players? I say C players are the problems. You have to get rid of them as soon as possible, because it is not only about recruiting right people, but it is also about firing wrong people. That's it. Third point is, ensure you should have enough cash at the bank, because if you don't have cash at the bank, all these things are gone. You have everything, you don't have cash, you are not able to pay salaries, then what is the point of having all these things? Fourth one, this is a very important point. I want you to write it in bold. Delegate everything else. Your job is not to do that. Do these 3 things, delegate everything else, because as a founder or as a CEO or as a co-founder or something, your major task in your company is to fire yourself from as much roles as possible. Or else what happens, you will be not an entrepreneur or not a business owner, you will be just a full-time employee for your business. Your employees come at 9, they log out at 5. You, on the other hand, log in at 7 in the morning, log out at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. in the morning. That should not happen. I think by this, I'm concluding. If you have any questions, I can take, or else we can close. Any questions or any, yes please. Do you have any mic for that? Okay. Yes. Yeah, in that case, we also have that problem. Some clients are able to join into our tools and log into that. But some clients, they still prefer the traditional old WhatsApp method. But most of the times, how we decide is, okay, you have a problem of 100%. If you are able to implement Zoho Click and you are able to solve 50%, rest 50% is okay. At least 50%, your team communication is managed in Zoho, then you can have a small WhatsApp group with the client and still manage on WhatsApp. This is how we are doing. Because sometimes I agree with you, and Namatra already, we have so many things, now we can use madbeku. All those things will come. But still that is okay, because 100 problems, 50 is resolved, you will be taking care of only 50. That is the thing. Anything else? Yes, please. When I say when we have a no ask leave policy, we were able to land into that policy only after making sure we have all things in place. We forecast and plan initially, everything is managed, and they are also managing internally. You want a leave, they'll be coordinating with someone else. They want to leave, they'll be coordinating with other cells. But as a company, for us, if they are able to achieve the task before or after their work, that is okay. And we also communicate with the client, because when you say about managing, I think you are talking in the client perspective, because you have taken a work, your employee is going on the leave, what do I communicate with the client? So it is better to clearly communicate with the client. Generally we do one mistake as a founder, I was also doing it. Even though you don't have bandwidth, we take on getting whatever inquiries are coming, let us take it, man, then we will figure it out. That is a problem. We should also sometimes start saying no. We don't leave any inquiries. We do take it, but we take it with a time frame. Okay, I will be able to take your project, but can I start from August 15th? Then he says, no, I want it by August 10th. Then we'll figure out, okay, we'll start from August 1. So I have at least 10-15 days of buffer. That is one thing which we can implement, and this is also a trial and error basis. It has worked for me. It doesn't mean it might work for you, but there is no harm in trying out. Anything else? He's talking on the phone, not me. Anything else? Fine, then I can conclude. I want to cite a proverb. There is an African proverb which says, if you want to go far, so if you want to go fast, you should always go alone. But if you want to go far, you should always go with the team. So combining all these things together, we'll be definitely able to master the remote team management. Sorry, I have not introduced myself. My name is Gautam. I am the founder and director of Fourth Focus. We are a web and app development company based in Udupi, which is a beautiful coastal district in Karnataka. You should come and visit one sometimes. We are presently handling more than 350 clients from 8 different countries in the world. We are also a purely WordPress based agency. We don't work on any other technologies. Whatever cosmic requirement comes, we try to achieve it using WordPress. I also launched woodmoneyangry.com. That is again a marketplace for local vendors in our area. It was established in 2018. It is built entirely on WooCommerce. We are presently serving more than 26,000 pin codes all over India. I also run a matrimony portal. I am from a Brahmin community, and there is a huge shortage for bride and bridegrooms. That is there with every community. Boys are not able to find girls, girls are not able to find boys. It is not a dating site. You can say it is a copy of famous matrimonial site, but targeted to Brahmin community. This is what we do. There are QR codes, you can take a screenshot. The first QR code is of my LinkedIn profile, where I can stay connected and get updated with you all. The second is the couple page I have opened with my beautiful wife. She is sitting over here. So we do travel. Just raise your hand, everybody is looking where she. So we do travel. We have traveled to over 6 countries in the world. So we keep on adding the things what we do. This is also a photo we have taken in Taiwan. So that's it. You have been a lovely audience. Thank you for being here. Thanks for this opportunity. Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Gautam. Again, just put your hands together for a wonderful session where he just highlighted on how to, brought in good insights on how to manage a remote team. Now I would like to call upon Dinesh, Mr. Dinesh, to come and honor Mr. Gautam with an appreciation certificate. Put your hands together once again. Yeah, here we go. Put your hands together once again, louder. Thank you so much. And now we have mastering content creation and personal branding with WordPress and LinkedIn. For that, we have Siddharth Wadhwani. Put your hands together and welcome him on the stage. Here, Siddharth Wadhwani is an engineering manager, SDET at Newfold Digital, leads 30 SDETs in test automation, is a browser stack champion, and keynote speaker with 50 plus global talks, has 12 plus years association with WordPress, and is active on LinkedIn with 15K plus followers. Put your hands together for a good session.
All right, hello everyone. Namaskara, Bengaluru. Good morning, everyone awake. Okay. So, yeah, imagine if someone told you that with just a few clicks, you could create content and build a personal brand. And that too, it would be so powerful that opportunities start finding you. Is that possible? Do you think that's magic? Well, it isn't. That's why we are here today. So I'll move on to my topic, that's mastering content creation and personal branding with WordPress and LinkedIn. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, visionaries of technology and WordPress enthusiasts of the future. Welcome to a moment that promises to transform your perspective and ignite your curiosity. We have gathered here at WordCamp Bengaluru to learn not only about WordPress, but how you can scale your presence even further. And with that, are you ready to turn your personal branding into your greatest asset? So with that, I'll just quickly talk about myself. Already we've had a quick intro, but it's me, Siddhant Wadhwani. I have over 9 years of professional work experience. An avid traveler, tech enthusiast, as well as a sports fanatic. I manage over 30 plus SDETs within the organization, spoken at 75 plus events that's been across the globe. I was SAC champion, certified blogger, WordCamp speaker as well, and recently recognized as a top voice on LinkedIn. So that's about me, and if you wish to get to know me further, you can always visit my social media websites. But that's not all about personal branding, right? I know we had a session in the morning where we had multiple organizers come up on stage. I'm sure most of you all were here. So you heard the introductions. Can someone try to recollect how did everyone introduce themselves? Anyone who would like to volunteer? How did the introductions go? It was kind of your name, your designation, what work you're doing, right? And that's how people try to introduce themselves. So we'll kind of look at that, how, what is the ideal structure and how you should represent yourselves when it comes to talking with others. Moving further, in WordCamp, in WordPress domain, how do you build a personal brand? Firstly, you are attending WordCamps, right? The purpose is to network, to learn, to share your knowledge, right? And at the same time, you can also contribute to WordPress. So this is the WordPress profile section. You build, I mean, you can have your bio listed out, you start contributing, you get badges. This is one manner. Another way is on LinkedIn. That's what I was talking about. So you build a personal brand over there. This is, I mean, we can get into details into LinkedIn and stuff, but 25 minutes is too short, so I'll try my best to keep it as effectful as possible. Likewise, when it comes to personal branding, your name says it all. You are your personal brand, right? So if someone wants to learn more about you, simply you can search your name on Google, you'll get tons of things about you. And I'm sure if you all try the same, you may get different results, but that's what we are here today for. So the agenda I'd like to cover as part of today's talk is, you can see a ton of items. What is content creation and personal branding? The secret ingredient of career growth, I'm sure most of you all are not aware, and that's PIE, which we'll talk about later. Utilizing WordPress for content management and blogging. Building your online presence with LinkedIn. Deep diving into creativity with WordPress and LinkedIn. The 5-step strategy to go viral. Content, calendar, and personal branding canvas. This will be an assignment for you all, so you all can take that back home and always connect with me. Next, scaling your presence and monetization strategies. And lastly, I'll leave you all with some key takeaways, and we'll open up the forum for Q&A. So starting with content creation and personal branding. Would anyone like to volunteer? What do you understand by content creation? I think sweet and simple terms. Anyone can raise your hand. Sorry? Writing blogs, okay. Anyone else? Sorry? Social media posts, okay. YouTube videos, nice. Sorry? Not audible. That's too far. I will need the mic. Creating unique content. Yes. That's right.
That's it.
Okay. Fine. So that's what we'll deep dive into firstly. What is content creation? And how do you do it? Of course, today we are talking about just WordPress and LinkedIn. There are tons of platforms where you can create content. It could be in the form of blogs, it could be social media posts, and like the various things that you said. But what is the effect of creating content? Why are you creating this? Who is your content targeting? So things like that is what you need to understand from content creation. Likewise, when we talk about WordPress, it's a content management system. You all know about that. So I won't deep dive there, but it's important for you to know the stats behind it. You know, WordPress has the maximum market share when it comes to CMS. It's 62.7%. As per latest stats, that's of July 2024, 43.4% of websites are all powered by WordPress. You have 474 million websites that are built on WordPress. 62.7%, like I discussed, is where WordPress dominates the CMS market. You have 30,000 WordPress themes available. You have 70,000 plugins available. And WooCommerce, being the top e-commerce plugin, is 36.33% of the market share. So these are huge numbers, and WordPress hence is one of the best platforms to create content. When it comes to personal branding, I'll just let the animations load. So how you see yourself versus how others see you, that intersection is personal branding. How others see yourself versus how you see others. I mean, how others see you. So that is personal branding. Well, there are different parameters to personal branding when it comes to the type of content you will be creating. It could be in the form of posts, images, videos, carousels, and different formats. What are the values that you would be sharing, and who is your target audience? What do you want to achieve with that? What is your purpose behind it? Is it lead generation? Is it just sharing so that you build a network of followers? Or is it some other purpose? So those things you need to identify when it comes to personal branding. What are you most knowledgeable and passionate about? If you're from a technology background, are you sharing content related to just technology, or at the same time you're a travel enthusiast, so you want to shift your content strategy into traveling? So things like that is what you identify. Again, these are niche markets, so you can always target those. And yeah, that's how you position yourself as a brand within the industry. Some key highlights, like when it came to the introductions, this is how ideally you should start conversations or maybe introducing yourself. So start off with introduction with personality. Start with a friendly greeting to make your introduction approachable and relatable. So that's how I started off, like Namaskara Bengaluru, right? You start off so that people start looking at you, your mood. And then you can slowly move into who are you, what is your background, and then into what is your designation, because your designation is not the thing that defines you, right? Next, highlight your core skills. Clearly state your core skills and areas of expertise to communicate your professional strengths immediately. Show passion and commitment. Use language that conveys your passion for your work and your commitment to delivering results. Moving on, sharing achievements, and likewise expressing openness to collaboration. So that's how I ended my introduction with, if you all want to know me further, you can always connect with me on socials. So that's how you kind of introduce yourself. While I was attending a masterclass on LinkedIn, I came across one career coach, Sakshi Chandrakar. You all can always research or read more about her. But she is the one who shared the secret ingredient for career growth. And it's something that really hit me, and I'm sure it will hit you as well. So I'm sure on the agenda, did someone notice what was the secret ingredient to career growth? I did highlight a word, PI, right? So what does PI stand for? Anyone? Anyone in this room? No, okay. So PI stands for performance, image, and exposure. Performance is basically just 10% of what you're contributing to your organization. Whether you're a founder, whether you're an employee, the total effort in succeeding is only 10%, because what you are doing is maybe for your business, for your employer, or for yourself. But how do people start recognizing you? Does anyone know you outside that business? So that's where your remaining 90% comes. That's building your image and getting exposure. So that's something that hit me, and I'm sure with this, most of you all would also realize the same. That's how your division is. I mean, we can get into details, but performance is mainly how you are contributing to your business. I think that's pretty much clear. Image is the messaging that you're putting across, so people start recognizing you, reaching out to you, networking with you. And exposure is when you have already set up your image, that people start getting that exposure from you, whether it's through your knowledge, whether it's through meetups like this, right? When it comes to content management and blogging, how do you think WordPress can be utilized? Anyone in the audience? I'm sure most of you all have a blog. Have you all created blogs using WordPress? Yeah, I see most of you all have, so great. I think that's one of the easiest ways. You just navigate to the WordPress admin panel, you find post section, you can start creating posts and set up your blogs. Now again, you can use different sort of themes, different plugin integrations. You can integrate that with LinkedIn and create posts that go viral. Something similar what most companies do. If you see some of the top companies like TechCrunch, LinkedIn, PlayStation or Microsoft, all of them are using WordPress for their blogging. And something similar what even I would do on my website, right? So things like that is what you can use for your content creation. When it comes to online presence, how do you build online presence with LinkedIn? How many of you all know this, the LinkedIn effect? So if I pull any of you on stage, you would start off with your name and you would say, okay, I am a content creator at XYZ, right? That's the left part, that's your life. But when it comes to LinkedIn, you have an alter ego. So it's how you put yourself across, that's how people start seeing you on LinkedIn. I mean, I'll just keep that short. But why is LinkedIn important for personal branding? Your profile is your first door to show who you are. It's easy to reach 1,000 views on your post. The social media is designed for it. You can create a real professional network. The LinkedIn algorithm is simple, and if someone wants to understand that, I can always help. Everybody trusts LinkedIn for the quality of its content. Areas of importance, professional showcase. I mean, that's why we are here. We are discussing how you can build your brand on LinkedIn. So LinkedIn is one of the most strong social media out there. Networking hub. I mean, if you want to reach out to people who are like-minded individuals like you, sharing the same knowledge, the same culture, it's the best place. You have different marketplaces, of course, but LinkedIn is really solid. Content sharing and thought leadership, I think that's self-explanatory. Likewise, endorsements and recommendations. If you're working with clients and all, I think this is a social media hub, professional social media hub, and you should make the best use. All in all, I'll just leave you with this message. You are your own personal brand. So let's deep dive into creativity with WordPress and LinkedIn. The main focus here is use original ideas, unique perspectives, and compelling storytelling to captivate your audience. most of you know storytelling is what's selling now, right? But the prime focus here is KYC, know your customer. Customer in this sense is your target audience, the people whom you are creating your post, your content for. So this differs in different matters, like you'll have different segments: geographic, demographic, psychographic, behavioral. Again, I'll not go into each pattern because that's again self-explanatory. Some guiding principles to create valuable content, whether it's on WordPress or LinkedIn, it's common. The 4 key values are: be consistent, be authentic, focus on quality, and keep experimenting. How many of you all in this audience have tried out generative AI? I see a lot of hands there. So why not use generative AI to create content, tweak it, and try out different experiments out of it. I mean, at least it will get you to a point to get started, and then you can create different calendars and keep posting on a consistent manner. So the key highlights here are: we don't create for entertainment's sake. We are trying to provide value. Value in the form, you want to build that network, you want to share your knowledge, and at the same time you want to consume knowledge from others, because they too are going through these sessions, they too are trying to create content for you. We create to connect members to economic opportunity. Knowledge sharing and insights about anything else. Quality of comments and conversation over quantity of likes and shares. Honestly, likes and shares don't really matter. It's more of your core content speak for itself. Okay? I think that's what I'll talk about in this slide. Let's move on to how does a post look like? How do you create a post, or what should be the ideal anatomy? So it starts off with catchy opening lines. I'm sure most of you all would have seen top 5 tools to use for WordPress, something. That's how you create content, right? So have a catchy opening line, so that's what would drive most of your audience attention. Moving on to main takeaways for the subject are clear, because that's what you're trying to convey through your content. So if you don't have that highlighted through bullets or the way you see highlighted over here, again, I'm not sure if the light is falling on it, but you see visibility, access and parking, the way it's bulleted, it has some emojis attached to it. So that kind of highlights the content and makes it even more clear. Directly invite the audience to engage. Towards the end of your post, you should have more of meaningful conversations, right? It's not like you're just putting out a message and you want the audience to keep scrolling. So ask them to engage so that you hear their feedback, or probably discuss even details about that. And hashtags are more for social references, because that's what makes your content more viral. Now, when we talk about pillars, content pillars, it's mostly reactive, personal or business. So it depends on you, how you want to create content, whether it's on WordPress or LinkedIn. If it's reactive, it's more towards commentary on industry trends and news. Personal is about sharing your journey and how others want to see yourself. And business is if you're targeting a specific niche, whether it's technical or otherwise. The 5-step strategy to go viral. Who wants to go viral here? Just a few hands. Okay. But one thing is that we already discussed, knowing your target audience. Once you know your target audience like the back of your hand, you know whom you're creating content for. Next is choosing a format that suits your style best. That's your unique selling point, or you can call it your unique value proposition. Create quality content that's so good, people can't help but share it. Optimize your content for maximum visibility. And promote your content like a pro. These are 5 simple steps that will help you get your content viral. It's sweet, simple, and effective. 2 exercises that I'll leave you all with. One is a content calendar. You have which create contents. You just need to put the right prompt, tell it what kind of content you're creating, what is your niche, and it will come up with a calendar, a really good calendar that will help you post content in a consistent manner. So this is something that you all can definitely try, and maybe post the session also reach out to me if anyone is interested to explore that. Personal branding canvas. I think this is one of the best approaches to know who you are, what kind of talent do you have, what is unique, who is your target audience, like everything is listed out here. Once you fill up this template, you are a content creator. Okay? So this is something I leave for all of you all to fill. And yeah, this is something I tried myself. In the past 2 years, it's been really effective. So go ahead and try that. If you have to scale your presence, you all must be having WordPress websites, you all must be having presence across social media and stuff. But when we talk about WordPress, how would you do that? Of course, blogging and stuff is one, but what else? Anyone in the audience? Sorry? Create a plugin. Okay. Anyone else from this side? Contributions to WordPress. Okay. Anyone in the first row, second row, like to attempt? Yeah. Attending WordCamps, putting yourself out as a speaker, or maybe as attendees as well, networking and keep learning. So that helps definitely scale. But okay, I'm not talking about this architecture, it's not that difficult. I didn't mean to put this here, or maybe I did. The laser way to scale your online presence, so it's pretty simple. Leverage the power of email marketing and videos sharing. 99% of email users visit their inbox almost 20 times a day. How many times do you check your emails? Social video generates 1200% more shares than text and imagery. So if you all have tried creating content on LinkedIn, it's mostly been non-textual, it's been through images, through audios, and you must be seeing those conversions in the sense of engagements, right? Next is amplify your brand's emotion with social media. How do you do that? If you look at the stats, more than 3.6 billion use social media. That's been right now. If you see the next year, it's jumping to almost 4.5 billion. That's huge. After following a brand on social media, if you see the trend, 91% of customers visit their websites, 89% purchase the brand, and 85% recommend it through word of mouth. Solve technical issues smartly. You have different tools, you have different ways to do that. You have performance optimization, you can improve the UX through Google Analytics, through Google Webmaster, Alexa, Moz, Vicelo. Perform A/B testing if needed. Empower your websites with new algorithms and trends. Again, you need to do research for that. Google's search algorithm uses more than 200 factors to categorize websites. This is a quote. Happier and satisfied users mean increased loyalty and more market share. Cross-channel marketing strategy is something that's really helpful, and also improving core web vitals. That's something you all mostly would be working on. Redefine your content marketing strategy, and that's what we have been discussing. Create relevant and engaging content, including blogs, posts, videos, anything that can help you support your work. So I leave you all with your roadmap to become a top voice on LinkedIn, something that you can work. Cultivate your personal brand, start knowing your audience, start optimizing your profile. You saw the LinkedIn alter ego effect, right? Maintaining content quality, prioritizing engagement with your audience. It's not about just creating content and you leave it as it is. You start engagement, you start building trust, consistency in posting, and lastly, expanding your network. Let's discuss some monetization strategies. For those of you who are on WordPress and LinkedIn, I'm sure most of you all are. Quick raise of hands. Everyone on LinkedIn? Yeah, I see, almost everyone. So the thing that works here for monetization is tofu, mofu, and bofu. That's how they call it. It's called top of funnel, middle of funnel, and bottom of funnel. Top of funnel is basically building awareness for your brand. Your brand could be yourself, your business, or otherwise. Getting views, comments that support it. Middle of funnel is once you start sharing your expertise, showing off what you already know, and learning, of course, from others. So it's giving advices, mentoring, and stuff. Bottom of funnel is mostly read as lead generation. You can call it like that. So transforming prospects into clients or partners. Well, there's one more which is called ROFO, and that's retention. So it kind of works like this: reach, act, convert, engage. It's a race. Okay. So I mean, you all can just click quick photos, but these are self-explanatory strategies on how you can monetize your content. All right, so with that, I'd like to end my talk. Some key takeaways from this is, your brand is your unique story for the world. A consistent, authentic image that people can start relying on. That's what you need to build out of yourself. A strong brand makes every connection you form more meaningful and targeted. Identify your unique value proposition. It's not like what ABC does is what you should do, right? You need to identify what's that unique aspect within you and start creating your content accordingly. Remember your secret ingredient to success. I've left it blank. I'm sure most of you all will remember that now. It's PI, PI. Whether LinkedIn or your WordPress website or blog, each platform should reflect a coherent aspect of your professional identity. Engagement is about building relationships, not just broadcasting your achievements. Your website or blog is your digital HQ. HQ, you all know, right? It's your digital headquarters. And authenticity is your North Star. SEO, most of you all know SEO. It's to be seen. That's how I was able to search my name on Google and we saw a number of results. Storytelling is your secret weapon. And AI is to be embraced. So those who haven't tried that out, it's time. You'll go ahead, try that. And lastly, the 5 blanks that you see, dash strategy to scale your online presence. So anyone remembers that? How do you scale your online presence? Which strategy did we discuss? It's the laser strategy. Okay. So with that, I'd like to conclude. Thank you, everyone. If you want to know me further, get to know me, we can always connect. Thanks a lot. I hope I was in time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Siddharth. Now I'd like to call upon Mr. Dinesh to come and honor Mr. Siddharth Wadhwani for a wonderful talk on mastering content creation. Here, put your hands together once again for Mr. Siddharth Wadhwani. Now we have the next session on elevating WordPress in Express Enterprise Solution with MongoDB. So here for that we have Arun Chaitanya Jami here with us. Put your hands together and welcome him. He's an accomplished leading engineer with over 10 years in WordPress development, known for delivering high quality solutions, contributing to open source projects, and leading global teams with strong communication and a growth mindset. Once again, we welcome you, sir.
I don't have this one. I do have it. Hey all, thanks for coming to this session. My name is Arun. I have 10 years of experience. I think we have already got an introduction on this. So moving to elevating WordPress to enterprise solutions. So how we can make and the pain points of WordPress that we'll be discussing in this session. So instead of talking about elevating WordPress, let's talk about what enterprise solutions actually required. What are the needs for enterprise to make an application to be an enterprise level? So usually the first most factor for your application is to be scalability, right? Scalability and performance, followed by infrastructure and hosting, and security, code quality, best practices, monitoring and analytics, and deployment and development, and user management and backup recovery. If you see all these points, majority of cloud platforms or hostings XYZ already does everything, right? For example, cloud platforms like AWS, GCP, Azure, they provide all this scalability performances, hosting, security, XYZ. With that, there are a couple of other hosting providers who does all these necessary jobs for us, which is DigitalOcean, Rackspace, Hostinger, GoDaddy, XYZ. They already provide hostings based on WordPress application, as well as they provide caching mechanism, staging environments, XYZ. They also do all these things, right? So when it comes to CDNs and all, you can use Cloudflare, Akamai. And when it comes to your monitoring of what exactly happening in the backend, you can use New Relic and Datadog, right? And you have this GitHub and CI/CD. When you have everything, then you might have a question that why are we, why are we saying that WordPress is not leveled up to extend to an enterprise level application? So what exactly entrepreneurs think? Any idea what they think exactly before they choosing to develop their product? So I'll give you a history, like a small story. I don't make you bore on this, but back in 2019, where exactly we hit with Corona, I have I have a brother who worked as a product owner. He and the Patanjali South Indian head came up with an idea of gamification of stocks. Anyone of you used Dream11 over here? Anyone? Yeah. What they exactly does is the main two things in India is cricket and these are religions. Cricket and movies are religions for us, right? So they gamify the entire cricket. So that's where it's a unicorn idea for Dream11, right? Similarly, they try to, these people came up with an idea called gamification of stocks. Whenever your favorite player hits a 6 or 4, whatever it is, they increase the stock value, and they want to gamify the entire process. And they came up, they asked me for how to do this. Do a POC on it. So I quickly did the POC with WordPress, really, and it showed us a result to a certain extent. So when they moved to finding a venture capitalist, not the angel ones, venture capitalists, the first thing that they said is WordPress is crap. We can't go it. So the immediate reaction that I got is this: I want to hit them so hard because I love WordPress, to be frank, and I want to hit them if someone says negative towards WordPress, to be frank. But he's a money guy, so we can't go and hit him, right? So I kept my nerve, and days passed by. They came up in 2020. They came up with one more idea called, they started breaching a gap between hiring process and employers and recruiters versus employee. So they came up with an idea, and they approached me, what is the best solution, like what we can do at this point of time. And I have given the entire architecture, how we can build with WordPress in a lesser time. But unfortunately, the actual founder had a discussion with other teammates where they ended up going using AWS, Lambdas, XYZ, consuming their entire pocket. So they came up after a year. They came up again, like what to do at this point of time, and we have I have entirely architectured the entire backend where we have delivered the POC stage in just 1 month using WordPress. You use all your plugins available over there, and we have created, and they really saw results after using this. So initially they used Excel sheets and all, and they converted to WordPress, and they really liked it, and in less time they got the product running in their servers and all. So they are happy with it. So and that's one part of the story. So later in 2021, I started my own application called Cricket Fox, where it's a scoring website, but the entire ideology behind this Cricket Fox is that to target these Dream 11 people, because there are millions of people who comes and plays this. What if I can give a proper team, accurate team with the analytics that I have? So for my, as usual, as a WordPress lover, I go with WordPress. So I have integrated completely with WordPress. But when I started writing analytics with individual players and all, that's where the pain point started. And these people who started their the project, it was going day by day huge, and they came up with challenging that your application is good, but we are unable to scale it. We are not getting that. So they immediately started thinking of XYZ alternatives, like moving to React, moving to other XYZ solutions and all, or all together wrap the entire WordPress and move to no-code tools platforms. There are Bubble. There are XYZ no-code platforms that you no need of doing any coding. All you need to is drag and drop, and your websites are ready, APIs are ready, XYZ. Anything is ready on a fly, right? So they started, investing on more options, because the flexibility or the scalability that WordPress is not providing, that's where their pain point is. Because usually the product journey will be POC, then followed by MVP, right? So they work on POC. If they really feel that their idea is working properly, they'll move to a minimal viable product, right? And they iterate it and release their launch, right? This is how the actual journey, the actual entrepreneur look into it, right? They want to build their system as less money as possible, but as effective as possible, so that if they know whatever the idea that they are trying to implement works in market, then it's okay. They'll start iterating to a next level. Right? If they think that okay, it's a failure concept for us, let's wrap it up. So they have a flexibility to wrap it up in the next instance itself. Like for them, the money will not be lost at all if they are choosing WordPress, XYZ, low cost and more, which has more community. So they'll use this, right? The problem with WordPress journey is when I saw people working on, they're happy to start POCs on WordPress. They're happy to start initial stages of MVP also, but they are not happy to start, and they're stopping at this point of time. They are not iterating WordPress because it is not providing that scalability. That's where their thought process is. But as a developers over here, they know that the reality of WordPress, what the flexibility that they provide to us, right? So what exactly the entrepreneurs are thinking about their needs and challenges. The challenges are the security, performance, scalability, and data flexibility is what their challenges are. And what they need is, this application needs to be highly availability, okay, the security needs to be enhanced, and also at the end of the day, they need to handle large data sets, right? So if you see on a high level, security and performances, okay, if you can go with VIP servers or GoDaddy or AWS, XYZ, they'll definitely provide it. That's not a problem for us, right? If you go, if you use this AWS, Azure and all, if you see in the needs, highly availability, enhanced securities, they can provide. But if you see the underlying points, data scalability and data flexibility, as well as handling large data, is one of the pain point for WordPress, to be frank, right? So I'll give you an example. Let's put it aside. Now, why do a product fail? Any idea? Okay. Yeah, you have? No. So why do a product fail? So I'll go up with the major example that Nokia. Why did Nokia fail? Right? So it was like if someone, like most of the people are in 90s, 80s kids, they know that the value of Nokia, right? It was a game changer for us, and we used to, love that product. But later it failed. Reason why it failed is Nokia is slow in recognizing and adapting to the shift of the market from, feature phones to smartphones. They stick to their ideology of using Symbian, and they haven't analyzed the market that, they are moving towards smartphones. And by the time they are, by the time this market is going towards Apple and iOS, they haven't adopted to Android or iOS, where, the market is more towards the touch screens and all, and these people have still been in a Symbian, right? So that's where this product has been entirely failed, if you see. So what you understand by it is, we have to move accordingly towards the direction of the market, to be frank, right? So what I really feel is, if you all know, right, with entire web is occupied with 43% of WordPress, and CMS it is occupied, WordPress is occupied by 63%. It's a good numbers so far, right? But I'm really worried, if you are not thinking towards the enterprise solutions, there might be a chance like Shopify, Wix, XYZ, they can take it up. Like they can, add all those things, and they might, in future, there are chances. Like I will not say that WordPress will go like Nokia. WordPress will anyhow work, because the main feature is, the blogging thing, right? So people start using it, but the market share with respect to this enterprise thing and all will get down, right? So what? Now coming back to the previous slides where I talked about scalability and performance and the pain points of the WordPress this thing. So it's the scalability and performance. So the key factors under scalability and performance is load balancing, CDN, caching, and data optimization and flexibility. As I told you, the top 3 points are already having these options, right? But the problem is data optimization and flexibility is what the main point that we need to concentrate. Anyhow, now let's talk about, okay, when you're talking about data flexibility and large data scale handling, already WordPress provides on the fly, if you are using Apache, you have a MySQL straight away, start working on it, right? What if WordPress will provide us the flexibility to define our drivers? Not only MySQL, what if they can provide a flexibility to choose MariaDB, a flexibility to choose SQL, a flexibility to choose other databases that we have? That's where the market game changer will be for us. If we developers think in this perspective, tomorrow WordPress will be in a top level. But what if people don't want to use MySQL or SQL, structured query language, if they want to use NoSQL altogether? If we can provide the flexibility of using NoSQL as well, then definitely it will be a game changer, because when it comes to an enterprise applications, data scalability and flexibility and large data sets handling are the key factors to my point of view, right? With this, you have this MySQL. It's a best thing that you can use to your applications. But when it comes to generating reports or generating writing APIs on top of your data, that's where the pain that comes when you're using WordPress. So if we can provide the flexibility of choosing the driver as well as the flexibility of choosing what kind of SQLs, whether it can be SQL or a NoSQL, that's where the game changer will be, right? So we can't do it in a one go. Right now, throughout the entire market in WordPress, we have MySQL and PostgreSQL. You know that we can change our drivers using db.php, adding straight away into your WP content directory. We can change the entire driver. But right now, people are more into creating the other applications, but they are not concentrating on this. Only 2 people I saw, like anyhow, MySQL is by default, but there are other people who also did it for PostgreSQL. You can extend, you can change your driver to Postgres, right? But what if we can change our drivers to others using the flexibility that WordPress provides to us to change the drivers? using PHP or whatever it is, right? We can change it. We can change the drivers as well, because WordPress is entirely written on top of PHP. So, but we can't straight away do it right now. It's a long-term goal. So the first thing that we can do is, what if we can still use the existing approach the same way, but clone the entire data from WordPress to other services. So if you start doing that, there are MongoDB Atlas, there are other Amazon DynamoDB, where there are a lot of marketplaces who you can directly connect to this database, write APIs, or write your no-code tool, or write your front-end application, whether it can be React Native, React, or whether it can be your website. You can straight away use it, not disturbing or not giving any pressure to your actual server. So that's the flexibility that you'll get. So that's where I thought of, like, finding a solution. So that's where I came up with this MongoDB. So elevating WordPress for your enterprise application using MongoDB. So when coming to scalability, I'm not talking about SQL and NoSQL. I'll just talk about what is the few differences out of it. So SQL is straight away a vertical scalable, where if you want to scale your website or your data, what you do is add as many RAMs as possible, CPS as possible, so that you can handle your data. That's where the SQL concept comes. But with NoSQL, it's like a horizontal. So you might get confusion, what is horizontal, what is vertical. Yeah. So it's nothing but you have an apartment, you're adding one floor top, one after the other. That's called a vertical scalable. But creating as many apartments as possible in your local community is called as horizontal. So I'm just giving an example. Okay. So introducing to MongoDB. So as all you know, MongoDB is a NoSQL. It can be a document-based, key value-based, or it can be graph-based, where you can use to your GraphQL and other things, right? It provides as much flexibility as possible, because if you really think about the flexibility, the NoSQL that gives you, if you start increasing, like, all you need to is point a server to your database and it starts working. So you can increase your traffic exponentially if you use NoSQL. So how do you integrate MongoDB with WordPress? There are two ways that you can integrate. One is using a middleware, where that middleware will connect to your database and write XYZ using your REST APIs or whatever it is. Or the other way around is create a new plugin. So this is the plugin that I have created called, don't think about the ACJ, that's my main name. So MongoDB Sync. What it does is, it actually syncs your entire database from WordPress, like taking from your MySQL to your MongoDB instance. So it's just an engine that I have created to sync the entire data, as well as whenever you do any actions in your backend database, it will directly sync the data to the respective server that you are. So how it does? It works via cron job. Because if you are initially loading the plugin, it entirely loads your data via cron job, and it adds some index keys to your database, so that next time it will not run the cron, and followed by a hook which is called shutdown. Thanks to that person who is called Satyamurthy, I came to know that there is a hook called shutdown because of him. So with that shutdown hook, your basic editorial process will be common. Editorial process or backend process, it will not disturb anything, it will not give you fatal errors or whatever it is. That's the use case of shutdown hook, where it actually syncs the entire data using that shutdown hook. So keeping the editorials or whatever it is as it is. So right now with the version 1.2.0, it has an options term sync, post type, all users, site meta, as well as blog information sync. It works for normal site as well as a multi-site. The future goal for this is to extend to the other WooCommerce or other XYZ. So you want a demo on this? So this is my WordPress multi-site. I have two applications. So this is my MongoDB Express where my MongoDB is actually connected. So what happens is whenever you sync any data, it creates these tables on the fly. And one example that I can give you is, NoSQL to SQL. If you work with Laravel or Coordinator or whatever it is, if you want to enhance your schema, you have to write versions out of it. But NoSQL you don't need. Add one more key to your data when you're sending it, it automatically adds. So that's where the flexibility comes, and that's how easy with MongoDB, right? You clone, when you use this MongoDB application into your server, it automatically clones everything to your MongoDB, as well as it creates a references, it works with WordPress and MySQL, but it creates a clone to your MongoDB instance where every post that you clone, it creates a reference in your database table, in a MySQL database table, so that next time if you want to get the data from MongoDB, these key informations, these keys are really required to sync back. Right now it's one-way journey from Earth to Mars, but there is no journey from Mars to Earth, so that will be implemented on the next iteration. So what my next goal is, if you see, I was talking about an engine, right? A cron and a shutdown hook, adding a layer to it, right? To extend this to MongoDB. So this engine will actually create a flexibility to extend it to the other databases, NoSQL databases as well. And the large goal is, instead of syncing, let's convert this into a driver. A flexibility to choose what driver that we want to use it in a WordPress application, followed by whether it's a SQL or a SQL is the last term goal for me. I'm happy to take any questions. Sorry? Yes, we have that needs a developer intervention where we have given as many functions, custom functions as possible to sync. Like you can give your database table name and the data that you want to sync, it automatically syncs. Right now, we can sync the WordPress predefined tables because it provides a lot of hooks and all when they insert the data, pre and post insert the data, so we can get those hooks. But when it comes to a custom table, you need to use your functions, custom functions that syncs your custom data to the servers. Yeah. It runs every 15 minutes. For the first time, if you are installing it, it runs 15 minutes to sync the entire data. Next time, that once the post is synced, it will not sync at all. So it will, sorry? Yes, that's where the shutdown hooks. So when we are using the shutdown hooks, it will check whether from which blog this information is coming, and what is the article ID, and what is the information that we are changing actually, and that information will be added to the database.
Does it check the revisions?
Yes, yes. Okay. I'll quickly show you one thing. So it has options where if it's a multi-site, you have to go to network admin dashboard to choose your options. Yeah, if you see here, yeah. So when it comes to WordPress settings, you will have the flexibility to sync what post types that you want to sync. It can be a custom post types or whatever it is, and what are the different type of post status that you want to sync, followed by what are the taxonomies also that you want to sync. And if you're feeling, if you don't want this cron to run in the backend, you can disable the cron. That's how you can have as many flexibilities as possible. But the one challenge that you have to do is, you need to have a MongoDB driver in your server. That requires some developer intervention where you have to have this. It was all written in this readme.file. Every plugin, this plugin has a readme.file where you can set up the entire stuff. Okay. Yeah. One more question there. Yeah.
Hello. Yes. What you are saying is about writing data to MongoDB, right?
Sorry.
We are writing data to MongoDB collections. From WordPress, we are pushing the data to MongoDB, na?
Yes, yes.
This is what you are saying.
Syncing everything, yes.
Syncing, but like my question is about reading that data. So my simple question is like, let's say if a visitor opens the WordPress website, the data will be accessed from the MySQL or from the MongoDB? Like
That's what. The concept right now is a sync concept.
Okay.
So we are parallelly maintaining two stores. One is MySQL as well as one is...
By default, let's say I implement this plugin.
Yes.
Now the this is scalability in writing the data. Yes. When the data is being written, right?
No, it's not about writing the, not only for writing the data, it's creating, it will give you the flexibility to extend the other service providers over there to write, APIs or...
That's fine, but what I mean to say is like when somebody visits the website, WordPress website, user visits, on which DB will the hit go, MySQL or MongoDB?
No, it will be a MySQL for now.
MySQL.
Because we are not doing the driver change, we are just syncing it.
But you are providing driver change option there, like in your plugin. Like, let's say if I want to read from MongoDB, because then it acts like a what you call Redis kind thing. Like what Redis does is a key value pair. So if Laravel or in other caching engines, we get that flexibility and scalability by using key value pairs, memory based on that.
Yes.
So if you have to do, when we start doing reads, so my thing is that, is there any plan to offer that thing in your
Is
plan?
there any, can you be little...
Is there any plan to offer those things, like where it is straight away going to hit MongoDB, not MySQL?
Just removing MySQL and using MongoDB.
No, means writing is fine, but when reading, something is happening.
Yeah, that's what. That's where the next thing comes. Like right now it is a sync one way. I told you that's a journey from Earth to Mars.
Right.
It's a one-way journey, that syncing. You're creating a clone out of it, just for extending it for your front-end applications. Like right now there is a lot of debate on headless CMS concepts and extending, using your Realm, MongoDB Realm to actually connect to your mobile applications and all. So this is something that you can write your front-end user-facing applications or whatever it is without not adding more servers to your load to the WordPress application as of now. But tomorrow, definitely, yes, there will be, because the key values that I'm actually storing in the database will help me to actually, pull back data from MongoDB to MySQL. And tomorrow, in future, what we'll do is we'll entirely eliminate the process of using MySQL by adding the driver. So that flexibility will come with the next versions of this plugin.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. Any questions? Yeah. Sorry? That's the challenge. Like you need, the challenges are, you should not remove the flavor of WordPress, like the way it connects WP query, WPDB queries, XYZ and all, right?
But those queries will be run through the driver itself. Right?
Yes, with the driver that we have. MySQL driver is a fixed one and you can use the other drivers accordingly. But it takes a lot of time for us to, actually start working on those things. The first challenge that we are trying to actually, help entrepreneurs is to make sure first sync the data, create a clone out of it, so that they can write their own, layers of business layers out of it. They can sync it to Power BI, they can sync it to Google Locker Studio, XYZ, not actually hitting to this. As I told you in the previous slides, they are only limiting themselves to use WordPress as POCs and a first stage of MVP, but they are not moving towards this. When they can move is when we have the flexibility to change these drivers is what they thought. So right now it's like a clone of data so that they can write as many other applications or whatever it is possible for the front end. That's where I came up with the idea of first sync it, then we can change the driver.
Thanks. That's a great initiative.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Arun, for a wonderful session on highlighting enterprise solutions with MongoDB. Now I request Mr. Prem Tiwari to honor him with this appreciation certificate from WordPress Bengaluru 2024. Give him a huge round of applause as we are handing over the appreciation certificate. Here, please. Yeah, now, after this session, now we have Akshaya Rane with us for the next session. After that, we'll be breaking up for lunch. Here, the topic is seamless transition, migrating your website to WordPress. Here, Akshaya Rane is here amongst us. Put your hands together and welcome her. A project manager at Multidots with over a decade of WordPress experience, mentors team members, supports clients, and actively participates in the WordPress community and contributor and speaker. After this session, we'll break up for the lunch, and now it's over to Ms. Akshaya Rane. Put your hands together and welcome her. A bit louder, please. Yeah.
Hello friends. So I'm here to talk about seamless transition, migrating your website to WordPress. Okay. So you might have already building about data liberation project. Okay. There they are doing is currently they are migrating. Currently they are focusing on one WordPress website to another WordPress website migration. But the overall focus is from any other platform to WordPress migration. Okay. So currently I'm here to share my learnings with you about the migrating project. So I have handled handful of projects related to migration. So I'm here to share my learnings with you. Okay. So one of our clients had a better experience. So they had a website on Wix, and they had hired another agency. And they did a migration, but they faced a few challenges. Okay, so few of the challenges that were faced by them are common challenges that were faced in the migration project. So what are those challenges? Okay. So missing pages, like you may imagine, there are around 4,000 pages present on the Wix website, but only 3,800 pages were migrated into WordPress. Okay. Now by this number, you might think like there are quite large amount of data got migrated, but by this data, like 4,000 data is already there, few data got duplicated, and few data is missing. Then in that case, it is very hard for other person to determine like what data is exactly migrated, what data is exactly missing, right? In that migrated pages also, let's say on a one page, there are, let's say, 3 products, 2 videos, 1 images content. Then on the Wix website, but on the WordPress website, it was 3 products, 1 of the image, one of the video. So few content is missing, and it is very hard to determine like what content is exactly missing. There were missing images, missing videos. That client had products on the website. So during the remigration, few products were duplicated, and a client had also tried few things because of which the data got duplicated. So it was a kind of a nightmare situation for the client, and the client was feeling like WordPress is quite complicated than Wix, which is not the case. And on top of it, the earlier team built a complicated technical architecture. What I mean by complicated is they have created everything using ACF fields, which is fine, and ACF is a very good plugin to use. But they removed by default support provided by WordPress. Like the post content they removed, they have added ACF fields for it. They have removed Gutenberg support, because of which some elements we can directly use it using Gutenberg, we are not able to use it. So these are the common situations which are faced in the migration project. Like the resources are missing, some content is duplicated during the remigration, or some pages are missing. So how to avoid this kind of scenario, or how to deal with it? So you need to do planning and a proper planning to avoid this kind of situation. Now in the planning, what you need to do is you need to set the objective correctly. So let's say your website is on WordPress, and your website is not able to handle the load, and you are doing the marketing. Therefore, you want to switch to different hosting. Let's say. So this is one of the use case that will get into hand. That we need to solve. Okay. Let's say your website is on Wix or any other platform, and you are facing some editorial workflow challenges, and because of which you want to migrate. let's say your website is on Shopify and you need to pay a lot of charges, every transaction charges, and because of which you need to migrate. So that is one of the use case because of which we are migrating. So what use case we are trying to solve, what problem we are trying to solve, that we need to identify, and that we need to set the objective correctly so that the client is also on the same page and we are also on the same page, and we will provide a solution accordingly. Then we need to save the crawling history. So this is a screenshot of Screaming Frog tool. And this is a Twitter thread by Chris Long. He has explained like how you can use this tool thoroughly. So basically this tool will help you to understand like what are URLs present on the website, what all images are present on the website, and this will come handy after doing the migration. Okay. So basically saving the history, basically saving the version of your current website is very important for the future purpose. Next is mapping the features, like content mapping. Let's say your earlier website contains some articles which can be easily mapped with the WordPress blog post. Okay, but now it contains some products or testimonials or reviews. Okay, it cannot be mapped directly in the WordPress because WordPress by default doesn't provide products or testimonials kind of a thing. Okay, but there are tons of plugins you can use, and you can map the content, right? Now while selecting the while shortlisting the plugins, you identify whether you are going to use majority of the features of the plugins, or you are just using the plugin for 5% and it is going to add load on your website. Okay, so that you need to identify, and you shortlist the plugins, like which all plugins you might try. Okay. Now there are users present on a website. So which users you are going to migrate? Like what are their roles on your current platform? What is the role you need that needs to be mapped with? Okay, any restricted content we want to provide. Every CMS has a different password storage mechanism. So if you migrate the users, the passwords will not get migrated. So at the end of the migration, you might need to send a bulk reset password email to every user so that they can reset the password and log into your system, right? So this is about the content part. Now the third-party migration, your website could be linked with the MailChimp newsletter or any other newsletter or any CRM integration. So if there is any plugin present in the WordPress which provides such kind of integration, that we need to identify and that we need to list it out. Okay. So after completing this step, you should have what all features you have in your current website on your current platform, and what all features in the WordPress you are going to use, or at least the shortlisted plugins or themes you are going to use. Okay. Next comes with the deciding which all plugins or themes you are going to use. Okay. While deciding the plugins and themes, please make sure that the plugin or theme supports the current WordPress version, latest WordPress version, and there is a continuous support that is provided by the plugin or theme team. Okay. One of our clients has selected one theme which was quite relatable to their objective, but it was present on the custom page builder that is just provided on for that theme. Okay. Now if we go with this theme, then we are tightly coupling on the current website with that particular theme. Okay, and we are not using the latest versions or latest updates that is coming in the WordPress. So WordPress by default comes with the Gutenberg editor, so that we can use. There are few plugins like Elementor, which is supported largely by various themes, and it also comes with ready-to-use templates, so that we can use. So whichever theme or plugin you select, you determine whether there is a continuous support and there is a large amount of support in the community also, so that you can use it easily, and you can decide which you will rest assured that you will get the support on it. Next comes with the SEO part. So let's say your current website contains a URL like example.com/foundation. Okay. but you want to restructure a content in WordPress, and therefore you will after restructuring you will have the WordPress URL as example.com/makeup/foundation. Okay. Now in that case, your current website, current URL might have been present in some social media post, or might be present on some other platform, some other website. Okay. If the user clicks on that link, user should get redirected properly to the correct URL. And therefore, it is very important that we place the 301 redirects. It will help the user to understand that okay, if we click on example.com/foundation, it will get redirected to the proper URL, and even the search console engine, Google and Bing, they need to understand that okay, there is a URL changes that is happening. Okay. There is a lot of data present on a website, like the meta description that you said for the site title, site content, okay, because of which search engines are able to understand and determine what is there in the content. So that we need to make sure that the meta description gets migrated. So the SiteProp tool that we saw just before 2 slides, so that will help you to list out like what all metadata you are present on your current website, okay, and that you can compare it after doing the migration. Okay, so we have covered the planning phase. Now we will move on to the execution part. So in the step 1, we have saved the historical data. We'll create a staging WordPress website. We will set up the themes and plugins that we have selected, and we will migrate the content. Okay. After migrating the content, we will need to do the customization as per our need. After doing the customization, we will verify the setup if everything is working correctly, if everything is migrated correctly or not. Okay. See, let's say I have done the content migration on 21st July. Okay. I have set up the theme, I have set up the plugin. I need to do the customization during this period. Let's say 4 weeks or 2 months have gone. Okay. In that 2 months of time period, there will be some content that is updated on your current website, which is live. So maybe new users got created, maybe new orders has been placed. Some content has been updated, some content has been newly created. So in that case, you need to re-migrate those data, which was updated after the 21st July. Okay. So you need to consider the re-migration as well. Okay. During the migration as well, you need to consider the amount of data which is there. Let's say the data is manageable manually, you might go with the manual path. Like you will migrate the content manually if it is very less content. Otherwise, there are importing tools. Even WordPress by default comes with the importing tool that you can use. Or if there is a large amount of data, like in thousands or more, then you might go with the CLI script, and there are importing tools which also support the CLI script. So that way you can use the tools for importing the content. Okay. So once you are re-migrated data, you need to keep the TTL live. TTL low. TTL is the time to make it live, time to live. And see, you are ready for the launch. So you will make the DNS migration. So example.com was pointing to your older platform. Now it will point to your new platform, like the WordPress platform. Okay. And after the migration, after the DNS changes, you can check it via dnschecker.org or some other website. DNS changes could take into effect like into few hours, or it could take up to 24 to 48 hours for take into effect globally. Okay. After the DNS changes, you need to verify whether everything is correctly migrated, and how the things are. Like, so this the migration is over, right? Post migration, we need to do the testing part, and we need to train the client and train the teammates also. Like in the training, you might need to tell them like how the editorial workflow is, how you can schedule the post, how you can view the orders, how you can view the reports of the orders. Okay, these kind of training you need to conduct and help them to understand. And in the testing phase, so this is a quite checklist. In this checklist, the cross-border testing, accessibility and W3C validation, and the performance part also. This we will do before the migration also, okay? But it is important that we do it after the migration also, just to verify the things are working properly. We need to verify whether the forms are working properly. Like our form submission, it is giving the proper messages, the email notification sent correctly to the recipient. Email is not going into the spam. We need to verify whether is there any broken links, or is there any links which are giving 404. Okay, the crawling data that you have saved earlier, that will help come into handy after the migration, that you can cross verify whether the things are whether the URLs has been correctly migrated, or is there anything that is missing, or is there any metadata which is missing that could affect the SEO part. So therefore that is a generalistic thing. The security measures we need to take, we need to keep the regular backups of the website, and we need to verify whether there are any dummy content added on the website, and if there is any dummy content, we need to remove it. Okay, usually during the development we add a lorem ipsum, and it get passed because the content is not given by the client or something. Okay, so you need to verify there is no dummy content after the site gone live. Okay, so this is all about it. Just to summarize, we discussed what are the common challenges we faced in the migration, how you can do the planning phase, what all things we need to take care of in the planning part, what is the execution strategy we need to follow, and what are the things, what is the checklist you need to follow after the post migration. So this is all about the migration part. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you WordCamp Bengaluru for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for a wonderful session. Yeah, now I request Mr. Dinesh to come and honor, present an appreciation certificate. Give Ms. Akshaya Rane a huge round of applause once again for highlighting on seamless transition. Yeah. Now we are breaking up for lunch. Now it's exactly 1:55, and we'll be back at 2:15 for the next session. So we'll see you all exactly at 2:15. Okay, thank you.
To blocks is going to be a challenge for everybody. And the way we have been, as developers, we have been used to doing the customization. It's not a one-to-one mapping. So there are concerns why people are hesitant, but hopefully in next 20 minutes, I hope to convince you that it's not as hard, and hopefully you would start thinking about migrating to blocks. So blocks has been the new shiny thing since version 5, and WordPress, there's a lot of excitement in the WordPress. WooCommerce has been a late comer to that because of WooCommerce has carts and checkouts and order confirmation and product catalog, which is something the complexity that WordPress never had to deal with. But thankfully now WooCommerce is also ready for takeoff. If today you are designing a new site, you want to go on blocks, because slowly the support for classic theme is going to retire. Though WordPress tries to maintain backward compatibility, WooCommerce does not have any such commitment. So if you are building a site on WooCommerce today, you should invest in something that is going to work for next 10 years, not end in next 2-3 years. If you are doing a site refresh, if there is a design refresh, you would want to consider doing it on blocks rather than classic theme. Again, technology is changing. There are certain blocks only features, not features, but blocks is a very powerful concept. So stuff like patterns. Anybody familiar with patterns, variations, global styles? This is something that was not possible in classic theme. So there are features and the way of working that is happening in blocks that is not there in classic theme. That should be a good motivation for you as a site owners or site developers to consider any new site that you're developing on blocks-based themes. If you're doing advanced WooCommerce customization, so for example, payment gateways, slowly the support for the classic templates is it's already started retiring. There's already a ramp-up plan for blocks, extending the blocks. So if you're working on a site which requires advanced WooCommerce customization, you're better off informing your customer or your business that first migrate to blocks. Second step, consider those advanced customization. Yeah. So we'll see how we can get to the blocks-based theme. So there are few, the change, the Gutenberg project, unlike WordPress traditionally has been a slow and a deliberate development process. So for a lot of people in the WordPress ecosystem, the way Gutenberg has evolved in last 2-3 years has been, the pace has been so much, it's difficult to keep up with the changes that has happened. Thankfully, there are few good resources by the community members. One of that is fullsiteediting.com by Carolina. So I'm taking a lot of references about this from her website. So there are those resources which could help you make this transition from classic themes to the WooCommerce theme. There are four ways you can migrate to block-based block themes. WooCommerce plugin offers what they call it classic templates. So if you're familiar, if you've done a WooCommerce site, you would have seen WooCommerce/templates. Then there is this all archive product, single product, cart, PHP files. If you're doing customization in your theme, you copy those PHP file, put it in your theme, and do the customization. So that's the way traditionally people have been used to doing the WooCommerce customization or the thing. So to make that transition easier, WooCommerce team has something called classic templates, which mimics the same process but for a block-based theme. So we'll talk about that. WooCommerce block itself. So like WordPress has now core WordPress blocks, WooCommerce has core WooCommerce block, and those are extensive. Today, if you were running a site on storefront theme, for example, or an extra theme, whatever that you would have needed is already there in the WooCommerce plugin through WooCommerce core blocks. So that should not be, if you didn't have a requirement for customization, then everything is ready for you to migrate today. Yeah, so these are the two main things that we will be looking at for migration. So I'm talking about today we are on WordPress 6.6, WooCommerce 9.1, 2024 theme 1.2. So if this is your setup, you go to Appearance, Editor, Templates. This is what you will find, and this is coming from the WooCommerce plugin. These are the classic templates. This is exact mapping of the page templates that you had in WooCommerce, the classic themes. So that there is a one-to-one mapping in that sense. And you can start using. So as an example, if you're familiar, product is a custom post type. It would have a single and an archive, page templates. So that's exactly in the blocks theme, that's the .html file. On the left, this is how it was structured. Earlier you used to see this in code. Now we actually are able to see that in a customization block site editor. It has the same set of, it's a recreation of the earlier WooCommerce storefront templates using a block-based thing. So if you're familiar with the old templates, this is exactly the same. There's no learning curve in adopting this. Problem comes when you were trying to customize it. So with blocks, actually it's far more easier. So you have those WooCommerce, in the WooCommerce plugin, you have those classic templates. You can actually select all that blocks, Control C, and when you paste it in a notepad or this thing, you get the exact copy of that. You can make your customization, you can put that in your themes, and you can do your customization. So earlier, if you were, 2 years back, if you were doing a page customization, a page template customization, you would have seen the header file, the header of the file, copy this in your themes and then do a customization. This is exactly the same thing in the blocks world. So if you're familiar with that, this should be easy for you. Now there are two specific areas, cart and checkout are far more complicated. That's not a one-to-one transition from classic to blocks. So there is a backward compatibility for now being maintained by supporting shortcodes. So this is where you see, if you go to a page, WooCommerce cart, so you could still use WooCommerce plugin, still supports all those earlier shortcodes. You could still use that if your site customization is such that, because of some maybe third-party plugins, if you're using shortcodes, you could still transition to a blocks-based themes, continue to use those earlier shortcodes with an understanding that probably this is going to retire. It's a transition thing. It is going to retire. We don't know when, but for now, you can actually, if this is the only thing that is holding you back, you can actually migrate to the blocks-based theme. As I was saying, cart and checkout are far more complicated to develop in a block than what it was in just the classic theme. So WooCommerce has maintained backward compatibility, and that's what is called placeholder blocks. You don't see in the editor, you don't see what you see is what you get rendering. These are again transitionary mechanism. If you had customization because of plugins, and for whatever reason you need to stick to those classic templates, you can migrate your site to blocks and retain those customizations and those dependencies on from other plugins on the WooCommerce, specifically for cart and checkout. So this is how you, but the display or the front end rendering is the same. So to summarize, classic templates is a transition mechanism if for whatever reason you're not able to, if you want to adopt the blocks theme and part of your store setup is not ready, you have plugins which are done on using actions and filters of the earlier classic WooCommerce. You could use classic templates as a transition to move rest of your site onto blocks and eventually then work backwards, whatever those plugins, when they are upgraded to the blocks theme, slowly it would get on to page by page, you would get on to this. So are we good so far? Any questions? You could use, so this is where you find, if you go through the code base, earlier it was WooCommerce templates, and that file you would copy. The block templates are nested in one more child directory, templates. You could use this, copy this file as a base for customization and put it in your theme, and those customization would stay. There are placeholder blocks and shortcodes are for backward compatibility. Use it for migration. Eventually it would get retired. But for now you can start using that if rest of your site is ready for blocks. Styling would be same as that what you were using earlier. Custom CSS instead of theme JSON. You could still use those old actions and filters. You could still use the WooCommerce customizer if you are using the classic templates. But you shouldn't be using, unless you have a good reason, you shouldn't be using classic templates, because WooCommerce, like core WordPress, has enough core blocks. WooCommerce has mostly done most of the blocks that are required. All the development was happening in a separate repo, WooCommerce block, which has been retired earlier this year. So now all the core development, so it is ready for production. WooCommerce blocks are ready for production. Whatever is happening is right now is advanced customization, but the core blocks are ready, and you can start adopting those. There is a whole extensive list when you're in your site editor. Lower down when you scroll down, you'll get all the WooCommerce blocks. Okay. But this is where the complexity of WooCommerce comes in. It is not similar. It's a little more complex than WordPress core blocks. So, for example, if you take a product block, it's so earlier so if it's just it's a catalog list, product query, it's a post query. You drag and drop the block, and it will come up with the top 10 or whatever number that you select, or that list of post. But WooCommerce goes a little beyond that because of the specific needs of the e-commerce. So, for example, if you are embedding a product block, you would actually have first have a navigation of select. So, if you use columns in WordPress, when you drag and drop the column block, it would ask you whether you want 1, 1, 1, 2, this thing. So similar thing on WooCommerce has a far more that step. And it has gone to the extent, it gives designer far more flexibility on how they want to structure their site, redesign their site. So something like metadata, product tags that were product categories were typically under the product listing. You can do all the typography changes from the site editor. So that is the level of development that is already done right now. So there should not be a reason of not adopting blocks today. If you are taking up a new project, if you are taking up a new site, everything is ready and you should be getting on the blocks. There is a bit of learning curve. There are good resources to help navigate that learning curve, but as a community we need to stop going back to the classic themes. One of the most heavily customized areas of WooCommerce, and that's where you find a lot of plugins also, is the checkout and the cart. So the level of the nested blocks that have already available in WooCommerce plugin, and the core WordPress blocks that you can add onto an existing, onto any block. That should not be a reason. You could actually look at whatever additional plugins that you have right now and really evaluate whether those are required anymore, because 90% of your use cases for plugins is probably taken care by stuff like you needed to add more checkout fields, more cart fields. There's probably a better, easier, simpler way with doing it with blocks. And it is not, it's a no-code way, so that saves the developer time as well. So I hope I've got you excited enough to consider moving to blocks. Is anybody think that is it too still scary, or? That comes from WordPress core itself, and interactivity API is a very different animal. To best of, I mean, I don't think so. There should be any limitation per se. Sorry, yeah, okay. I'll repeat. You want to repeat your question?
Is the interactivity API supported by WooCommerce, or is there any limitation adopting interactivity API for WooCommerce?
I haven't tried that. I would assume there should not be any limitation imposed by WooCommerce, because that's a core. Interactivity API is still in the proposal stage. There might be things uncovering that we don't know yet. But extending WooCommerce block is a little different than WordPress blocks. So it's a little more complicated. So yeah, I mean, when it comes to advanced customization, probably a little caution is advised. But specifically on interactivity API in WooCommerce block, I am not too sure. Yeah. So before you consider migrating, I hope all of you consider migrating if you are running a WooCommerce site. Before you migrate, there's going to be a learning curve in terms of there's a total different way of styling. You have global styles, you have patterns, variations. So there is a bit of redesign work that would go as a site designer. Not all plugins, WooCommerce plugins, are yet block ready. So there is going to be some challenges in that. That's something that you'll have to do a review before you consider migrating. You'll have to review customizations, code snippets that you copied from Stack Overflow and inserted. Those things, action filters would not work the same way it used to work in classic themes. And before you migrate, make sure you have a staging site, make sure you have a backup. We are still in transition, but I hope you do consider migrating. Yeah, so that's me. I run a digital agency and a brand focus on WooCommerce. I'm not on any social media, so I stay. You can just email me, right? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Samir Rangatia, for the advanced talk on WooCommerce in blocks. Now I request Mr. Arun Shinoy to come over and present the participation certificate present the certificate to Mr. Samir Rangatia. Put your hands together. Yeah. Once again. Yeah. Now we have Headless WordPress CMS by Dinesh Jain. Here we have Mr. Dinesh Jain, founder and CEO of Digi Innovators, and he is a passionate WordPress developer and entrepreneur who contributes to the tech community and participates in WordCamp as a speaker, and he's one of the co-organizers of the WordCamp Bengaluru 2024 this year. Put your hands together and welcome Mr. Dinesh.
Hello everyone. So how is the day going? Enjoying? How was the lunch? Good. Now feeling sleepy? Okay. So we'll keep this session more interactive rather than just me explaining about headless CMS in between. Like if you have any question, like we'll keep this more interactive. Yeah. So the topic is about headless CMS, which is different than what we usually do on day-to-day basis, installing a WordPress CMS and then using it. Yeah. So I'll explain about it. Yeah. So myself, Dinesh Jain, founder and CEO at Digi Innovators. It's been 12 years I'm into WordPress along with like different technologies, and then being WordPress as a passion, so exploring more towards WordPress, what new things we can do, how we can scale, how we can solve the basic problems which usually a user come across, and helping them to scale the application to a next level. Yeah. Okay. So introduction towards headless CMS. Have you guys heard about headless CMS before? Yeah. So how many of you? Okay. How many are developers like who have coded as well? Okay, sure, great. So the basic purpose of headless CMS is like your traditional WordPress CMS, where you install on a system, use PHP, Apache or Nginx instance, and then run your instance. When anything goes down, your front end becomes slow, your back end, number of plugins being installed, and then the instance become slow. So these are the challenges which usually happens. So headless came into a picture where to solve these challenges, we want front end and back end to be totally different. So if anything happens with back end, front end should not affect. With this concept, the term got started becoming more popular. Yeah. Yeah. And why headless CMS? So it gives us the flexibility in choosing the front end part. Nowadays, like we hear a lot about React.js, Vue.js, or any JavaScript based library. No one wants to go and work with native HTML, CSS, or any page builder. Developers are more passionate towards like coding. So this is where like the front end technologies got more evolved, and we have more flexibility to play around with the architecture that we want. So headless CMS helps us with that activity. Then performance and stability. When we say like on the front end part you made some changes, so your backend should not go slow down. Then the editorial team, like based on the industries, either e-commerce industry or news-based industry. So it should not happen, editors start complaining like your developer made change and our admin panel becomes slow. So, or your site traffic increased and your backend became slow. So to handle all this, like headless CMS really helps in that architecture. Better security, where anything, usually we say like WP admin, people usually start attacking, brute force attack, they start. But if your front end architecture is different and your back end architecture is different, so probability becomes very less. So WordPress does supports in all those areas. This is where our traditional architecture and a headless architecture comes in picture. So when you see traditional system, you have a database, then you have backend, front end, and the channel. Channel would be your browser, your mobile browser, your web browser, desktop instance. And when we talk about headless CMS, it has database as separate, then backend comes, then API comes. So API is the mediator between your backend and your front end part. And then with this API, on the front end channel, either you use your mobile application or you use Vue.js or React.js project where it will interact with the backend part. So anything that happens on the front end doesn't affect your backend part. Okay. Around CMS in the current era. So WordPress has in its core predefined APIs are inbuilt. So your blog post is there, or your pages is there, or custom post type. Many of the APIs are by default. APIs also you can put a wrapper around this. You can have your own version 1, version 2 APIs as well. Those flexibilities are also there. So this is where WordPress being starting as a blogging platform, then evolved into a custom application, and now does supports the complex architectures also. So combining WordPress with the headless architecture. So in this, the content management part totally being handled at the WP admin area, and the front end part where you can have a altogether different domain also. Let's say your admin WordPress admin dashboard could be backend.example.com, but your front end could be www.example.com. So those level of flexibility are easily possible. Advantages, as we spoke, flexibility, having more stability. In this, there is one more situation where happens if any code releases that goes out, then the backend team starts complaining like this field change, this user experience change, and then developer says like for making front end change, I want to do this backend change also. So those things usually being sorted in this architecture. Then performance improvements. Many plugins installed on the backend side doesn't affect the front end side. If your backend being installed with 50-80 plugins, your front end won't go slow because that's completely on a different architecture of React.js or any JavaScript based application. So this helps in that. Security, so any attack that happens on the front end doesn't affect your backend. Both instances are totally different. And omni-channel content delivery, where basically on your backend, your editors are writing all the articles, updating content. But your front end could be mobile application, web application, could be any source of medium that you plan, integrating with any third party like Power BI or any other tools also if you want to integrate. That architecture works very well. Yeah. So how, this is an example where by default WordPress has default APIs built in its core. You don't have to install a separate plugin for that. If any customization you have to do, then you can have a plugin where you can modify those APIs. But default, these are the few API default available where you can call your blog post, you can call different APIs also. Okay. So your example workflow would be like your content editors editing content in the WordPress instance, and then those information are being exported via REST API to the front end part, and then the users on the front end sees the updated information. Yeah. If you want to set up this headless architecture on your system, then just installing WordPress CMS, then enabling a few plugins that can help to enhance the functionalities. Like it can be custom fields if you want to add additional information. Then it would be custom post type UI. These are few recommended plugins which you can use, and it is present in WordPress.org. So one is REST API, where all the content related APIs will be exported. Then ACF plugin is there, where if you want to enhance any of the fields or functionality like custom post if you create, and you want to have APIs, so you don't have to code APIs, if you want to go on a no code activity. So ACF by default, whenever you create any APIs, it generates API URLs also. So you can leverage those features. Then for authorization, like on the React application, if you want username, password, or mobile number and OTP. So JWT feature can help you with authorization part. Then alternative to REST API, there is GraphQL also. So if you compare performance wise, so at few scenarios like GraphQL can also perform very much better. So if you are comfortable with GraphQL and you want to utilize that architecture in WordPress, that is also easily feasible. Then there are few chances where CORS error can come. So where your backend interface URL is different and your front-end URL is different. And when you are calling, then you need to authorize that this is coming from an authorized source which is of similar domain. So CORS can help with that. Yeah. Few real case studies or implementation we can say, like all the news publication areas where there are millions of traffic coming on the website, and there are editors sitting on the backend, 100, 200 editors sitting in backend and updating content. And in this whole activity, even 1 second of downtime people can't afford. Your slowness of your site people can't afford. So this architecture helps really well in those areas. Similarly, e-commerce applications where anything goes down with the backend, your customer experience should not go down. People should not get 503 error, 504 errors. Such errors would not give a good experience on the user end. So this architecture helps really well. Challenges and complexity into this. So one is like setup wise, where you have to maintain 2 instances. One is your React application and second would be your WordPress instance. So this would be one of the complexity. Second would be on the SEO related. Like many people have concerns like HTML will, if you build a website only in HTML, then only your SEO will happen. JavaScript based application won't support SEO. So such things can be overcome using SSR and static site generation activities. Yeah. Okay. Future trends, if we see, like many people want good Google page speed score, many people want fast responding or very responsive website and a stable architecture, secure architecture. So this is where like people have started moving towards headless architecture. Yeah. Okay. That's it. Sure. Sure. Any questions?
Is it okay if we use this framework like Frontify and all? Is that better, or going with Next.js React is the best way?
Both are better. If you want completely isolated environment, then going with Next.js would be better, or React.js. If you want something under WordPress environment only, then Fronty environment can also support, because ultimately it also utilizes JavaScript only. Thank you. Thank you.
for this wonderful session. I think the certificate's just getting ready, so we'll just do that maybe after the next session. So yeah, thank you so much, Dinesh.
As usual, without mic. Correct?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Dinesh Jain, for a wonderful session. Now I'd request Mr. Riaz to hand over a certificate of appreciation to Mr. Dinesh. Put your hands together. Suppose.
As per schedule, there is a break, short break, 15 minutes. Do you need a break or shall we continue? Continue? No issues? No natural break is required? Sure, right? Sure?
Okay. Very good to get to know that you don't need break. That shows that the sessions are interesting. So now we have slash your load times, proven speed optimization strategies for WordPress by Ajay M. Aravind. Put your hands together for Mr. Ajay. Here he's a co-founder and CEO of Midney, has 15 plus years of WordPress expertise, leading his agency to provide optimization solutions for digital publishers while fostering community collaboration. Put your hands together once again for Mr. Ajay M. Aravind. Here, Mr. Ajay, it's yours.
Hi. So, just like in the previous session, more than session, I would like to get interactions. Okay. So, how many of you run a WordPress agency? How many of you optimize page speed on website? Okay. And how many of you are running high traffic website which need optimization? More than 50,000 or 1 lakh viewers per month? Okay. So this is just to understand how you people are, because page speed, if you read the topic, it is slash your load time. But normally page speed depends on each website. How you handle the website, how the traffic is, and what you need to achieve. Okay. So before coming here, why I selected this topic was, we have a simple website. My own firm have a simple website. We actually achieved this 100 out of 100 6 months back. Okay. And we have been keeping this for last 6 months. But we haven't utilized almost 50% of what I'm going to say here. We haven't utilized that on this website. Okay. So there's a situation where people think WordPress cannot be optimized for speed, cannot achieve 100 out of 100 or 99 out of 100 score, because WordPress tend to make things slow. There's a tendency. So with this presentation, what I hope to do is to break that. Okay. So we had already done this on a simple WordPress website. So when we go ahead, we need to understand few things. So first, from here itself, how many of you don't know First Content Full Paint or any of Web Vitals? Is there anyone who don't know Web Vitals? So you all know about Web Vitals. So I do not want to explain all these things. So if you see, here in the Web Vitals, there are 5 elements you are seeing. First Content Full Paint, TBT, Total Blocking Time, Speed Index, LCP, Cumulative Layout Shift. So normally a person will be focusing on all these items. Okay. But we tend to first focus on just 2 items from this, LCP and CLS. And there is one item which is not shown on the lab data. This, what you are seeing right now, is the lab data. There's another thing called real-time data in page experience. So real-time data is normally fetched when certain number of users are visiting your website. Approximately 28 days is the time span to collect real-time data. Okay, if the minimum time limit is not, minimum traffic is not there, you will not be seeing the real-time data also. Google will not be reporting that to you. So in real-time data, there is something called INP. Okay, initial, next, wait. So in INP, INP has actually become the one of the core web vital recently, not long ago. Okay, likewise, there are certain, FCP was earlier one of key factors, but now the consideration given to FCP, even though they are giving certain percentage, they are saying certain percentage, consideration in the real time is very less. Okay. What happens is, when we optimize all these web vitals, we need to factor in all these factors. Whatever importance is for CLS, LCP, we need to factor in each of these because they are interdependent. If you have a bad FCP, there's a chance you have bad LCP also. Sometimes fixing the FCP will be fixing the LCP. Okay. So there are a lot of internet documents. I'm not going deep into it. There are a lot of internet documents on all this data. You need to understand each of this data, and these are interdependent. Apart from this, you need to go for lab data also. All this data is considered web vitals. Okay. And there are certain things which we need to understand among this. One is server response time, render blocking resources, load delay, load time, render delay. These things you all know already. As you are optimizing the content, you already know all those stuff. Just to understand the terms who don't know about this, these are the key facts which we consider, normally we consider to optimize the website. Okay. Among this, web vitals we just mentioned, TTFB, that's basically server response time. Okay. Then render blocking resources. Anybody don't know render blocking resources? Because that is one thing which comes up most of the time when you test a website, WordPress website, especially when you use a builder. Your CSS files, your JS files, anything which is blocking the rendering of the website or blocking the LCP factors, that's called render blocking resources, which normally delays it out. Load delay, load time, and render delay. I'm not sure if everybody have checked it out. How many of you have explored the LCP factor, LCP element? When there's an image or when there is a slow LCP, did you all check expanding the LCP and checking the sub-parameter or sub-vitals? So this is load delay, load time, and render delay, especially in LCP. They help us to understand why LCP is loading slow. Okay. Load delay is time to start the loading of that LCP element. Okay. Then load time is time taken to load it. Then render delay accumulates to the time it takes after loading the image, the LCP, the time it takes to render on the screen. Okay. When we check this only, we will be knowing where the issue is happening for LCP. Then file sizes normally tend to image files, but it also affects CSS and JS files. If you have huge file sizes, that's a problem. Number of requests and loading order. So, did you all normally watch out how many requests your website are sending? How many requests you're sending to website to load? Do anybody check that? Yes, there are a few people checking. There are a lot of other people who are not checking. Because basically when we have 10 plugins or 20 plugins, which are mostly builders or add-ons, or any other stuff which is directly to your first screen, then while loading you'll be sending a lot of requests to the server. And this request costs time. And loading order. So let's say you have one image, your logo is placed at the top of the website. That website is getting loaded. But in this request order,
it is sent after 10 or 15 requests, maybe after the second row image request. So only if you check the loading order, you will understand which image is loading or which file is loading first and which is loading second. So loading order is an important factor. Okay. Then slow query. So most of people, when we check WordPress.org community, most plugins have comments saying that your query is getting slow. How many of you people use query monitor or debug bar? So if you're using debug bar or query monitor, you would have seen a red mark saying slow queries, right? So we need to monitor slow query also. So these are fundamental things. It's not just these things, a lot other things. But in a 20 minutes or 25 minutes span, if you go in deep to that, this will not be done. So I'm just trying to cater to every niche, every people here. So these are the factors, core factors which we need to consider for any medium type of website which is having a better traffic. Okay. So basically the process starts here in identifying. So I will already ask you if you use query monitor or debug bar. Okay. So when you have a slow website, what will you be doing first? Will you be installing a caching plugin right away and just activating it? No, I had seen that. Okay, I had seen this. I personally run an agency called Mintning. We just do WordPress works. Okay. So we had seen people installing a caching plugin or activating a CDN and just going for that. But that may not solve your problem. So while optimizing a website, increasing the speed, the key factor is that we need to identify the specific issue which is causing the delay. Not every website is same. Everything is different. Okay. Maybe by installing a caching plugin, 10 websites that worked. That doesn't mean that 10 websites are similar. Okay, it may be working now. Tomorrow when this core or vitals change, Google have a very good policy. They will be updating their vitals and importance to vitals every now and then. It started in 2020 and by 2024, they have changed a lot of factors. It's continuously evolving. So now I had shown you a 100 score, page speed score. After 2 months, if you check, might be 95 if we are not optimizing every month. Okay, so those vitals will be changing. So 10 sites may be working same now, but it may not work same in next 2 months. So everything is unique. You need to understand the issues your site is facing. Okay. So first thing is monitoring and profiling. For monitoring, we can use all these tools. Page speed, obviously you are using page speed. Everybody for Google, they will be using page speed. But when you use page speed test, you need to drill down it. In page speed test, you will be needing seeing just vitals. But below that, there are a lot of issues and a lot of recommendations from Google, especially if your website is WordPress, they will be saying you have a lot of plugins, please check. This WordPress file is having a problem, or specifically use this plugin there. Because Google page speed test, they know about WordPress websites much more than a lot of people than us. Sometimes for certain factors, they know better than me also. So we need to learn from that. We need to identify from those things. But alone Google page speed, it will not work out. You will be needing GT metrics also. Okay, because in Google page speed, do you know which location they are testing? The location of your website and location of your user is one of the important facts in page speed. So do anybody know from which location you are testing page speed? Okay, they will be, if you are testing from India, they might be trying from Singapore or Japan. Okay, I'm pretty sure it is not India. Okay, because scores had varied a lot from India. Okay, and which device they are testing, do you know? Most in mobile. I'm asking about mobile. Which mobile device is Google page speed testing? Do anybody know? Earlier it was just Moto G3 or something. Right now it's Moto G Power. But it will be changing. Sometimes next week they'll be changing it. Okay. So that only that specific use case is met there in Google page speed. We are not optimizing for page speed lab test. We are optimizing for the actual people. Okay, why Google brought all this page experience stuff around in 2020? It is not just to improve or increase the speed of the website. what they have been kept saying is, we'll be changing factors, everything will be changing. But what you need to do is, you need to improve the page experience, right? So, if you design or optimize it just for Moto G4 or Moto G Power and for the people in Singapore, will it work? No. So we need tools which can change devices, change locations and analyze. So that is why GT metrics, web page test, search console and clarity. Okay. GT metrics, if you have free account, you can test it from Canada. If you have pro account, you can test it from many locations. And by default, it doesn't provide mobile test value, it provides desktop test value, which nowadays with Gutenberg, you can simply achieve 95 or 100, doesn't matter. Okay. Web page test, you have around 300 tests, free if you are signed in, and you can actually detailedly drill down on any issues. With free account, you can drill down on any issues. You have a lot of options. Control the internet speed of the testing, control the location, control the browser, control device, whatever you need is available there. Okay, that's for a normal agency or a normal user. Web page test free is one of a good plan. Okay, you don't want to spend a dime, you get the result done. Search console. How many of you regularly observe Search console for the problems? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Pretty much now 10, more than 10. Search console in 28 days time span, Search console provides a good evaluation for speed. They help us to understand, okay, your lab test is not your real users. Okay, whatever speed you have tested, that is or that is not your real users. How your real users are coming up. One example I could say, one of the famous person from Bengaluru itself, we had done a website for her. So that website, from our test, it was scoring around 80s. In lab test, it was scoring in 80s. Okay, we thought, okay, this is the maximum we could do because there are certain effects and certain kind of animations on that website. If we do further optimizations, we may not provide the experience they will be requiring. But we waited for 28 days. We usually wait a 30 days period to understand the performance bottlenecks after a site is launched. In that 28 days period, I think within 10 days itself, Search Console started to give us data because it had a huge traffic. And most of the traffic, they were from high-speed internet. And that website was having 100 score in page speed in mobile and desktop, which only have 84 score in lab test. So that's how we understand the users. That's one thing. We had a confusion, so we used the other tool, Clarity from Microsoft. That's also free tool. It basically gives the heat maps plus recordings. So we tested how users are working on the website. So that way we understood this is genuine. People are not having problem with that website. The people who are coming to that website is mostly from high internet speed. No one is using 3G to go to that website. They are having broadband or 4G. So that way, the performance of that website is fine. And I could say it is hosted in Hostinger, normal hosting with Lightspeed server. And we had added WP Rocket to that as caching plugin. That's it. And image by default, it's a custom website, so we optimized every image, every file, no builder at all, only Gutenberg. Okay. And there was a lot of animations, lot of SVG images with animations there in first screen itself. So that way, if that website can perform in that speed, but we can't assure that next website will be performing the same because the client base might be changing. The users coming to that website will be changing. The speed and experience they'll be feeling will be different. Okay. So we need to observe Search Console and Clarity to understand how users behave. And in Clarity is one point where we get to know INP the best. So INP is calculated in such a way that if any interaction is not providing a visual change or an intended result in certain time, which is the worst one, that is calculated for INP. Okay, if you click, okay, we are loading a website. Before loading, complete loading itself, someone is going and clicking the hamburger menu in that website. If the menu is not showing, or the time it takes for that menu to show in that click, it's counted to INP if it is the worst one. If menu shows within a small delay, but the next drop down link is the problem, then that is considered as INP though. Okay, so this way, when someone clicks on a website or someone clicks on a button, a specific place, it should react properly. If a button comes to the screen, user is not able to click, first of all, that is an user experience failure. We had done it, we are still doing that. Okay, this failure is happening to everyone because we all tend to do mistakes. But the way we identify that mistake and we rectify it is how we reduce all these errors and increase the page experience. In total, so actually I am speeding up, time is short. Okay, so in total, what is going to happen is, if you optimize all these things, it will be better. Okay, things will be speeding up. So I'm just going through a slide faster. So other tools are Chrome DevTools and Performance tab. In your browser, Mozilla or Chrome, there are performance tools. In Chrome, personally I'm using Chrome. In Chrome there are DevTools in Performance tab, which you can use to identify the issues, the loading issues. And New Relic and Query Monitor. Okay, New Relic and Query Monitor you can use to check out the application issues or the query issues, slow query, etc. Okay. So this is actually a waterfall view from webpagetest.org. Here you can understand how much time each element is taking to load. Okay, this is how you drill down. And this is the testing the loading, what all things are initially loaded and how it is loading order. If you see, there are priority set, highest, low, high, etc. So this way, if we actually tend to optimize it based on the loading order, how actually it is loaded, and if we give the priority, there are tricks in HTML as well as in PHP which we can set to, like setting fetch priority, changing loading order, etc. Then we can do it out. Then image optimization. You people already know about compression, format, resizing, lazy load and responsive images. So one thing I need to add, these are common things: image compression, format, WebP or AVIF format, lazy loading are common things. One thing I would like to add is the picture tag. WordPress by default use source set. So if you are going for a bit complex website, you need to replace source set with picture tag. That way you can control which, specifically which image is loading in which screen size, etc. File optimization, I think almost everything you note here, minify, combine, different delay. These things are basically done by any caching plugin. Okay, I'm just speeding up. Preload. So if you see preload in every caching plugin, they have preloads. But if you can do it manually on a file, there are advantages. No caching plugin is doing preload responsively. Using in preload, you can actually run media query. Okay, based on media query, if you split your style sheet, if you split your images, for example, your LCP is an image. If you have different images for different sizes, you can preload accordingly. If you set it to a plugin, only one specific image will be preloaded to every screen. But if you do it manually, then you can actually change all those things based on the mobile screen sizes. So that's an important fact. Database optimization, you can simply use WP Optimize to clean up your database. These steps are one step. The fourth step is one thing which I need to stress. Other things, cleaning up, removing unused table, all those are normal. Database, we need to index it properly. There are by default a normal indexing in WordPress. But as I told first, you need to identify your solution, your problem, your website, and create indexes where it is needed accordingly. That way it will be speeding up. So caching, 5 kind of cachings normally we are using: browser cache, page cache, op cache, object cache, and CDN cache. Browser cache, by default, it is saved on your browser. Page cache, it's server-side rendering. Nowadays, every plugin is doing that. They are creating a cache on server. Op cache is basically you're changing your PHP query to a machine code, which will be executed easily on the server. There will be time saved in generating op cache. And the fourth one is important thing, object cache. And fifth one is CDN cache. CDN cache, okay, basically if you're using Cloudflare or any other CDN, they will be caching it out on their different servers. But the fourth one, why I am stressing on fourth one is, this is actually a code, okay, I'll be sharing the slide later on. This is actually a code which is object caching attachment URL. Okay. Once you convert attachment URL to post ID, there is a function called attachment URL to post ID in WordPress. By default, it is not object cache. Such functions, there is adjacent post ID, next and previous post IDs. These things are not cached. If you have a huge website, when you pull this from database, it will be taking time. A lot of time. It will be completely delaying your website. There are a lot of things like this. When you use object cache, these queries are saved to an object cache like Redis or Memcache. Okay. You can create your own terms and all. There are an object cache system in WordPress Codex. You can utilize that. This is just a sample thing. This is not done by default in WordPress. Okay. It will be saving at least one, if for example, we have a website which having almost 25 lakh page view per month. And it's right now it has 50,000 plus posts in that and a lot of data. We saved with adding just one line of object cache similar to this on adjacent post IDs, previous and export, we saved 1 second in page loading. So these are the tools, host and content delivery networks which you can utilize. You can just WP Rocket, Lightspeed, Breeze, Flying Press, WP Optimize are caching plugins which we tend to use. Redis, Memcache and Object Cache Pro are the tools which we use normally on object caching. Imagify and Lightspeed through ClickCall we use for image optimizations. Hosts, we had seen these hosts faster for us. Cloud-based hosting like Instant WP Engine. CDNs, it's Cloudflare, Bunny. And there is upcoming tool. I had added that tool because this is from Bengaluru, Airlift. Okay, this is a tool from WP Remoting, this coming up. So it's good. And among this, Flying Press is also from our WordPress India community itself. It's from Kerala. Okay, these tools help you improve the speed. And one factor which I hadn't mentioned yet is anybody having a DNS hosting on somewhere normal DNS providers, try move it to something like a premium DNS hosting or Cloudflare. Because one important factor for speed is DNS latency also. From our experience, we have identified Cloudflare is right now the fastest DNS provider. And it's free. So what you should do is just define your need, analyze your website, identify your issues, and design your own solutions. And sorry for taking some time, and I had cut short, and it's not a topic which we can fit in within 30 minutes, but we had cut shorted it a bit. If anybody have any queries, I'll be right here. Just reach out to me. Thank you.
Once again, put your hands together for Mr. Ajay M. Aravind for advanced talk on slash your load times. I request Mr. Prem Tiwari to honor Mr. Ajay with the appreciation certificate. Put your hands together once again. A bit louder, please. Yeah, now we have Steps of Cleaner Hacked WordPress site by Shivanand Sharma. Here we have Shivanand Sharma here with us. Co-founder of Malcure, has over 20 years in IT and web security since 2017, specializing in WordPress technologies and Nginx, while also being a flute player and engaging speaker at tech events. Put your hands together as we welcome Shivanand Sharma. Sir, it's all yours.
Thank you so much for a lovely introduction. And thank you so much for having the time and energy to be present here on a late Sunday afternoon, almost evening. And the reason why security has so much scope left in our world is precisely because we have so much seats left. How do we connect it? We can exploit a little bit of that time, if time allows. So before I delve into cleaning a WordPress website, let me share a beautiful small story about WordPress success. One of my very dear friends during COVID, since it was all lockdown during COVID, he took out the time to learn WordPress, and he found it very extremely easy to, get started with WordPress, tinker around, get hosting and everything, and he set up his own website. And then playing around with this website, he used Elementor and some other drag and drop tools to create his own website. And he's running an excellent online course today. He's an artist, but he was able to put it all together, learn by himself, and put it all together into a beautiful WordPress website. And trust me, he's here in this room with us. That's Mr. Ashwinji. He plays with A.R. Rahman Saab. So a small round of applause for him. So this would certainly send shivers down my spine as a developer, that someone is able to, so easily pick up WordPress. And if they can design their website, what am I here for? So I have to up my game. I have to get into security. And so should you. So this is the agenda. We'll just talk about the importance of web security for a bit. How to identify a compromised website. Preparation before a cleanup. Blueprint for malware cleanup. Navigating the pitfalls. How to prevent these kind of incidents from happening again. And then a final slide with Q&A. So can anyone tell me on an average how much a customer spends on getting his website cleaned up if it gets infected? Anyone? Vague guess? Sorry? 10,000? So in the marketplace, if you go, depending on from where you get your resource to clean up the website, it may cost you anywhere from $50 to upwards of $1,000. This is in dollars. And depending on the skill set of the person who's cleaning it, it may be a one-off task, or it may end up getting infected again, and when you might have to look for someone who's had a better skill set, something of that sort. So this is definitely a skill which you need to add to your resume or your business portfolio, so that you can actually impress upon your customer how sensitized or how conscious you actually are about this landscape of the WordPress security. So one of my customers called me up and said, my header is broken, my footer is broken, looks like my website is hacked. Do you think it could happen? Is it possible that it was hacked? There is no real way to tell, because it could be a broken cache that has not been updated or has failed to update. It could be that the developer fell asleep while coding the website and resulted in an unclosed div tag or header or footer, something of that sort. Totally possible. And it could be, that the customer tried to do himself something from the back end, and they ended up, customizing a little bit more than was intended. So they say, okay, I was just trying to add this bit of script which I found on Google Analytics, and I just added it to the header, and this is what happened. And I think I got a virus. So the primary way to know how your website gets hacked is, primarily you'll never know if your website gets hacked. It is mostly going to be someone else who will tell you your website has been hacked. Some customer will come and say, I went to your website and it redirected me to something.com, which I never wanted to see. Or maybe you come back and say, okay, last week I was getting 1000 hits per day and today I just got 2 hits per day. What's up? Right? Or someone says, I searched for your name on Google and all I could see was Chinese characters and Japanese characters. Happens very frequently. So any one of these symptoms is a definitive indicator that a website has been hacked. The result of a hijack is basically a redirect, or they will capture your SEO to redirect your search rankings to their own website, or to try to, steal data from you, force you into entering your data into some spurious form where they can capture that data and misuse your credit cards or those kind of things. And website slowness. So mostly you will notice once your website is hacked, it will become extremely slow. But it is not a definitive indicator that your website has been hacked. It could probably be a cheap service provider or hosting provider which is just trying to put in too many customers on the hosting account. So that could also be a result of, that could also result in website slowness in addition to being malware infected. So typically what I've seen the customers do is, oh, I just got infected and I restored everything back up. Now tell me what happens when they restore a backup. Anyone? Sorry? Yes. So if your website has been hacked for 7 days, it's been hacked for 7 days and you have one backup every day. That means 7 of your backups already have the virus inside it. Can we have some incentives for people who are participating, maybe t-shirts or notepads or something? So he has got 7 days of infected backups. So he goes 1 day back, he goes 2 days back, 3 days back, 7 days back, and he thinks, why is my website getting infected? Even if his backup is not infected, what he is doing is, he is essentially restoring all the vulnerabilities that are in that backup. So if there is a vulnerable plugin or an insecure plugin in that backup, he ends up restoring the same vulnerability, cleaning his site, thinking that the site is clean, but the attacker will again exploit the same backdoor, same vulnerability, and he will end up having his website infected again. And typically what happens is, they get frustrated, they give up, they either end up hiring someone else, or they end up trashing their website, deleting everything and starting back again from scratch. So number 1, do not restore from backups. Number 2, before you start a cleanup, if you're a service professional, if you're providing malware removal services or hacked recovery services, whatever keyword you use, so the first thing is to ensure that you have proper access. I've done this mistake. I got a client who wanted his website to be cleaned, and without thinking about the access and all, I went to the back end. I thought I would just edit this file from the back end, and there was a syntax mistake, and it ended up throwing 500 error, and I did not have FTP or anything. And the client ended up saying, what kind of a skill set do you have? You broke my infected website and now I can't even access that website. So first step, ensure that you have proper requisite access. Minimum, you should have FTP. Once you have FTP, through FTP you can get access to the WordPress backend. You can at least edit and fix files that incidentally might have been gotten broken. And you can even access the database, provided that you can upload PHP MyAdmin, configure it, or maybe upload a plugin. There is a famous plugin, PHP MyAdmin for WordPress, which you can upload through the backend, activate it, and then get going. Finally, even if the website is infected, since you are going on a process that has high chances of and high risk of data deletion, take a backup anyway. Even if it is infected, keep it safe, keep it away from everyone, but at least have something to fall back to. Just in case you end up deleting the website or deleting the wrong data, you still have a copy of the backup so that you can restore it and retrieve critical data from it. And finally, maintenance mode. Now, maintenance mode is not going to prevent the website from getting hacked. But what it essentially does is, it prevents your visitors from getting a bad user experience. So for example, if a site gets infected with, let's say, drug spam or that kind of spam, it's called the pharma hack. So it will start showing you Cialis and all kinds of drugs to enhance your certain capabilities, And you don't want your customers to go to those kind of sites, right? You don't want your visitors who are coming for an established brand value, they expect to see some kind of a logo, some kind of a familiar face, and when they see someone selling these nefarious pills, you don't want your customers to face that kind of experience. So put it into maintenance mode before you get started. Am I audible? Okay, maybe it's just the Sunday afternoon. Okay. So when you are ready to start cleaning up the malware, the first thing you need to know is which plugins to use and which plugins not to use. Because when someone says that we have a security plugin, that security plugin could mean any number of things. For example, it could be preventive security, like it could be a firewall plugin. Now, firewall plugin is not going to help you clean up malware. It's just going to prevent your website from getting infected. Same way is for WordPress hardening plugins. They will protect your site from getting infected, but there's no way they will fix an existing site which is already infected. So you need to have the right tool set. In this case, we are essentially looking at malware scanner plugins. Now, if you go to YouTube and other places, you will certainly find certain tutorials who are just going to go and show you over FTP. Okay, go into FTP and figure out all the files that you think you are not familiar with, that look weird or strange, and delete everything, and your website is back up. Certainly not the way I would recommend that thing to happen, because what you need is, in order to save all your data and continue your site from that known good point, you cannot end up deleting everything and you cannot risk deleting everything. What you have to identify is, identify the exact malware, where is it in the database, where is it in the file system, and clean exactly those files. Never delete anything that you think is not required. Until and unless you definitely know that this record is totally hacked or this file is purely malware, don't delete it. Try to restore it, clean it up using a code editor over FTP or whatever you can. Right? So, can anyone suggest, give me a name of a few malware removal plugins? WordFence is one, yes. Security is one, yes. Security gives you pretty decent results. There is one called GOT-MLS, if anyone might have heard of it. There is also bulletproof security, right? I have not tried these personally, I have tried some personally. So I recommend that you test all these yourself. I am not going to endorse anyone. Test all these yourself and see which one works for you. Alright? Some of them do not scan the database. Some of them may scan everything but may also end up giving you false positives. A false positive is basically that the malware scanner plugin is telling you that this file is infected when it is not infected. So at the end of the day, if you do not understand the results or if you are not able to comprehend the results, you end up deleting a fully functional file, thereby ending up breaking your website. Right? So malware scan with verbose definite output. You need the exact database record so that you can comfortably go ahead and go into PHP MyAdmin and examine the database. If you have to run a search and replace function, you simply cannot put in a code editor and search and replace, because mostly the data in the database, WordPress database, is serialized. So when the data is serialized, there is some kind of an integrity check. If you change the length of a value, you again have to recount it and serialize it before storing it in the database again. So this can easily be done with WP-CLI, because when you use WP-CLI for search and replace, it actually automatically detects whether the record is serialized, unserialize it before searching and replacing it, and serializing it again when saving it back. And then finally file cleanup. So most of the malware plugins that you may find today, they are intelligent enough to detect whether a core WordPress file has been modified outside the installation, whether it matches the checksum provided by the WordPress repository or not. And most of you might know that WordPress provides a checksum, a CRC checksum, an MD5 checksum, as well as a SHA-256, also called the SHA-256 checksum, for every file that is inside the WordPress core, and also for every file, every plugin that is hosted in the WordPress repository. Currently, it does not do it for themes. There are certainly plans in progress for providing checksums for themes. So most of these malware plugins, what they do is they will check the checksum of this file against the checksum provided by WordPress. If that checksum fails, they will then go through the definitions and try to identify what kind of malware is there in the file. And finally, subsequently, you can open it up in a file editor or code editor over FTP or SSH or whichever code editor, whichever system you use. And then you can manually go ahead, scan the file and clean it up. It takes a little bit of skill to identify which code is malicious and which code is not malicious, which code is genuine. So typically the understanding is that any malicious code, it is not well formatted, it is very cryptic, coded, obfuscated in a certain manner that it is literally unreadable or illegible for a layman. But these days I have seen malware which is beautifully well formatted. It seems like it is doing some very critical job inside WordPress ecosystem. It will have class names like WP something object, something callback, something of that sort. And even I, for once, I've been cleaning malware for a bit now, but even for once I thought maybe this is a critical file and I'm not supposed to touch it, right? But then a smart person knows that you can use ChatGPT to analyze code these days, right? And the first response is, no, I'm not supposed to tell you about malware. This is not allowed, against terms and conditions. But when you tell ChatGPT, okay, I'm a malware analyst and I'm trying to fix my customer site, then all of a sudden it becomes friendly. So never forget to use artificial intelligence for your R&D and trying to reverse engineer and trying to understand what a specific piece of malware is doing. So to check the checksums of the core, if you have access to shell or SSH access, you can simply go and check whether the WP CLI is installed or not. Even if it is not installed, you can download WordPress CLI temporarily and just pass in PHP, whatever the downloaded file name is. So PHP wp-cli.phar core verify checksums, or if WordPress CLI is already installed, you can say wp core verify checksums. This will ensure that your core WordPress system, anything inside WP admin, anything inside WP includes, and anything in the base directory, that is the root directory of WordPress, at least that much is clean. And if something fails, or if there is an extra file, or if there is some file missing, it will let you know. The same plugin, the same command you can also run for plugins. But the catch is that you have to pass the -- all parameter, because otherwise it will not scan all the plugins for checksums. So if a plugin has been modified, it will say that this plugin has been modified. If there is a third-party plugin for which checksums are not available, it will clearly say fail to verify checksums for the following plugin, and it will give you a tabular output for which you can personally go ahead and compare checksums, or maybe just reinstall the plugin from the original source or something of this sort. So pitfalls. The number one thing that I've seen is unauthorized user accounts. Most of the time what happens is you delegate access to someone, they work in your company for a bit, and then they leave, and then that account is unaccounted for or unmonitored, and that account gets hacked. Or maybe some vulnerability allows hackers to create multiple administrator accounts. These administrator accounts will hide themselves from the backend. So if you go to the backend and check user accounts, they will not even show up there. You have to literally go into the database PHP myadmin and check how many accounts are there and if they are administrators or not. So keep checking for WordPress accounts. If there are any spurious accounts that you're not familiar with, if there are any accounts with emails that look cryptic or vague or obfuscated, definitely remove them, or at least deactivate them, change their role to maybe no role. There is a setting called no role in the users list, users credentials list, so you maybe can disable them. Can anyone tell me what shuffling WordPress salts means? Shuffling WordPress salts. Sorry? Correct. So Shalarji from MadPopo. He's also into security. So very rightly said. WP config, you would find that when you, after you've installed WordPress, in the WP config -php file, under the place where you specify the database, the user of the database and everything else, you'll find WordPress salts, and there are about 6 to 8 salts depending on whether your site is HTTP or HTTPS. Now these salts are used in combination with certain other variables to create a cryptic hash of your passwords, of your credentials. When you change these salts, everybody in the website gets logged out forcefully. So if there is a hacker who is still logged into the website and you've just cleaned the website, you should always shuffle these salts so that all the sessions get reset. Once the sessions get reset, there is a difficult chance that the hacker would be able to reinfect the website. Verify checksums. What was the command to verify checksums? Last slide. WP core verify checksums. Excellent. What is your t-shirt size, sir? XL. Please. Most of the compromises, they happen either because of our own deficiency, that we, if we are too careless, we write the password right on the monitor itself, right? In the old days, bank employees, sorry, no bank employees here hopefully, and write the password right on the monitor so that you do not forget. Now this password is being shared by n number of team members. So later you come to know, okay, someone else from my team just logged into my system and her system was infected, so some virus got uploaded. Yes, they can come locally from your system as well. So other than that, compromises happen because of some kind of vulnerability in the plugins or the WordPress core itself. Now the best practice to have in these vulnerabilities is you write to the plugin author, give them sufficient time to update their plugin before these bad guys come to know that there is a certain vulnerability in the plugin. We call it proper disclosure or something of that sort. Sorry, I'm running a little short on jargon today because it's 3:30 p.m. So that kind of disclosure, the time for disclosure is allowed, but vulnerabilities are something that cannot be detected in an automated fashion. There is a dedicated team which manually goes ahead and scans and tries to do the R&D, and it needs human eyes to go through the code and find vulnerabilities in the code. And once they discover it, they are either reported and even put in certain databases, so people know that this version of this plugin is vulnerable or this WordPress version is vulnerable. And sometimes you may get an email in the middle of the night that your WordPress version has been updated to so and so because of a security patch, because WordPress actually forces you to plug in those vulnerabilities as long as it is in the core. Finally, you should, and I strongly encourage that you have to have a calendar wherein you can periodically go through a checklist and revoke all access. What happens is when we hire employees or hire team members or have new team members in our team, we obviously give them access because sharing access is not a good deal. But what if they change teams or leave the company and someone else comes in? Do you have a proper process or protocol in place to see that when a new hiree or new joinee joins in, what all kind of access is delegated to them? How many FTP, what is the process to create FTP accounts or cPanel access or WordPress access for that matter? If they are leaving, what all accounts and what all access, delegation, permissions, credentials have to be revoked? If you focus on all these things, it's pretty accurate to say that until and unless there is a vulnerability or a human mistake, WordPress is essentially going to stay safe. So what happens after you have done a cleanup? How do you prevent your website from getting infected again? Anyone? The primary reason why websites get hacked is because of vulnerabilities. So as long as your WordPress stack is latest, up to date, does not have any vulnerabilities, you're pretty much safe, right? The second one is periodic audit. As long as you're periodically auditing your website or at least even monitoring your website, maybe you have a maintenance plan with your maintenance service provider who can at least scan your website every once, twice a week or maybe once every month or 15 days or so, at least you can rest assured that your website is fully functional and there are no impact on sales and SEO and all that kind of stuff. So monitoring website is critical. I have seen websites who've been abandoned for the last 10 years and all of a sudden one Christmas, the client suddenly comes to his senses and he says, okay, I had a website which my daughter built 10 years ago and it's just been hacked and I want to do something with it, please fix me. And I've seen WordPress versions go way back, like 3 point something. Their website has been hacked for 5 years, 7 years, and they just realize. So never abandon a website. If you have to really abandon a website, put it into maintenance mode and abandon it. Or at least take it offline. Or at least keep updating it periodically, even if you are not using it. Because one website infected on one account can end up affecting all the other websites on the account, on a shared hosting. And the final preventive measure you can take is firewalls. Firewalls are the system which intercept all these malicious attacks. In fact, they intercept all attacks, find out whether they are malicious or not. And depending on whether they are malicious or genuine requests, they will prevent them from reaching on your website at first place. An excellent example of this thing is WordFence or Cloudflare. So Cloudflare is on their own server. It's a free firewall, at least in the free tier. Every request that goes through Cloudflare goes through their firewall. And as long as that request is genuine, it will definitely reach your website. If it is not genuine, it will not reach your website. Since it does not even reach your website, that means your website's performance is also not downgraded, affected, right? In the other case, if you have a firewall on your own server or on your own WordPress install, your WordPress server is going to take a little bit of processing time to intercept that request, and it may impact the server itself. So the best thing is to have a off-site, offloaded firewall. So these 3 things can help you prevent a reinfection. Now typically what happens is, in case of reinfection, once you clean a website, the hacker knows that someone has cleaned the website, and they become all the more frustrated and try to desperately get back into the website. After all, their hard-earned work has gone to waste, so they think maybe it is still possible to salvage all the hard work and maybe reinfect this website. Or so you'll see, if you monitor the traffic to your website or the logs, event logs, you'll see so many requests all of a sudden spurting from the same IP addresses to the same website. You know, earlier if it were 5 or something, they would go up like 50 or 100 per minute or something. So the chances of a website getting hacked in the first few days is the maximum. Once you've had it locked for about 7 days, then the chances slowly decline, as long as you update your website and everything. And for these things, you can always have a periodic calendar where you can mark your schedule. Okay, on the 7th of this thing, I have to, audit the website. On the 8th, I have to just run a scan. You can ask one of your team members to do it for you and fill up a checklist, maintain that checklist. So at least you know how far the website was infected or not and how far the website was clean. So at least you can track a known good database. In the worst case, if you have to restore a database, you still have a good copy of the database. Key takeaways. Anyone wants to summarize this? If you get into security, you don't have as much competition. Plus, you don't have to negotiate, right? Someone comes with a broken hand or leg, they will not negotiate with you. They will say, Bhaiya, please, take whatever, take my watch and fix my leg, right? So, it's not a very good business tactic, but you see the importance and you see the importance of this thing, that how critical having a business up and running 24/7 is. Any website worth its salt, any website that is doing business, they will always be in lookout for good professionals who can give them good quality of service, right? So up your game, start charging decently, start emphasizing your value, add value to your portfolio, business portfolio, and impress this value upon your clientele so that they know that my SEO team, my design team is also aware about security issues. So I don't have to go to a third person to figure out, okay, do I need to put on a firewall? Do you know anything about security, or do I need to hire someone else, right? Grab this opportunity to elevate your business. Second thing, do not panic. If you panic, you end up restoring database, or you end up wiping out the site. You end up doing almost, undoing everything of the last several years that you worked so hard upon. Root cause analysis. This is something that I encourage all people who I work with. If you are able to analyze how did this infection happen in the first place, if you are able to trace that plugin or the vulnerability or the backdoor or whatever it was, if you plug in that backdoor, that means that backdoor is sealed. It is gone for the good. That means if you clean it now, the chances of a recurrence are minimal. But if you end up cleaning website one instance after the other without closing the backdoor, it's like, not closing a leak in the bottom of a tank, but trying to fill the tank again and again. Right? Not very smart. Informed use of security plugins. Most of the times customers are not aware of which security plugin does what. Am I running short of time? So they will typically report back saying, I installed that firewall, but my site, I could not clean up my site with that. Right? They have different expectations from a security plugin based on what kind of situation they are in. They may be expecting firewall plugins to clean up their website and malware scanner plugins to act as a preventive force like firewall or something. So educate your customers about it. You can at least install some kind of a firewall, protected firewall, even if you use Cloudflare. I am not affiliated with Cloudflare, but it has the added benefit of maybe boosting the performance of your website a little bit. If you install a firewall like there is Ninja firewall, there's WordFence firewall, maybe several other firewalls. So at the end, the task of hacking into a website becomes all the more difficult. There is no firewall that can guarantee that with this plugin installed, we will ensure that your site never gets hacked. That is a very tall claim to make. But at least what it can do is it can make it difficult for the thieves to get in. Right? And this is a story of the cat and the mouse. Sometimes the hacker is the smart one, sometimes you are the smarter one. Finally, informed use of security plugins, understand their roles to prevent over-reliance. Any questions for me? Almost at the end of the presentation. If you have any questions for me, please feel free to connect. I'll be outside for a few minutes, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. And I would like to thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to speak on this topic. Thank you everyone, sponsors, organizers, volunteers and attendees for attending my session. Have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shivanand Sharma, for advanced talk on steps to clean a hacked WordPress site. So now I request Mr. Venkatesh to come and give the appreciation certificate to Mr. Shivanand Sharma. Put your hands together once again for having a wonderful session.
Thank you. I was already in tech support role.
Now we'll have a quick break, very short break, and after that we'll be coming back for a mega quiz for all the attendees who are here. Yeah, we'll get back after 5 minutes. Thank you.
Huh, you can do that. Are you all ready? Oh, already, not bad. How many? 45. No, still more are there. Still more, still more. Can I count the head? Okay, one request before we start. Can you all come front? If you really want to win the prize, can you all come front? Because you cannot see this if you sit in the back bench. I'll count 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Are you all ready? What are we going to do now? I don't need this. I can't hear you. Tell me, what are we doing? Because some of you never experienced it. Only in that concert hall we did this. Okay, who are not there in the concert hall, you may not be familiar with this. So we are going to have, to save time, I am only giving you the answer. We are going to have a quiz about today's session. A quiz testing your attention span. You paid money, you came all the way from different part of the country, and you were here in that room, many places. Let's see what is your learning. Kaun banega karodpati? Faster fingers fast. Imagine, Hari will explain. Imagine one question, two people got the same answer, or more than one person got the same answer. What will happen, Hari?
The person who answered first gets higher points.
It can be milliseconds.
Yeah. Even microseconds.
Microseconds. So you have to be at the edge of the seat. Get ready with your mobile. Once you are ready, raise your hand. First, come here. First, here, man, here. If you want the prize, you come here.
All right, friends. Hello.
One,
how are you all?
2, 3, handing over.
Thank you so much for the warm introduction, Riaz. Hello, everybody. Welcome once again to the conclusion of WordCamp Bengaluru 2024. How was the WordCamp? Okay, I have a question on this for the quiz, but we'll get to that in a bit. So I guess we can start. I think the instructions are clear, which I can see by the folks joining in. So this is, as Riaz mentioned, we are going to do a quiz today. This is going to be an interactive quiz with 15 questions, I guess 16. So it's a fun quiz. And Riaz, are there going to be prizes? Yeah, somebody tells me that there's going to be prizes, so this is going to get quite competitive. And the best thing is, every single person here can participate. All right. So I don't want to take too much of your time. Let's go ahead and start the quiz. So the instructions are pretty clear. Once again, go to the kahoot.it website on your phone. Enter this PIN, or you can even scan the QR code to go to the website. And even when the quiz starts, you can join midway. That's also fine. So have everybody joined? Is there anybody yet to join? Or can we start? All right. Okay. Let's get going. So to people coming in, if you haven't started yet, you can still join. You can still visit the kahoot.it website and start. All right. So let's start with a quick introduction about myself. I don't want to take too much of my time, but my name is Sai Shankar. I've been with the WordPress community for 8 years now, and I work for a company called Automatic. And I am a full-time WordPress contributor, which makes me actually super excited to be here. All right. So I don't want to take too much time on my introduction. Let's move ahead. Now, I do have a question for you. This is not a quiz question. There's no points. I want to hear from you what you felt about WordCamp Bangalore. So this is not a quiz question. There's no points. I just want to see what you felt. How was the event? Describe it in one word or a couple of words, whatever you think is best. So type your answer, and once all the answers are ready, we'll see it up on screen. All right. So this is for the organizers as well. You get to see how the WordCamp was. All right. This is not a quiz question, I repeat, there's no points. This is just to warm you up. Alright folks. Okay, so we have quite a few questions now. I've deliberately kept some time for it so that people can answer, because I want to make sure that you all get enough time to enter. So take your time. I want to hear from everybody. And to anybody who has not yet joined, you can still join the quiz. Just go visit that link. Kahoot.it, the pin is 63894 in case it's not visible. Alright? Okay. 10, 9, 8 more seconds. Let's look at all the answers in a bit. We'll see them. Alright. Okay, so let's see how the results are. So we're seeing learning experience, we're seeing knowledgeable, we're seeing fantastic, poli, which is a word in Malayalam or Kannada, felt different, awesome. So organizers, big hand to all of you. Look at that word awesome and look at the word amazing, look at the word great. That shows how amazing these events were. So kudos to every single one of you for this amazing event. To folks who are coming in, you can still join this event. Just go to kahoot.it. The pin is 63894, I repeat. 63894. If you've not joined yet, you can still participate. Just take your smartphone, visit the browser, visit the link kahoot.it and enter the pin, which is 63894. Alright? So are we ready to start the quiz? Alright folks, let's move in. Okay. Let's start with the first question. Very easy question. Who is the founder of WordPress? You have 4 options. The first one is Sergey Brin, second one is Tim Berners-Lee, third is Matt Mullenweg and Mike Little, and the fourth option is Mark Zuckerberg. You all should be able to get this right. Let's see how many of you get this wrong though. So 4 options: Sergey Brin, Tim Berners-Lee, Matt Mullenweg, and yes, 44 of you got this right. Congratulations to all of you. Let's look at the first point tally. Kudos to all of you. All right, let's look at the points tally. We have Mayank on the top with 947 points. Siddharth is second with 932. Gautam Navada is at 930. Kirti is 924. And Wakar Ramani is 921. Great start, folks. Let's move ahead with the next question. Okay, so which of these brands use WordPress to power one or more of their websites? So if you were at the other quiz, you may have seen this question. So those of you who were at the other quiz, you may be able to answer this. But for the others, take a guess. Let's see which of these brands use WordPress to power their websites. Is it Meta? Is it NASA? I see the Indian Prime Minister's office. Was that site on WordPress? I don't know. Okay, let's see. Yes, the answer is all of the above. So even the Indian Prime Minister's website, which is pm.pm, I don't know the exact website, but I think it's pmo.gov.in. It is powered by WordPress. So if all of these platforms use WordPress to power their websites, imagine the power of this open source software. Okay? Do you feel proud? Awesome. Let's move on to the next question, folks. Okay, wow, that is quite a change. We have Sweta at the top, Gautam is still on the game, we have Kirti still here, we have Pat come up, and Suhail as well. Wow, I love this, I love this. Keep playing, folks, keep playing. And as Riaz mentioned, it is indeed Who Wants to Be the Millionaire or Kaun Banega Crorepati or however you like to see it. It is the fastest finger first. So make sure you give your answers first, but make sure that it's the right answer or else you'll pay for it. Alright, let's move ahead. So time for the next question. What software license is WordPress released under? So the first option is EULA, the second one is MIT license, option 3 is GPL v2, and option 4 is LGPL. Interesting question. I see 2 GPLs out there, and even an MIT license. Let's see. Yes, the answer is GPL v2. So the GNU public license, that's the license that WordPress is under. And specifically the v2 version. The LGPL is another version of the GPL license. It's not what WordPress is licensed under. MIT license is also an open source license, but WordPress is not using that. WordPress uses GPL or the GNU public license version 2. Alright, so let's look at the scoreboard. Shweta is still at top, and Pat is second, and Gautam Navada is third. Rohit has come up on the 4th place, and Suhail is 5th. Okay, let's move on. Alright. So what is the name of the service that lets you run WordPress instantly on any device without a host? So there's a service that allows you to run WordPress instantly on any device without a host. The options are A, WordPress Sandbox, WordPress Playground, InstaWP, and WP Everywhere. Do we have Vikas Sigal here? Okay. Just asking for Insta WP. Yes, the answer is indeed WordPress Playground. So, who all here has heard about the WordPress Playground? Can I have a show of hands, please? Yes. It is this really new, cool tool that has been built by the WordPress.org folks. It runs WordPress on a browser, and it's amazing. It uses a really new, fancy technology from Google. Can anybody name what it is? Even I forgot the name. But anyway, go to playground.wordpress.net, and you can actually run WordPress on your browser without any server. Actually, I just remember the name of the technology. It's called WASM. So WASM, that's a technology developed by Google. It's used to power this, this program. It's called the WordPress Playground. You can use it to run WordPress on the browser. All right, so let's move on. Let's look at the scoreboard first. Shweta is still at top. Mukul has come up second. Pat is third, and Gautam Nawada is still playing. And I see Tremi, my friend, as on the fifth position. So kudos to all of you. Keep playing, and don't look at these scores. These are going to keep changing. Don't worry about it. So even if you're not in this list right now, you have a real chance of coming up first, because that's the beauty of this Kahoot. All right, folks, let's move forward. Time for the 8th question. So this is a multi-select question. Mind you, there's more than one answer. You can pick more than one answer. There may be more than one answer to this question. All right. So which of these features was launched along with WordPress 6.6? Option 1 is the font library. Option 2 is plugin auto updates. Option 3 is quick page previews in the editor. And option 4 is the command palette. So again, I repeat, you can choose. There may be more than one answer. There may be just one answer, or there may be more than one answer. Choose one or all that apply. All right. Okay, we have 43 answers. The number is going up. Let's see how many people answer this. Yes. So the answer is indeed option B, plugin auto updates and quick page preview. So there's two answers, right? So to elaborate, with 6.6, right now plugin auto updates were always there, but you can actually roll it back, right? There's been a major change that has come up alongside 6.6, and you can, so to elaborate on page previews. So if you're using the site editor, how many people know the site editor? Full site editing, yes. If you're using the site editor, and if you actually click on a page, you can actually see the preview of the page now. That was not there before. That has come up with 6.6. Those are two cool new features. I would totally recommend that you both check it out. You check out all these features. All right. So let's look at the point tally again. Wow, what a change. So this is what I'm talking about, folks. If you are not in this list, you can still come up on top. You can even be the winner, even now. All right. So keep playing. Let's see where this goes. Okay. So next question. Which WordPress program asks organizations and individuals to contribute up to 5% of their resources to the project? Option A is make.wordpress.org. Option B is WP contribute. The other option is 5 for the future and 5 for WordPress. So people coming in, you can still join the quiz. Just visit the link kahoot.it and enter the pin. You can see the links below. Yeah, but pick the answer. Let's see which one is the answer. Yes, the answer is 5 for the future. So this question is a bit special for me because I work on this program as part of my work. So to elaborate, 5 for the future is a contribution program for WordPress. Anyone, individuals and organizations can be a part of it. To know more, visit wordpress.org/5. So if you, how many people here have wordpress.org profiles? Can I have a show of hands? All right. So if you go to your .org profile and if you click on edit your link, there's a tab called contribution. So if you would like to contribute on an ongoing basis to WordPress, you can pledge certain hours and certain teams. So which means you pledge to continuously contribute to WordPress, which is a great thing to do. You're actually supporting open source. Similarly, if you have an organization, if you have an agency, you can visit wordpress.org/5. You can dedicate up to 5% of your time to support the open source project. As you know, this project is built by volunteers and it needs support. So if anybody here is interested in contributing to WordPress, please visit wordpress.org/5. And yes, the program's name is 5 for the future. All right. Okay, let's move on. Wow, that's again a major change, but we still have the same people in the leaderboard. We have Mukul on top, Rocky is second, Mohit is third, Shweta is still on the list on fourth, and Tremi is the fifth. Okay, we have somebody who's climbed up 25 places, and their name is Ka. Kudos to you. All right, let's move on. Let's go to the next question, which is also multi-select. So mind you, you can pick. There may be one or more than one answers. So the question is, what is do_action? It's is it a function that can be used to display shortcodes? Is it a charity hackathon that uses WordPress to uplift local communities? There's an option called none of the above, and there's also an option that says it executes functions hooked on a specific action hook. So there was a workshop this morning on this topic. If you attended that workshop, you will definitely know at least one of the answers. But let's see how many people get this right. And people coming in, you can still play this quiz. Just go to kahoot.it and enter this pin. Yes, so there are two answers. Do Action is a charity hackathon that uses WordPress to uplift local communities, and it is also a WordPress hook, which means it's a function in WordPress. You can use it to execute functions hooked on a specific action hook. You can actually use to execute functions. So if you build for WordPress, you are aware of this. In fact, on the first topic, there's actually Do Action Mumbai coming up. Do we have Vachan Kudmule here? Vachan? Okay, he's not here. He's the leader organizer of this event. So the WordPress Mumbai community is actually organizing a Do Action charity hackathon. And I believe they're still looking for volunteers. I'm not sure, but it's an amazing event. Like, it's an event where WordPress people come together to build websites for nonprofits. So yeah, that's the same answer as two questions. Actually, the same question as two answers. All right, let's move on. Before that, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Mukul is still first, Mohit is second, Pramod is third, Rohit is back in the game, and Leo is at 432 points. And Mukul has had a streak of 7 correct answers in a row. Kudos to you, Mukul. But let's see if we can maintain that lead. All right, let's move on. Okay, this is getting really interesting because the questions are also going to get a little tough. Okay, this is a tricky one. You cannot organize, speak, or volunteer at official WordPress events if you sell non-GPL WordPress derivatives. True or false? It's a tricky question, so I can maybe, we don't have time, but I can elaborate on it once everybody answers. Let's see how many of you get this right. Yes. So the answer is true. I can elaborate on the answer a bit so that to give you more context. So as you all know, WordPress is GPL. We learned about it in the, we had a question on that, like what is the WordPress license? It is GPL v2. So WordPress, the product, the open source software is licensed GPL. So like as a result, any theme or plugin that you create with WordPress, right, it is automatically licensed under GPL. But some folks, they try to sell, WordPress plugins or themes in a non-GPL license. Like let's say you buy a plugin or a theme from a theme shop, and like if you make changes, you're allowed to make changes, right? That's the beauty of GPL. So if you download a WordPress plugin or theme, according to the GPL, you can make changes, but they do not allow you to do it. I mean, you can maybe distribute it to others. So they consider it a crime, and like they see you punitively, and their license prevents you from doing it. They're not supposed to do so. So WordPress, that's the beauty of WordPress. Like it's GPL. Like all WordPress derivatives are GPL, like the WordPress software itself, right? And as a result, so in order to encourage this, the WordPress Community Support PBC and WordPress Foundation, these entities, they have encouraged everybody or like all event organizers to enforce this rule so that everybody releases their WordPress products in a GPL license. So if you buy a theme or plugin from our marketplace, please see to it that it has a GPL license, because I mean, you can use it, that's not a problem. This is only for the people who sell it. All right. Okay. Let's move on to the next question. Before that, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Mukul is still, Rohit, wow. Kudos to you, Rohit. You have come back on the second position. We have Pramod third, Leo's fourth, and Tremi is on the fifth role. Wow. This is getting really interesting, and folks coming in, I'm saying this again to you, you can be on top. Trust me, because like the questions are like that, the points are like that. Don't look at all the points. That's the beauty of this game. Like whoever is first could go down last. Mukul, who knows, like you might be the last. Just kidding, you won't. But like anybody else who comes in now, you can actually, be seen on the front page. All right, let's move on to the next question. Okay, this is a good one. It has double points because it's a tricky one. Which WordPress.org projects envisions a web where users can freely switch platforms, eliminating lock-in? I'm going to give you a hint. This just launched in the past 2 years. So the option is OpenVerse, Open Data, Open Web, and Data Liberation. Hint for you, this was launched in the past 2 years. I had to give you that hint because this is a tricky one. So let's see how many of you get this right. Yes, the answer is Data Liberation. At State of the Word, yes. So at State of the Word 2022 and even at WordCamp Europe, 2023 and at WordCamp Europe 2024, Matt Mullenweg, the head of the WordPress project, he announced this initiative. So it's a really cool project that's coming up from WordPress. The idea is to build a protocol to facilitate migrations. So if you've not checked it out, go to wordpress.org/data-liberation. It's a really cool project. There are folks working. You can contribute to it. If there are folks here who've worked on integrations, This is literally the coolest thing that you can do with WordPress. So the idea is, imagine there's a website, right? This random website. This is what you click. You click a button, or like maybe there's a browser extension or something. In one click, you can move it to WordPress. Imagine how cool would that be? So this is what that project tries to envision. It's not there yet. It's still being worked on, and it's a community project. It's built by the community for the community. You can contribute to it. So if you're interested, please consider contributing to it. All right. So let's move on to the next one. Before that, let's take a look. I told you about the scoreboard. We can see people moving in and coming down. We have Ravi first. Tremi is back on the second position. Mukul is third. Mohit is fourth, and Gautam Nawala is back on the game with 5863 points. All right. Let's move on. Okay, this is an interesting one. You need to type the answer. All right. What command line tool allows users to manage their WordPress installations, including updates, backups, and more? If you attended one of the workshops here today, you would know the answer to this. You can type your answer. It doesn't need to be in the correct format. Even if it's not in the right format, if the answer is right, you will get points. Let's see how many of you get this right. Okay. Yes, we have top 20. Somebody answered Pata Nahi. Yeah, but the answer is indeed WPCLI. Kudos to the person who answered Pata Nahi. Like, hats off to you, man. But yes, the answer is WPCLI, which stands for WordPress Command Line Interface. It's a really cool tool, which is again built by the community. It's a command line interface which you can use to control WordPress. Almost all major hosts support this. So if you're building WordPress locally, you can actually use it. It's a really cool tool. I encourage all of you to check it out. If you were at the workshop here today, you would have a good idea on this. But we have, I guess, more sessions on WordPress.tv on this topic. So do check it out. All right. Moving on to the next question. But before that, again, look at the scoreboard. Ravi is again on top. Gautam Nawada is coming up. And Mohit, Tremi, Mukul. Great show, peeps. Let's move ahead. Okay, this is a good one. This is a slider question. You need to slide and pick the answer, okay? This is a slider. So how old is WordPress in years? How old is WordPress? Take a guess. Fairly easy question, I would say. But let's see. Is WordPress a teenager? Is WordPress old to drink? Or is WordPress a senior citizen? We'll find out. We'll find out. Yeah. Yes. Okay, let's see. Yes. Oh, 25? That doesn't look right. Yes. So I heard somebody say here that WordPress, if you are as old as WordPress, you can get married in India. That's right. And you can probably drink in many states in India as well, at least in Kerala where I'm from. So yeah, 21, WordPress, the first version of WordPress came out on May 27, 2003, if my memory is to be right. And we celebrated the 20th anniversary of WordPress last year. WordPress turned 21, version 0.7 of WordPress came out on May 27, 2023. We celebrated the 21st anniversary of WordPress on May 27th, 2024. All right, moving on to the next question and another look at the scores. Mukul is again back. Mukul, man, you're playing a strong game. I can see that. So Ravi is second, Gautam Nawada is third, Tremi is fourth, and Mohit is fifth. All right, interesting game. Okay, this is a puzzle, a very interesting puzzle. And again, it is for double points. So there are 4 phases of Gutenberg. You will need to arrange them in the right order in terms of chronology. So which is arrange them like in the first, second, third, fourth order. All right. So you need to drag and drop this on your phone. Let's see how many of you get this right. Okay, I see answers coming in. Looks like folks are getting this right. Let's see. So I can elaborate more on this. I'll wait for you all to share the answers. Oh, looks like quite a few of you are answering. Interesting. Let's see what the final answers look like. All right. So yes, this is the right order. So the 4 phases of Gutenberg, to elaborate. Looks like many of you got this right. Oh, some of you got this right. No problem. So like to briefly elaborate on this, there are 4. Gutenberg is the WordPress editor, the new WordPress editor that came out officially in 2018, and it was designed in 4 phases. In the first phase, they tried to add blocks. So the blocks that you see in the WordPress editor that came out, that was the first phase. That's called easier editing. The next phase, full site editing or customization. That came out, I believe, alongside WordPress 5.6. No, yeah, somewhere in 2021. So these are not exactly complete. They're like fairly complete, but they're still being worked on. We're now in the collaboration phase. So full site editing means you can actually build the entire site with blocks right now. In collaboration, they're trying to build, the community is trying to build collaboration. So right now, if you're editing a page in WordPress, when somebody else, another user tries to edit it, you will not be, like you'll be locked out, right? Like they will not be able to edit it. Imagine a Google Docs-like system, right? Where 2 or 3 or 4 people can edit the same page, exactly like Google Docs. So that's actually being built, that's a collaboration phase, and the final phase is multilingual. So WordPress already supports multiple different locales, but multilingual is going to come into core. So like imagine language switching. So I'm from Kerala. When I visit the website from my state Kerala, I will be able to see it in Malayalam, and from Karnataka you'll be able to see it in Kannada, right? Imagine that. So that is the 4th phase. That's work has not started on that. Currently we are on the 3rd phase, collaboration, but the 4th phase is multilingual. All right. Okay. So let's see the scores. Wow. Gautam Navada is back on top. Great job, Gautam. And we have I think it's Garfield. Yeah, Garfield. Wow, I like cats, so it's good to see a cat on the 2nd place. So Garfield is 2nd, Leo is 3rd, Pramod is 4th, and Mukul is 5th. All right, let's move on. Okay, this is an interesting question. Which make WordPress team helps with the infrastructure that powers WordPress.org and WordCamp.org? So core, hosting, meta, and community. I'll repeat. Which team helps with the infrastructure that powers WordPress.org and WordCamp.org? Let's see who gets this right. Yes, the answer is Meta. So if you go to make.wordpress.org, there's a list of teams which work on WordPress, right? So there's a team called Meta. These folks actually build the WordPress.org website. Not WordPress itself. WordPress itself, the software is core, but the websites, WordPress.org. So you've all seen the Bengaluru WordCamp website, right? It was like the infrastructure behind that, not the design, that was built by the amazing organizers. I love the website. It's an amazing one. Kudos to all the organizers. But the infrastructure, that is built by the Meta team. So there's a group of people who work on this, and it's a great way to contribute because that team needs a lot of help. They're trying to revamp the entire thing. But there's a Meta team that builds WordPress.org and WordCamp.org. All right, let's take a look at the score fold. Wow. Garfield is back on top, Pramod is 2nd, Gautam is 3rd, Leo is 4th, and Mukul is 5th. Okay, we are approaching the end of the quiz. Last 3 questions, folks. Things could change now. Let's see. Reselling WordPress for a fee is a violation of the WordPress license. True or false? Very tricky, very tricky question. I can give you all one hint. It is not what it seems to be. It might seem obvious. Maybe it's the obvious answer, but it could not be the obvious answer as well. Let's see. Yes, the answer is false. I can explain. Somebody celebrated that. Yes, you can sell WordPress, my friend. You can sell WordPress for money. That's a beauty of it. Yes. So to explain, the GPL license allows you to distribute things. You can actually charge money for it. So like, we've all seen people sell plugins and things. In fact, there's quite a few of you here, like including our sponsors, amazing sponsors who sell WordPress plugins and themes. So the GPL allows it. The only thing is you should provide the freedom to copy, to distribute, to edit, to modify. As long as you do it, you can technically sell WordPress for free. But the question comes like, why would you want to sell something for a fee when it's already free? That's another thing altogether. You might not want to sell something which is already available for free, but yes, in theory, the GPL allows you to do it. All right? Okay. Last 2 questions. Gautam is again back on top. Wow. Gautam, you're playing a strong game. Pramod is 2nd. Garfield is 3rd. Leo is 4th. And Mayank is 5th. Okay. So, I see Sangat has climbed 21 places. Great job, Sangat, as well. Yes. So, last 2 questions, folks. Okay, let's take a look at this. What WordPress.org project offers a search engine for finding openly licensed media? Is it the WordPress photo directory? Is it Openverse? Is it WordPress.org/search? Or is it Creative Commons? What WordPress.org project offers a search engine for finding openly licensed media? Yes, the answer is Openverse. So WordPress has a search engine. It has a default. So it's actually you can't call. Yeah, it is a search engine. So like you see the answer called Creative Commons. So Creative Commons is a licensing system which adds an open license to different media like images and audio. So they had a feature called CC Search, Creative Commons Search. So this CC Search joined the WordPress project in 2021, and we renamed it as Openverse. So it's part of the WordPress project. So you can access it by visiting Openverse, openverse.org, and it's a great place for you to find openly licensed media. So how many of you have joined the photo walk yesterday? Can I have a show of hands? Yes. So all the photos that you took, if you upload it to the WordPress photo directory, if anybody searches for it in Openverse, they can find it. In fact, it is also going to show up in the Google image. So like for instance, like my friend Bigul here has uploaded a bunch of photos in the photo directory. If I search for Kozhikode, like 10 of the top images that I see is this. So that's the beauty of like open source and open licensing and all that. So Openverse is a search engine that facilitates that. It's part of WordPress as well. So check out Openverse. It's a great tool. So if you're building stuff and if you need openly licensed images which doesn't have any, I guess, like licensing, Openverse is a great tool. It does not only have images, it also has audio. Okay, friends, time for the final question of the day. And before that, final look at points. Gautam Navada is killing it with 12,000 points. Pramod is at a close second with 11,900 points. Wow. Garfield is at 11,000. Leo is 11,000. Ravi is back in the game and with 10,000. Wow. I told you in the beginning, like, this is a game where things change in each question. All right. Final question of the day. And with this, we are wrapping up this quiz and moving on to the next stuff of the day. Which of these trivia about WordPress is not true? So you see a bunch of things about WordPress here. Which of these is not true? Is WordPress older than Facebook or Instagram? Does WordPress power a multi-billion, I use the word $billion economy? There are currently 600 WordPress meetups in 80 countries worldwide. Yes. Only 4 people got this right. I knew this was a tricky question. Yes, WordPress is powers a $1 billion economy. I bet you did not know that. There's a company called WP which did a study. It estimated the WordPress economy to be 680 billion worth. Yes. 680 billion people, not million, it's billion. Imagine the size of the WordPress economy. That's the kind of things that we're dealing with. And yes, WordPress came out in 2003. Facebook came, I believe, in 2006. Twitter, I guess, launched around 2006-07. So WordPress is older than Facebook or Instagram. And WordPress does have more multilingual installations than English. I believe the number is English installations are around 48% and everything else is 52%. So WordPress is more multilingual. And now you're going to think that the third option, guess what? The number is actually much more. That's where I tricked you all. Okay, so there's 752 WordPress meetups in, if my memory serves me right, 108 countries. So this number itself is high. It's much more than that. So WordPress is literally all over the world. It's taken over the world. It's in every major city in the world. And if you look at the numbers here, there's 520,000 people. So you're here in this room. You're part of a community that is as big as 520,000 people all over the world. Think about this for a second. You're part of a global community. That is how big and that's how powerful it is. All right. So we have come to an end of the quiz. It's time to take a look at the winners. Garfield is third. Pramod is second. And on the first place, we have Gautam Navada. Can you all please stand up? Pramod, Gautam Navada, Garfield. Who is Garfield? Oh. Wow. Well, I didn't fix this, but all 3 of these are my friends. Trust me, I didn't fix this. But kudos, great job, all of you. Organizers, are we giving out any prizes to these people right now? Okay. Can you all please come on stage? We have prizes for you. We have prizes for, please be on stage. Gautam Nawada, Pramod Jodani, and our friend Garfield. Please, please, please. Our friend Riaz is really good at beatboxing, as you all know by now.
That is a gift. Oh. Okay, before handing over the prize, was it a quiz or was it a learning? There are a lot of explanation, right? Summarization, correct? So that is what, when a techie comes into picture, quiz become techie quiz. Correct? All right. How many of you enjoyed Hari's quiz? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, okay, let's not waste any more time, right? Okay, who's the third one? Can we have a round of applause, please?
Garfield is actually Lakshman Mariappan, by the way. That is his nickname.
And where is he from? Where is he from?
Where are you from? Tamil Nadu. Yeah. Where in Tamil Nadu? Okay. Lakshman is from Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, by the way.
Okay, the second prize. Pramod. And the winner is from a person from Udupi. Kundapura. Can we have a round of, can we have a photo, please? Huh. Okay, one by one, all right. Next, one by one. You want to take a photo, right?
Individual photo done, no?
Done? Enough? Okay, can we have a round of applause to the winner? Thank you, winners. Congratulations, winner, rather than thank you. Congratulations, winners. Okay, all the sponsors are here. Gold sponsors are here. Can I have a hands, please? All the gold sponsors for the raffle. Arun. Okay, now what is the next item on your agenda? Let me see. What's the next item? Can't hear. What? What? Are you all here? What is the next item? No idea? Okay, now our sponsors wants to give away some goodies, but nothing comes free. One more KBC now. One more KBC. So whoever press the button first, they get the prize. Correct? So who will call? Who first? Who's first? All right. Okay, can I have a representative from Blue House, please?
Hi everyone. So again, thanks a lot for sticking around till the end. I know it had, the overall atmosphere had gone a little slow, and the rain added to the atmosphere, I guess. So thanks for sticking around. So just wanted to highlight that how we have been partnering with WordPress, right? We've been with WordPress since 2005. 2004, 2005, that's when we started partnering with WordPress, and we've been working on WordCamps. The idea is to, while it helps obviously promote our brand, it also helps give back to the community. And we definitely enjoy ensuring that we are there in each of these events. We are a global sponsor, and the participation like this actually encourages us to come to all these locations and meet all of you wonderful people. And thanks a lot for this entire day, some amazing conversations, and hope to be back again soon with an even bigger crowd. Thanks a lot, organizers, for organizing such a beautiful event. Thanks a lot, guys. So, so again, this is just something that we give, right? Again, Bluehost is one of the leading brands. It's synonymous to, so WordPress and Bluehost go hand in hand. It's pretty synonymous. It's been one of the oldest brands which is recognized. And again, we give you a brilliant product. There are, we ensure that whatever you buy from us, no limits. It's actually unlimited on the back as well, just not for the sake of it. And again, I believe the guidance, one-on-one expert guidance is also available depending on the product that you buy. So please feel free to try our product out, and if there are any problems, any concerns, reach out to us. You can find any of us online on Twitter, and when we are on these events, please feel free to catch hold of us in case you are facing problems, right? We are here to help out. So lights. So what all of you are waiting for, enough of my blabbering. So the prize, I am sure a lot of you have signed up, so you know what the prize is. It's the amazing AirPods Pro. And let's figure out who's actually won it. I have the names with me. I will call the names out. I will call the names out 3 times. If the person does not respond, I will move on to the next person. So I have a few. Hopefully people are still there. If they are not there, they are luck. They missed it out. So the first name from the raffle is Krishna Gowda. Is he here? Is he here? Congratulations, and thanks a lot for signing up and participating, and hope to see you soon. I hope you use Bluehost. If you don't, hopefully you will. Amazing, amazing. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations again.
Thank you. Can we have a GoDaddy representative, please? Oh, iPad. GoDaddy always comes with Apple product. I don't know why.
Hey, hi guys.
Hi everyone. Good evening. My name is Gaurav. Here's my colleague Shibashish. First of all, on behalf of GoDaddy, we are extremely thankful to the organizers, all the volunteers, and of course each one of you for coming down, talking to us and being part of this amazing event. We do hope to meet you again sometime in the future at some WordCamp again, but thank you for making this a wonderful event. Again, from a GoDaddy perspective, like I said, we are extremely proud of the contribution that we make to WordPress. In the last 12 months, we've attended more than 40 WordCamps in 15 countries, and just like this event, it's been an amazing memory that we're taking back. Hopefully you guys had an amazing time as well. We have some amazing bunch of colleagues who work on the WordPress project across different teams. Some of them you see here, and hopefully you'll see them at some other WordCamp somewhere in the world. Now with that, we'll come to, I think, the most exciting part of this, something that all of us have been waiting for. So I have the names of all the people who signed up for the raffle. I'm going to spin the wheel. Again, we'll call out the name thrice if that person is here. If not, we'll move on to the next person. Okay? So the winner is, I don't know if you can see this, but Venkatesh Kumar SR.
Congratulations, Venkatesh, and thank you, Godadi. Who is next? Who is next? Elemento. Can I have a representative from Elemento, please? Elemento. Yeah, they are coming. They are coming. Any guess what they are going to give away? Any guess? Till they come. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Apple product? No.
Hello everyone. So this is Sneha from Elemento, and thank you everyone for joining us today. And this is our first WordCamp. Like, we are coming for the first time sponsoring in India, and the response you guys gave us, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. We really loved it. So I'll begin with announcing our third prize winner, which is Neerav Deepak Mehta from Awesome Motive. Okay. No. So you guys will be getting your prizes via the email. And congratulations, Neerav, for getting the third prize. And now I'll move ahead with our second prize winner, which is Pro plus Elementor AI and Image Optimizer license. And our second prize winner is Rishi Sudhana from Blog Vault. Is he here? Okay. And now, coming back to our first prize winner, are you guys excited? Okay. So the first prize winner is Raghavendra from My Digital Mitra. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you for participating. And the winners will be getting their prizes via email. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elemento. Thank you, all the three winners. Share me something, whatever you get it. Neerav. All right. Okay, now before we move on to, see, normally how the raffle used to happen is, the session goes on here, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and some tea break, individual sponsors started doing raffles, correct? And the members are interested in raffle, most of them are there. They are neither here nor there. So this year we decided, it is conceptualized by our Arun, so decided we bring all the sponsors inside, give the stage so that you will get a visibility. That's what we did it, okay? So thanks, Arun, such a wonderful initiative. Mini Orange, please. Can I have a representative? Mini Orange, please. Mini Orange, something related to orange? Yes? No? No?
Hello. Thank you everyone. First of all, it is not related to orange, and that's why it's mini orange. Okay. This is our first WordCamp event in India. We have been to WordCamp Europe in June, I guess. So then we got to know about WordCamp Bangalore thanks to Arun. Yeah. So hopefully we will be coming back every year to WordCamp Bangalore. Regarding Mini Orange, just a few lines about Mini Orange. So Mini Orange is a cyber security company based out of Pune. It was founded in 2012, and I am very proud of Mini Orange because Mini Orange's headquarters is in India, and a company coming out of India and focusing on cyber security. So that's a big win. And yeah, that's about it about Mini Orange. I guess you must have interacted with our team on the booth. It's time for announcing the winner. So the prize is Amazon Echo, and we are deciding the winner right now. So I got the number from my colleague Manas, and the winner is Varun Kumar from News Corp. Is he here? Varun Kumar. Varun Kumar. No. Okay. Next number. Shrey Parekh from Blog Vault. Bad luck. Pawan Palagiri from News Corp again. Congratulations, Pawan. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, Pawan. Thank you, Mini Orange. Let's see the last one. Any guess? Any guess? Can I have representatives from Vulture, please? Vulture. Please guess what it could be. Guess. Please guess.
Thank you everyone for coming in today. I hope you all liked our swags, whatever we gave. All right, good, thank you. So for those of you who don't know Vulture is the cloud solutions provider. We have infrastructure as a service in 32 data centers throughout the world and 3 here in India. And WordPress is hosted in many of our data centers. So recently we had a client who moved to Vulture, and they are hosting over 2 million websites on Vulture Cloud. Yes, thank you. Vulture is pretty good when it comes to price to performance ratio. We provide awesome computing power for whatever users pay to us. And now let's get to the part where our first winner, I don't have anything, but we just selected whoever we will be giving our first prize to. So our first prize goes to Mr. Sudhir Gavli. And please come over to the stage. The gift is, whatever we're going to provide is $500 cloud credit, so that cannot be used on Vulture Cloud. Okay, congrats. We only had one prize, so I'm sorry about second and third prize. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We'll get in touch with you.
Thank you, Vulture. Congratulations, the winner. Congratulations, the winner. Okay. Okay, can I have a representative from Cat Rabbit, please? Quick.
A very good evening all. Hope you enjoyed our game today. A big round of applause whoever have enjoyed our game. Okay, I'm Veda from Upsell WP. Hope you had a very good day. It is our first WordCamp today, and it is a privilege to have sponsored WordCamp 2024 Bangalore. And it's high time we announce our winners. Akshaya, can you please draw? Yeah, we'll pick up first winner. We have actually 3 winners.
Are you guys excited? So, it's Varun. Do we have Varun here? No. Okay.
Did you play the game?
No, only Varun. So we don't have full name. Okay. Did you really play? Did you really play? Okay. Then okay. In that case, we'll give it to him. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So the second winner,
Divya.
It's Divya. Do we have Divya here? And it's time for us to reveal the third prize, that is Pramod. Do we have Pramod here? Oh, no. Okay. Did you play? Yeah, okay. Congrats. Pramod must be really lucky today.
Thank you, Cat Rabbit, and all the 3 winners. Finally, can I have a representative from Insta WP, please? Come, run. Spin wheel कर रहे हैं. चलो जल्दी करो.
So hi guys, so it's time for the giveaway of headphone. So I will spin the wheel. It's ER Diksha. Diksha. Is Diksha here? Okay. Animesh Rishidas. Animesh.
Thank you, Insta WP, and the winner. Congratulations, the winner. Okay, now comes to the final and the last lug. Before that, I want to tell you something. Please do not leave the auditorium without a group photo. I'll repeat. Please do not leave the auditorium without a group photo. It happens in few minutes. Okay, before I continue, because some girls are waiting, they have come 7 o'clock, so I would like to send them early. Can I have all the 4 MCs on the stage, please? All the 4 MCs on the stage, please. And can I have the organizer, Suresha, on the stage, please? They were the one who could not go out of the room. You finish your speech and you go, or whenever you feel like you go out and you come in and you go out. But they were there from morning to evening. From 9 o'clock to till 5 p.m. they were inside the room and helping you to prepare your speeches. I think they deserve much better. Come to the center of the auditorium. They deserve much, much better appreciation, please. And did you all like their emceeing? If you like it, can I have a better round of applause, please? Thank you so much. It's a token of appreciation.
Miss Yuvadarshini R for emceeing WordCamp Bengaluru 2024. Congratulations. Miss Arogya Rosalind Ruby. Congratulations. Miss Nida. Congratulations. Miss Sufia. Thank you for emceeing.
Group photo, please. Group photo, please. Thank you, our official photographer, Sunil. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunil, for photo volunteering.
Okay, as the morning, we will not take much time. We will have a quick, rapid closing ceremony. All right? I know you all came from early morning. All right? So you want to go back. Yeah. So I will not take much time. I'll be crisp. Though we wanted to give away a lot of certificates, we are keeping it. We will be sending it across your address. But for the sake of time, we are cutting short those items. And I'm getting into a thanking mode. All right. Can I have all the organizers on the stage, please? Run, 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 run. All the organizers, please. All the 9. See, we had 11 organizers, co-organizers. 2 of them fell sick, so they could not participate from last 1 week onwards. So left with only 9 more organizers. Anybody in the room? No? Come fast, come fast. Yeah, he will join, he'll join. All right. Can I take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you to patiently spending your valuable time. Can we have a round of applause to all of you, please? And thank you so much trusting second edition of WordCamp Bengaluru 2024, and look forward to see you next year again. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our speakers, all the speakers. If I start taking the name, it will go on for hours. So all the speakers, can we have a round of applause, please? All the speakers. Now, as I told you in the morning, one person or 9 people cannot do much. we had a support of directly or indirectly lot of volunteers. I can't even number it. There are a lot of volunteers, time, energy, whatever, in whichever format they have, all of them. I would like to say thanks from my bottom of heart. Can we have a round of applause to all the volunteers, please? Now, before I go to the bigger one, can we have a great venue? St. Joseph Boys High School management for a round of applause, please. Okay, I am taking a risk. How was the food? How was the food? Food. Okay, can we have a round of applause to the caterers, Ritudev caterers? Can we have a round of applause to the people who were live streaming from morning 8:45 onwards? Can we have a round of applause to our official volunteer photographer, please, Sunil? And also, we would like to thank our support staff of the school, apart from the management. Can we have a round of applause to the support staff of that is why they kept this room clean and neat. Anybody missed out? All right. Finally, without these people's support, we couldn't have achieved this, right? Okay? So, I would like to thank each, I'm going to name it. I would like to thank Arun, Prem Tiwariji, Dinesh Jain, Suresha, Husna, Deb, his short name is, that's a problem. Short name is Deb, and Yogesh Ji, where is Yogesh Ji? And we have two absentees, Neelam Jain and Raksha. Did I miss anybody? 2, 4, 6, 7. And Vedanshu. 8 plus 1, 9. Yeah. And Vedanshu. Can we have a round of applause to all of them, please? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Can we have a round of applause to the global sponsor, Bluehost, please? And can we have a round of applause to our, again, one more global sponsor, GoDaddy, please? And we have one more global sponsor, which is Jetpack. They are normal sponsor, right? Elementor? Okay. Oh, and we're developing it. Okay. Can we have a round of celebration to WooCommerce, please? WooCommerce. And can we have a round of applause to WP Beginner? And can we have our gold sponsor, Element, a round of applause, please? Can we have a round of applause to our gold sponsor, Mini Orange? And this is alphabetical order, okay? Don't blame me. It is an alphabetical order, okay? Can we have a round of applause to our gold sponsor, Vulture, please? Thank you, all the gold sponsors, once again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, can we have a round of applause to Instar WP, our silver sponsor? And can we have a round of applause to our silver sponsor, Malcure? And can we have a round of applause to our silver sponsor, Upsell WP? And can we also have a round of applause to our silver sponsor, WP Remote? And can we have a round of applause to bronze sponsor, Booking Press? And can we have a round of applause to our bronze sponsors, Lubus? And can we have a round of applause to our bronze sponsor, Mela Press? They couldn't come in person, but they sponsored us. And can we have round of applause to bronze sponsor WPCom. WPCom. And finally, thanks to all the sponsors once again. Final round of applause to all the sponsors, please. Okay. I don't know I missed anybody. If I missed, please pardon me. Whatever I can remember, I have done it. Please remind me if I missed anybody. If I missed, please, that's it. That's what I started with that, Dennis, right? Sushma, oh, sorry. See, that is where the... Okay. Can we have a round of applause to our Sukshma, means micro sponsor, Kirti Prabhu. I don't know the name, you need to help me with the name.
It's okay, no need to.
Sure? Tell me the name, you just quickly say.
I don't know.
You don't remember? Would like to thank all the micro sponsors. I think Aditya Singh, Amit Singh, because I don't remember, it's not written here, so I'm sorry. Fourth, that is what, Kirti? Fourth focus. Huh? N99. Then?
Then we have
Mohammad Sajid Ansar. Thank you so much, all the sponsors. Okay, sorry, I'm so sorry. Arun is in charge. His throat is not good. I am doing his part of the job. Okay, but who are? We had actually 6 my sports sponsors. For all the micro sponsors, once again, thank you so much. Okay, finally, they want me to take the name as attendees, not you. All the attendees, one round of applause, please. All the attendees. Now, we are going to have a very quick 30 seconds experience sharing by organizers. Very quick.
I think this was my first time, managing sponsors. And I think it's a good way to get organized, like managing the emails and managing all the creatives, all the data that's there. So yeah, that was a good experience because usually I'm just writing, I'm a developer, so I just write code, see if it works and then change. But then you can't do that with sponsors, right? You can't just try if it works or no. So it was a good thing to, have some foresight and then stay organized and stuff like that. So yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, hi guys, I'm Prem Tiwari and this year I handled the speakers Wrangler team and it was really, we got lot of requests for and lot of topics. Even in the security, only WordPress security, we got more than 8-9 topics for this one and it's really hard for us to select some people from them. So we did a lot of workshops to select the speakers and all. And this was my first time when I was doing this one. So I learned a lot of things, even in email communication, talk to all speakers, send reminders for getting AV signs, lot of things. So a lot of learning for this WordCamp.
Another 2 minutes, people, group photo is pending. Yeah. Okay. So hi, I'm Dinesh Jain. I worked on the creatives part, so it was good from initial logo till end day, all the creatives, banners. So it was a good experience.
Namaskara. The toughest job in speaker wrangling is sending rejection mail. Lot of competition, lot of work we have to do, research and all those things. But somehow we miss some good speakers, but we never include bad speakers. Everyone was good, awesome. The thing which always pinches is rejection mail. Sending a rejection mail with my name. Oh. That was horrible.
Okay, good evening everyone. It was, this is my second WordCamp and today it was a very fruitful day. It was as I told in the morning, it's experience sharing. Many things we learned and many things were shared. So it's a wonderful day and a very fruitful. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I work for the web and the venue selections, so it's a great learning for me and learning to improve next year. We hope that we do more better things. Thank you, everyone, to join here. Enjoy your evening.
Hey everyone, it was super fun for me. I also want to say we have monthly meetups here in Bangalore. So if someone wants to get interested, someone wants to get involved more with this side of stage, or wants to get, I guess, more involved with the community, please feel free to join us, apply for speaking there, just attend, just have fun. And yeah, we are not so bad group to hang out with. Cheers.
Yeah, important announcement from Vedanshu there. Do join us for regular meetups, regular events. So thanks for coming to Bangalore, and I hope some of you might have realized that Bangalore is not just a grey, boring Silicon City. We are city of flowers. You can see city of flowers, and you went for a flower market walk yesterday. We are also city of open source, city of so many things, and above all, we are modern day Babel, where we speak many languages. As we say in Bangalore language, you say, idli ke saath sambar zyada, chutney kam de, is ala World Cup nam de.
By any chance Aditya Khane is in the room, please? Aditya Khane. Please pull him inside, please. He's our mentor. Okay, before he comes, you may worried why only 1 out of 9 only is the special gender, right? Female gender. We had actually 4. Neelam Jain and Raksha and there's one more lady. Sunanda. Okay, we had 4. So 11. 4 and 7 was the ratio. But they all, 2 of them just got sick last week, and one of them, they couldn't spend any time, so backed out. Sunanda backed out. So that's how it is. And special mention to 2 people here, not because of any extra effort. Definitely everybody did a lot of it. They came all the way from other district from Bangalore. Kolar, 2 people. Suresha and Husna are from a place called Malur. It is in Kolar district, not even in Bangalore district. All right, Kolar district, number 1. Okay, so is Aditya coming? Okay, so either he comes or not, we would like to thank our mentor for Bangalore, WordCamp Bangalore 2024, Aditya Khane from Pune. Can we have a round of applause to Aditya Khane, please? Okay, how can I forget the quiz masters? There were 3 masters, all right? Number 1, Vedanshu Jain. Number 2, Nirav Mehta. Both of them done the quiz in the concert hall for the lightning tower. Can we have a round of applause to those 2, please? Thanks for reminding. Hari, please don't leave. Hari. Okay, you all seen how Hari did the quiz, right? It is not just a quiz. There was a explanation and a narration. He's indirectly talking about WordPress. Indirectly talking about the WordPress. Yes. Okay. Once again, can we have the final round of applause to Hari Shankar, please? And a person from Goat's Own Country. Can anybody name? How many of you were there yesterday's flower market journey? And who's supposed to be WordCamp photo directory? Yes. So can we have a round of applause to Bigul Malai? Bigul Malai, please. And people came from pan India, not just from Bangalore city. City people are less than the city people from outside. Udupi, Pune, Mumbai, Delhi, where is Gujarat? Surat, Bhopal, Kolhapur, Rajasthan, Alwar, Delhi. Next WordCamp is happening. Delhi, Siliguri, Meghalaya, So people from pan-India are more here than people from city. So can we have one round of applause to all the people from outside the Bangalore? That's it? Can we, so there, okay, thank you so much for patiently sitting and listening to this long talk. Though I said it's few minutes, right? But it took a long time, but still you waited. Thanks a lot for all of you, please. And is it true? We never had such a big crowd. That also 6 o'clock in the evening. So that means you deserve a final round of applause. And all of you come onto the stage for a group photo, please. That's it. ओके गूगल ड्राइव बोलते क्या?
नहीं वो भी बोल देंगे कि छोटे छोटे जो हैं
बच्चे लोगों को
नहीं
सामने बैठने
हाँ
बोलो नीचे
Or we can say Jai WordPress.
Okay. See you again.